15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, let's get to it. A big week, might I say, the biggest week of the season to date. NFL Week 14. You're listening to Gridiron Gameday with Anthony Gallo on the Infinity Sports Net. And what a week of football we have. 8 games in the 1 o'clock window in that early slate. 3 in the 4 o'clock slate, the later slate. And listen to the scenarios we've got today. Our marquee matchup of the early slate. Colts visiting the Jags. Winner becomes sole possessor of the AFC South Division. Steelers-Ravens, same deal. A battle of the AFC North. Last 30 matchups, 15 wins for the Steelers, 15 wins for the Ravens. And outside of a tie, we will have a new division leader in that one, and somebody will take a little bit of control of that series. Bengals, Bills. Bengals, listen, whatever happens in that Ravens-Steelers game, a win for the Bengals keeps their hopes alive. And for the Bills, rejuvenated after last week's, domination of the Steelers, a little, aggressiveness, a little grit from this Bills team. Maybe they start to turn it around. They have a chance to move within a game or a game and a half of the New England Patriots, who are on bye. Jets, Dolphins. The Dolphins trying to keep their playoff hopes alive. They're 5-7. Jets are 3-9. They're just trying to build anything. Titans, Browns. The battle, Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders. Sure, both teams have been a disaster this year, but we get a little bit of excitement around that storyline. And boy, do I love the over in that one because it's at 33 points. Seahawks, Falcons. Falcons season's dead in the water. But this Seahawks team trying to keep pace and possibly still battle for that number 1 seed in the NFC. Saints, Bucks trying to take control of the NFC South. Panthers are on bye after a big win last week. They currently sit a half game above the Panthers. Panthers 7-6, Bucks 7-5. A win today puts the Bucks, fully clear of that team. A game and a half, or it actually be a game. My apologies, but a loss, and now they're all tied up in that division. Commanders, Vikings, as both quarterbacks suit up today. Jaden Daniels. Well, we will confirm that, but it seems likely Jaden Daniels is playing and J.J. McCarthy is playing. So we will get some hope there, a little interest with these two teams. There won't be a Max Brosmer. I know we were all dying for the Marcus Mariota, Max Brosmer face-off. And then the 4 o'clock, that late slate. Packers, Bears, NFC North division up for grabs. A win by the Packers puts them a half game. I don't know how you decipher that half game with the tie, but the Packers would go to 9-3-1, and the Bears would go to 9-4. A win for the Bears puts them fully clear in that division after a big win on Thursday night for the Lions over the Cowboys. Rams, Cardinals, again, Cardinals dead in the water. Still no Kyler Murray, but the Rams trying to keep pace right now. 9-3 Bears. 9-3 Rams and Seahawks. 9-4 Niners. 8-4 Eagles. A win for the Seahawks and the Rams today puts them, still atop that conference. A win for the Bears puts them atop that conference. Broncos face the Raiders. The 10-2 Broncos versus the 2-10 Raiders. The Raiders trying to get anything going as it has gotten away from them quickly. And for the Broncos, they can't clinch anything today. But what they can do, a win, the Broncos clinch any two-way tiebreaker with the New England Patriots for playoff seeding based on better record against common opponents because the Patriots lost to the Raiders in week 1. And it feels like a decade ago. Thank you to Adam Schefter spelling that one out for me. So a big game for the Broncos. A lot of action here. We've got you covered in all facets. So a lot is on the line today. 3 divisions up for grabs. Playoff seeding. Tiebreaker scenarios. And even in the games, I'm very intrigued by Browns-Titans. Yes, you have to be a complete lunatic and nerd to be intrigued by it. But you have the 2 guys who I thought were going to be the 2 best quarterbacks coming out of this draft. Right now, it's up in the air. Jackson Dart looked great. And also Giants, Pats, Panthers, and Niners all on bye. So no Jackson Dart today. But I thought Shedeur Sanders was possibly the best quarterback in that draft. And, that was me speaking in December of last year around this time. And look at what a year does. He slid all the way to day 3. So it's a lot of intrigue there. And I think Cam Ward has struggled. He has not played well at times, but he has shown glimpses of why he was the number 1 pick. So Shedeur Sanders, Cam Ward, a little intrigue there. Commanders, Vikings. Yes, 2 teams dead in the water. Commanders had the Broncos on the ropes, a chance to keep, very little, but a chance to keep their playoff hopes alive. And they fall off. And the Vikings with a disastrous showing. And in that division, it feels like there's no shot. Even if they were to win out, it feels like there's still no shot for them to even win out in that aspect. But J.J. McCarthy back. Jaden Daniels back. So some excitement there for those fan bases. But the big excitement, the big stories of the day, starting off in that early window, Jags, Colts, Steelers, Ravens, divisional matchups, rivalries. The Colts, who haven't beaten the Jags in Jacksonville in almost a decade. I'll get you the exact number, but it's been a while for this team. Since Andrew Luck was the quarterback. The year the Jags went 1-15, that 1 win against the Colts at home. And this Jags team has a chance to not only just put themselves in a good position, both these teams, but specifically the Jags, who have not had the greatest history in the world, but the Jags and the Colts have a chance to put themselves back in that number 1 seed picture. Yes, you would still be, whoever wins this game is still going to be 2 games back of the Patriots and possibly the Broncos, pending the Broncos result today. So there's a lot of intrigue there. The division matters. The conference still up for grabs. All it takes is 1 hiccup from the Broncos, 1 hiccup from the Patriots. And Steelers, Ravens, 2 great coaches, 2 of the best coaches over the last 15 years in this league. Harbaugh, Tomlin. Tomlin, his seat is the hottest it's been in my life. And that team does not like to fire coaches. Could this be the beginning of the end for Tomlin if they lose today? Or could it be another, look at Mike Tomlin, taking the corpse that is Aaron Rodgers, taking a lifeless offense back to the playoffs possibly again. And for the Ravens, they were dead in the water early in the season due to injuries. They have not played well this year at all when they have been healthy. But everything is right in front of them. They haven't beaten a single team outside of the Bears that is over 500. 2 wins against the Browns, a win against the Jets, the Vikings, the Dolphins, and that big win against the Bears. Blown out by the Bengals last week. So, something to watch. They have it right in front of them. For as slow as the Ravens have played this year, and not like the underwhelming performance for them, I would not be shocked if we're sitting here the third to last week of the season, and they're in the AFC title game. And not to compare the two, Bengals, Bills. The Bills, a team that a lot of people wrote off. I kind of wrote them off. All it takes is like a few wins going into the playoffs, getting into the playoffs. Doesn't really matter seeding at that point, and who knows? They could also be sitting there. AFC title game. We've got it all covered right here on Gridiron Game Day. Jody will come up at 6. As always, I'll get you my picks. They've been disastrous. But another week, another chance at possibly hitting this parlay. Don't bet on it, though. A lot of milestones to get to. Speaking of Josh Allen rushing touchdowns. He's got a couple of milestones right around the corner. He's 4 touchdowns away from hitting 80. It's a big number. He's 2 touchdowns away from passing Tony Dorsett and moving in the 24th all-time rushing touchdowns. So super impressive from the Bills quarterback. Derrick Henry's 4 touchdowns away from 120 for his career on the ground, and he's 5 away from moving in the 4th all-time passing Adrian Peterson. Adam Thielen, 7 catches away from hitting 700. He will be active for the Steelers today. They picked him up on waivers this past week. Devontae Adams, feels like every week this guy scores a touchdown. Feels like every week if there's I said it to Jody last week. On the goal line, outside of the tush push, that option route that the Rams run with Devontae Adams and Matt Stafford is the most unstoppable play on the goal line in the NFL. These ones probably not obtainable this week. 16 catches he needs to move in the 15th all-time to pass Isaac Bruce. He needs 3 touchdowns to get to 120 receiving touchdowns in his career. He needs 5 touchdowns to get to 6th all-time and pass the great Larry Fitzgerald. And he's still got a little left in him. This one, it will be tough, but it can happen today. 1 touchdown catch from DeAndre Hopkins moves him in the 19th all-time, and the sacks. A lot of milestones getting after the quarterback today. Von Miller is 2 away from 13th all-time, and that would have him passing Jared Allen. Oh, I'm sorry, moving to 12th all-time. And that would have him passing Jared Allen. He would get to 136.5. For Cam Jordan, he needs 1 sack to get to 130. He needs a half sack to move in the 17th all-time, passing Ricky Jackson. Myles Garrett, every week, we talk about this guy. Every week, Myles Garrett is closer to another milestone. He's 1 sack away from moving into 22nd all-time, passing Simeon Rice. And he's a sack and a half away from tying Robert Mathis at 21st. When it's all said and done, there is a good chance this guy is up there with Reggie Wright and Bruce Smith. He is incredible and a lot of milestones to watch. We'll update those as we go along. But, like I said, 2 giant divisional matchups kick us off in this early slate. And let's go out to Jacksonville as Brian Scheibel sets the scene for us. What's going on, Brian?
Yeah, this is really one of the more unusual streaks that the Jags are looking to extend today as they take on the Colts, trying to beat them for the 11th straight time today here in Jacksonville. And, looking back on some of those years, more than a lot of wins, but they always managed to beat the Colts and trying to do it again today. Big storyline, though, of course, the winner to take out the outright lead in the AFC South. It's going to be some unusual weather conditions that they haven't had to deal with too much here in Jacksonville, but just 60 degrees right now and expected to rain throughout the entire game. So we're going to see how that impacts it. A couple of inactives for the Jags, some key contributors. Wide receiver Parker Washington has been ruled inactive. Also, safety Andrew Wingard. For the Colts, Sauce Gardner, he's inactive, along with defensive end Tyquan Lewis and tackle Luke Tenuta. So we'll see what happens today. Keeping the weather in mind, the ground game could be important. Jonathan Taylor, of course, having a huge year, 15 rushing touchdowns already and leading the league with 1,283 yards. And for the Jags, Travis Etienne, he's on track for his 3,000-yard season in 4 years, already with 843 and 5 touchdowns. So that's the story here. Jags and Colts coming up in about 45 minutes.
Thank you so much, Brian. So a big matchup there. So 11 times. I knew it was over a decade. 11 straight victories at home for the Jags. They try to make it 12 today. Let's go out to Baltimore. Steelers, Ravens, 2 teams having, mediocre years. 2 legendary coaches. The seats are hot. And Mike Popovich has more for us. I will put him on hold, and we'll get back to him in a second. Looking at this matchup specifically, when you see what these two teams are dealing with, they both have everything right in front of them. Defensively, the Steelers have been good. Offensively, they've been anemic. And now you had the controversy of Aaron Rodgers, kind of throwing his teammates under the bus. Are they showing up for film? Are they not? And for the Ravens, all the negative, the slow start, the injuries, the mediocre play when they are healthy. But everything is right there in the AFC North. And let's go out once again to Baltimore. Our guy, Mike Popovich, has got us covered.
Hey, Anthony, good afternoon. Sorry about that. There's a line from the Batman movie, The Dark Knight. You die a hero or live long enough to become the villain. Well, both head coaches today, and John Harbaugh, who's coached the Ravens for 18 years, and Mike Tomlin, who's coached the Steelers for 19 years, have gotten criticized heavily by the media and their fans recently, mostly for their failures in postseason play. And there are calls from the media and fan base to replace their head coaches. Although this regular season for both teams, who had high expectations, has been a roller coaster ride. Both teams come into the game at just 6-6, and today's winner will sit atop the AFC North division. Right now, the Ravens have that edge. The Ravens had to dig themselves out of a 1-5 start, and they did that by winning 5 straight games, but turned around and played one of the worst games of the season in a loss to Cincinnati at home on Thanksgiving night. The Steelers started out 4-1, but have gone just 2-5 in their 7 games. Now, this is the 38th meeting between Ravens coach John Harbaugh and Steelers coach Mike Tomlin. Only George Halas and Curly Lambeau have faced off more times. They had 49 matchups. Now, speaking of facing off against one another, believe it or not, quarterbacks Lamar Jackson and Aaron Rodgers have not played against one another. Jackson, who has been dealing with a lot of different injuries, was a limited participant Wednesday, did not practice Thursday, but did practice on Friday. He will go today. Rodgers, meanwhile, played last weekend against Buffalo with a brace on his broken left wrist. He was just 10-21 for $117. The fewest completions of Rodgers' career in a game he started and finished. He didn't practice Wednesday, but was a full participant Thursday, and he's good to go. This is the latest in the season the two teams have met, with neither team boasting a winning record. They were both 5-6 when they played in Week 13 in 2013, and the last time Pittsburgh was in Baltimore was earlier this year in the playoffs. The Ravens gashed the Steelers for 299 yards rushing while breezing to victory in the wild card round of the playoffs. Now, the Ravens defense has gotten a lot better this season, Anthony. Since Week 6, they're first in offensive touchdowns allowed, first in road zone touchdown percentage, first in pass touchdowns allowed, and first in passer rating as well. Also, some really good third down stats. Your inactives today, we'll start with Pittsburgh, and this is going to be a big help for the Ravens. Defensive lineman, the rookie Derek Harmon, is out for Pittsburgh. That's going to help the Ravens' running game, but also out strong safety Kyle Duggar. They've got a lot of injuries in the secondary. Also, wide receiver Roman Wilson. They activated yesterday from the practice squad, tackle Dylan Cook and wide receiver Marquez Valdez-Scantling. For the Ravens, just one inactive of note, wide receiver Devontae Walker. He's a deep threat for the Ravens, but they have some other guys that can do that. So from M&T Bank Stadium in Baltimore, it's the Ravens and the Steelers for the kickoff at 1.
Thank you so much, Mike. A lot to watch there in that one. Kyle Duggar, it's a big loss, in my opinion. Big loss. They picked him up from the Patriots earlier in the season. He's made some plays. And that defense hasn't really been the problem, in my opinion. Last week, they got frustrated. That's what it felt like. It felt like they got frustrated, and that frustration showed not just in their play, but the pregame or the post-play activity every play, it felt like. And it kind of fired up the Bills. Now we'll see what happens. Ravens, Steelers, big one. Going out, speaking of the Bills, they try to keep pace with the Patriots who are on bye. The division not over yet. In turn, also the conference, they still got an uphill battle to climb. But they got a big one today against a Bengals team that's got an outside shot. There's not a lot of hope there. The AFC's down this year, so maybe, just maybe, with Joe Burrow back. Bills, Bengals, Paul Hamilton has more from Highmark Stadium.
Well, we're not going to have a blizzard here in Orchard Park, but I think when the game starts, you're going to see a covering of snow on the field. Not much. I don't even know if it would be an inch. It's just barely covered right now as they're warming up. So, of course, it's cold here with the snow coming down, probably around 28 degrees. Not a lot of wind right now, though, so that's at least not swirling in the stadium, but that could be coming as the game goes on. Now, as far as the Bills go, Joey Bosa not in the lineup for Buffalo with that injury. So the Bills don't have a great pass rush to start with, and Joe Burrow absolutely feasts on the Buffalo Bills. He can't wait to play the Buffalo Bills when they're on the schedule. He is just murder against them, and he picks them apart. He has T. Higgins back, so that's another weapon. But it doesn't have to necessarily be Joe Burrow, because the Bills' defense against the run is horrendous. So this could be a Chase Brown day where he has a big day. I think Burrow might have his choice that way. And the Bills also without their starting middle linebacker, Terrell Bernard. So, the Bengals have the last 2 or 3 times they've played the Bills, they've pretty much manhandled them, and Burrow has been phenomenal against them. So we'll see how this one goes for them. The Bills do get one of their tackles back, Deion Dawkins. Well, last week they had backup tackles at both sides of the line of scrimmage, and they set records running the football. So that didn't really bother them. You know, Josh Allen, Snow, whatever is going to come at him here is not going to bother him either. So it'll be interesting to see what Joe Burrow can do, and if he can rally this 4-8 Bengal team against an 8-4 Bills team, because he's done it probably the last 3 times he's faced the Bills.
Thank you so much, Paul. And this is Josh Allen weather. So look for a big game from him. Look for it's not like, this is a West Coast team coming to the East Coast. Cincinnati, not the warmest place either. A lot more football to get to. We'll set the scene on the rest of the matchups. A big Week 14 coming at you. Stay tuned. Gridiron Game Day.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. We are back, and we got a lot to get to. College football playoff is also being announced as we speak. So when that goes final, I'll give you the update there. So far, Indiana the 1 seed, Ohio State the 2 seed. Unbelievable. Ohio State could do no wrong, even when they lose. But back to the more important matters at hand. Week 14 NFL. A big slate, like we said, our marquee matchup of the early window. It's kind of a co-marquee matchup. Colts-Jags battling for the AFC North. AFC South. Steelers-Ravens, they're battling for the AFC North. And later in the day, we will get Bears-Packers for the NFC North, as stated, a few seeding scenarios. But not everyone is playing for something today. The Jets really just playing to build winning habits, to help their coach along, and the Dolphins have some hope. Outside shot at the playoffs. They're right there. Win today, a couple of losses, and anything is possible for them. Let's go out to MetLife Stadium as Mike Moriarty's got more for us.
That's right, Anthony. Jets and Dolphins do indeed renew a rivalry here in what is being called Rivalry Weekend. In honor of that, the Jets will be wearing special Rivalry Weekend jerseys, being referred to as the Gotham City Football Club, black painting on the field here at the Meadowlands this afternoon. Both teams coming off of wins last week. The Jets come off a record of 3-9, a pretty good week with some positive news and some vibes coming off of that last-minute win over the Atlanta Falcons at home last week. Once again, be quarterback Tyrod Taylor under center for the Jets, as Justin Fields is inactive for the game, along with wide receiver Tyler Johnson of note. The Dolphins beat the New Orleans Saints last week, coming off with a record of 5-7. As you said, they would have to probably win out the string, but definitely a shot here at the playoffs. Definitely better, more inspired football under this team, under Mike McDaniel, who was thought to potentially lose his job early this season, but that may not be the case. The Dolphins beat the Jets in late September on Monday Night Football. With this being rivalry weekend, there's over 100 Jets alumni will be on hand in today's game, celebrating the 25th anniversary of the Monday Night Miracle, which is a huge Jets comeback win we all remember over the Dolphins in 2000. Forecast for the game, weather should be in the 40s, a little bit colder, or a little bit better than it was in the area the last few days. No real wind in this forecast under under clear and sunny skies here at the Meadowlands, and the Jets and Dolphins getting underway here in about a half an hour, Anthony.
Thank you so much, Mike, and we'll monitor that one. As always, Jets, listen, I am not a big tanking guy. The Jets have all the picks in the world. They 100% control their own destiny when it comes to a quarterback. So losing does nothing for them. Wins can carry over in the next year, can build winning habits. And when you whittle down this roster, which will be, completely overturned, and when they finally get it right, a lot of these guys aren't going to be there, but the ones that will make their name on a day like today. Cleveland, Tennessee, Shador versus Cam. A little bit of excitement in this one. Two guys who early in the draft process people thought were going to be the first 2 quarterbacks picked. Cam Ward went 1. Shador had to wait all the way till day 3. They finally face off this year. Cleveland, Tennessee. John Bozika's got more for us.
You know, the one thing that's concerning about that, Anthony, is that the Titans have allowed the most sacks of any team this year in the NFL, and that's not good considering the fact that 3-9 Browns, who entered today looking for a win, have Myles Garrett on their side, and he needs just 4 sacks. He had 3.5. By the way, the last time he took on this team, that was when they had Ryan Tannehill, I think about 2 years ago. But he needs 4 sacks to reach the record in a single season and have 23 on the season. He's already set the Browns single-season record with 19 this season. He's having an incredible year. Rookies continue to be the bright spot for the Browns, who are 3-9. Carson Schlesinger leads the team with 99 tackles. He's recorded double-digit tackles in his last 3 games. And Mason Graham, he may not show up in the stats, but he's really anchoring the Browns defense that's second overall. Offensively, Quinshon Judkins, he's been really impressive, and he might have something to prove after the Buckeyes lost last night to Indiana. He's leading the NFL rookies in yards rushing, and he's tied for the lead in rushing touchdowns. Harold Fannin, the tight end out of Bowling Green, local kid from Canton, too. He's leading the team in receiving yards and receptions as a rookie with 51 receptions and 505 yards. Brown's line could look a little different today. Potentially no Wyatt Teller or Jack Conklin at right guard and right tackle. Could mean KT Leviston at right tackle and Tevin Jenkins at right guard. We'll see what impact that has on their rushing attack and Shedeur Sanders' time to throw. Titans offense coming off of an anemic performance last week, just 3 points against Jacksonville. And after being an 1,000-yard rusher last season, Tony Pollard on pace to fall almost 200 yards short of that this season. Cam Ward not having a bad year as a rookie. He just doesn't have time to throw, and he doesn't have weapons to get the ball to. But as you said, many thought this would be 1 and 2 in the draft, and they do get to face off today with Sanders going against Cam Ward. Titans are 1 and 11. They need anything to go their way today. But the Browns are 4.5-point favorites with a 1 o'clock kickoff on a cold, wet day in Cleveland.
Thank you so much, John. Also, worth noting, if he hits that record today, he would also move into the top 20. He's at 21 and a half right now. He would be tied with 4 sacks with Dwight Freeney for 20th all time. So not only would he break the single-season sack record at 23, he would also move into the top 20 all time. And there's a lot of football left for that guy left in Cleveland. Let's go out to Atlanta. Seahawks, Falcons. Trying to salvage whatever is left of their season. And the Seahawks trying to keep pace, trying not only to keep pace in the division, but for that number 1 seed in the NFC. And more on that, Jeff Zell's got us covered from the ATL.
Well, you hit it. Seattle at 9-3, tied for the best record in the NFC with the Rams and Bears, while the Falcons at 4-8 have 10 teams above them and are pretty much eliminated from the playoffs. Kirk Cousins playing quarterback for Atlanta with Drake London out once again, while Seattle is healthy with key defensive players, defensive tackle Jaron Reed and safety Julian Love activated from IR yesterday. Now, both teams started the season, believe this or not, 3-2, but Atlanta has lost 6 of their last 7, while Seattle has won 6 of their last 7, only losing by 2 points to the Rams on the road. Now, Atlanta's best hope today is winning big in the turnover battle. Seattle has 22 turnovers in 12 games. That's the second most in the league, while Atlanta averages less than a turnover a game. As the Falcons head toward their 8th losing non-playoff season in a row, hard to do in the NFL, the Matt Ryan era becomes even more impressive. In 36 full NFL seasons without Ryan, including this year, Falcons only have 9 winning seasons, while Matt Ryan led the Falcons to a winning record in 7 of his first 10 years, including the first 3 without Julio Jones.
Thank you so much, Jeff, as they continue to battle it out for not just the conference but the division, the Seahawks. Some news of note. Miami in. Notre Dame out. Bama stayed at 9. Miami is the 10 seed. We got 2 more spots up for grabs. So 1 seed, Indiana. 2 seed, Ohio State. 3 seed, Georgia. 4 seed, one moment. Sorry, they just popped away. 4 seed, Texas Tech. The 5 is Oregon. The 8-9 matchup, Oklahoma, Alabama, Ole Miss number 6. And the 7-10 matchup, Texas A&M versus Miami. So Miami fans, you were justified in your crying. You've now made the tournament, and Notre Dame is out. So that is, and I'm not. That wasn't just they deserve to get in, but a lot of crying from Miami fans. We'll go to the update. We'll come back. We'll get you the full college football playoff bracket. We'll preview these last two games. I'll give you my picks and the full injury report. We've got a lot left here. NFL Week 14, Gridiron Game Day. First, an update from our guy, Tony Pierno.
Infinity Sports Network. Sports Flash.
All right, and after much speculation and debate, we are finding out which teams will qualify for the college football playoff as the 12th team field has started to be revealed. Indiana is the number 1 seed. Ohio State is number 2. SEC champion Georgia is 3rd. Texas Tech received the final first-round bye as they are the number 4 seed. Oregon is 5. Ole Miss is seeded 6th, while number 7 belongs to Texas A&M, and Oklahoma receives the final home game as the number 8 seed. Alabama is number 9, and Miami grabs the 10th position. The first-round games will be played on December the 19th and 20th. First place in the AFC North is on the line this afternoon as the Ravens host the Steelers. Lamar Jackson hasn't looked like himself lately due to a combination of persistent injuries. He missed practice on Thursday because of his ankle. Ravens offensive coordinator Todd Monken was asked this week how much the missed practice time has impacted Lamar's recent performances.
Oh, I don't know that. I mean, that's hard to judge. A practice, a walkthrough, those kind of things. I mean, that's hard to judge. I mean, I just know we got to coach better, we got to play better collectively.
Kickoff is at 1 Eastern. In the late afternoon window, the Broncos seek a 10th straight win over the Raiders in Sin City. Bo Nix and company have won their last 4 games by 3 points or less. Kickoff is at 4:05 Eastern, and the Sunday night matchup features the Chiefs and Texans from Arrowhead at 6 and 6. Kansas City is fighting for its playoff life. They are 2 games out of the playoff picture, with both the Texans and Steelers ahead of them in the standings. A very unusual spot for Patrick Mahomes and company. Meanwhile, the Texans have won 4 consecutive games and are now just a game behind Indianapolis and Jacksonville in the AFC South. Kickoff tonight is at 8:20 Eastern. NBA today, we have one game already in progress with the Knicks hosting the Magic, and that game is tied up at 26 late in the first quarter. Still to come, the defending champion Thunder will look to stay red hot when they visit the Jazz. Oklahoma City has won 14 straight. Tip-off is at 8 Eastern, and Lando Norris has won his first F1 championship. I'm Tony Pierno.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 3 minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. We are back. So just in case you missed it, we'll get back to the NFL action in just a bit. Indiana, the 1 seed. Ohio State, the 2 seed. Georgia, the 3 seed. Texas Tech, the 4. Oregon, the 5. Ole Miss, the 6. Texas A&M, 7. Oklahoma, 8. Alabama doesn't move. They're at 9. Miami at 10. Tulane at 11, and James Madison at 12. Notre Dame out. BYU out. So a lot going on there. Miami fans can stop crying. We can get back to our usually scheduled programming. NFL Week 14, a lot to get to before we get back to the preview. We haven't hit one yet. I missed 2 weeks, so 11, 0-11 on the parlay. I'm 5 games under 500 overall. But this week, I still don't feel good. But here are my picks for the week. Baker Mayfield, plus 200 passing yards. Colts, Jags, over 45.5. Titans, Browns, over 33.5. I feel like the Browns are going to win big. I feel we'll get, maybe a few late points from the Titans, but we may get some defensive points. That's a low number. I couldn't help myself. Bears, and the point, 6.5. I think that is a massive. It's moved even more, and I'll get you the full spreads in a second. That feels like a big spread for a team that currently is up there in the NFC. I know the Packers are, the favorites to still win the division, but that number really big for a Bears team that offensively I feel like has never had any game. And in the Broncos, it's moved a bit. It's at 8.5 now. I like this number, though. Broncos to cover 7.5. The full breakdown. I wrote these down. They've moved even a little bit now. But coming into today, all the numbers by BetMGM. Colts, 2.5-point favorites on the road. Ravens, 5.5-point favorites over the Steelers at home. Bills, 6-point favorites against the Bengals at home. Dolphins on the road against the Jets, 2.5-point favorites. Browns at home. Shedeur Sanders versus Cam Ward. Titans-Browns. Browns, 3.5-point favorites at home. Seahawks visiting the Falcons. The Seahawks are 7-point favorites. The Bucks hosting the Saints. They're trying to stay atop the division. They're 7.5-point favorites. Commanders visiting the Vikings. Daniels, McCarthy both playing. Commanders, 1.5-point favorites on the road. Broncos visiting Vegas. They're 8-point favorites against the Raiders. Bears, Packers, like I said, on the road. The Bears are big underdogs. Packers, 6.5-point favorites. And Rams on the road over the Cardinals, 9.5-point favorites. So those are the spreads. Again, all brought to you by BetMGM. But the Bucks, Panthers are on bye. The Bucks trying to stay atop the division. A loss has them tied with the Panthers. A win creates distance between them and their division rivals. And more on that, Tom Akins has more from Tampa. Tom, are you there?
Buccaneers, 5 games left, 4 of them in the division, including 2 with Carolina. And as you pointed out, the Bucs have a half-game lead going into play today. Carolina has a bye, so the Bucs will either have a full game lead or they'll be tied with the Panthers for the top of the NFC South division. On offense, Buccaneers can expect Baker Mayfield to start as usual. He'll be playing through pain with his left shoulder sprain, but hey, the guy's an Iron Man. He'll be out there. On the other side of the problem, though, offensive lineman Tristan Wirfs, the left tackle, the guy who protects the blind side, he is out with an oblique injury this afternoon, so he will not play. On the wide receiver position, Mike Evans or Jalen McMillan are not active today. Their window has opened for practice from the injured reserve list, but the team has chosen not to activate them this afternoon. Emeka Egbuka, Chris Godwin, and Tez Johnson are there, so no problem in that direction. The problem that they might face is another number, the number 4. It's a short week. Atlanta will be in here on Thursday to play the Buccaneers. So if the Buccaneers can get an early lead, that would certainly be a good thing for them in this game. Unfortunately, the Saints also know the numbers. The biggest number for them is 2 wins and 10 losses. This creates an opportunity, though, in the remaining games this season for quarterback Tyler Shuck to establish himself as the Saints' number 1 quarterback, can perhaps keep the Saints out of the top draft pick. They might pick another quarterback if they get up too high in that particular pick. Good news for the New Orleans Saints, Chris Olave, the wide receiver, active this afternoon. The bad news, Alvin Kamara, the running back, is out with a knee injury. Safety Justin Reed also out this afternoon. Kamara usually saves some of his best games against the Buccaneers, so he will be missed by the Saints. Rain is supposed to arrive right when the kickoff takes place and last throughout the ball game. It's not supposed to be a monsoon or anything of that sort. We'll see whether it has an effect in the ball game. Bucks and Saints kicking off at the top of the hour.
Tom, you're the man. Thank you, as always, a big one there. This last one, Commanders-Vikings. Not as big, but both young quarterbacks, both second-year quarterbacks, back from injury. J.J. McCarthy back from the concussion. Jaden Daniels back from the elbow injury. So a lot there to look forward to for these fan bases, which the seasons may be over. Vikings, a little bit of a life. The Commanders, it's over. But something to look forward to. You get to see your young quarterback play. You get to build towards next year. The Commanders had a shot last week to keep whatever hopes they had alive, and they ended up not being able to finish up the Broncos. Dalton Kincaid is active, as just announced. Let's go through some of the injury reports, but while we wait for this last preview, Tyquan Lewis out for the Colts. For the Jags, Walker Little, Andrew Wingard, and Parker Washington all out. Pittsburgh, Kyle Duggar, Calvin Anderson, and Derek Harmon out. Adam Thielen is active. Also, Marquez Valdez-Scantling also active for the Steelers. Both pickups this week. Tavius Robinson and Ardarius Washington out for the Ravens. Lamar Jackson, obviously healthy. I know earlier in the week there was some doubts. Bengals, Jermaine Burton suspended. Trey Hendrickson out. Shaka Hayward out for the Bills. Terrell Bernard out. Joey Bosa out. Josh Palmer out. Spencer Brown out. Jarvis Brownlee Jr., Marcel Lino, McCray, Ball, Cam Jones, and Justin Fields all out for the Jets. Miami, a pretty clean bill of health. Titans, Jalen Amore Davis and Lloyd Cushenberry, their starting center, both out. For the Seahawks, Riley Mills and Derek Young, are out. Drake London, that's where I got mixed up. Drake London, DeMarco Helms, and Brandon Dorlus out for the Falcons. For the Saints, Talise, Fuaga, Alvin Kamara, Justin Reed, all out. Chris Olave, questionable, but I think he's going to suit up. Mike Evans, Jalen McMillan, Rashad Wisdom, and Tristan Wirth out for the Bucs. Minnesota, Levi Drake Rodriguez, Ty Chandler, and Theo Jackson out. For the Packers, Marshawn, this is the late window now. Marshawn Lloyd, Colin Oliver, Lucas Van Ness, Savion Williams, Devontae Wyatt out. Jalen Reed active. Roma Dunze, Tariq Stevenson, and Ruben Hapalote, they're all out. Alex Bachman, Michael Mayer, Dante Thornton Jr. out for the Raiders. Max Crosby just announced active. For the Cardinals, Trey Benson out, and it means his season is over. Greg Dortch out. Marvin Harrison, Max Melton, Walter Nolan, Darian Taylor, Demerson, LJ Collier, Amari DiMarcado, and Christian Jones all out. We'll get an update on the Rams and the Broncos as they have not updated their injury report as of yet. Daniels, McCarthy, back in this week. They are active. And more on the Vikings and the Commanders. Eric Nelson's got us covered.
Yeah, hey, great to be with you, Anthony, on this NFL Sunday across the USA. And what a difference a year makes for these struggling teams. Last season, Washington rode a tidal wave of success all the way to the NFC title game behind that rookie quarterback, Jaden Daniels. The Commanders were the toast of D.C., and they had high hopes going into 2025. But things cratered quickly. Daniels has been injured most of the season. He's played in just 5 games. However, he is now off the IR, and Daniels will start today for Washington as the Commanders look for any kind of spark. Washington is 3-9 this season, 1-5 on the road, and the Commanders have lost 7 straight, including a dagger defeat in overtime last week against Denver on Sunday Night Football. Now, meanwhile, Minnesota is also in a rut. The Vikings were 14-3 last season, and they had sky-high expectations for 2025. Instead, the Vikings are in free-fall mode. They're 4-8. They've lost 4 straight games, and their offense is missing in action, and they're 1-4 at home. Minnesota scored a grand total of 6 points in the last 2 weeks and 0 touchdowns, losing to Green Bay and Seattle. Last Sunday, the Seahawks pummeled the Vikings 26-0 as undrafted rookie quarterback Max Grosmer threw 4 interceptions, including a pick 6. Now, J.J. McCarthy, taken in round 1, just like Daniels in that 2024 NFL draft. He's out of concussion protocol. He will play today at quarterback, but the second-year player from Michigan has struggled, and he has not been durable in his first 2 seasons. Also, I thought I'd throw this out there. The temp outside today in Minneapolis is a balmy 8 degrees. Here inside the House of Noise, a warm and toasty 70 degrees. All right, we're about 8 minutes away from kickoff here in Minneapolis.
Thank you so much, Eric. And we got a lot of football coming up. All 8 early games this week. A couple of divisions up for grabs. Playoff seeding. All of that. Stay tuned right here on Gridiron Game Day. We got all the action for you coming up. Kickoffs after the break. Anthony Gallo. We'll be right back.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, we are moments away from kickoff. NFL Week 14. Giants, Pats, Panthers, Niners, all on bye. But that does not mean we don't have a ton of action coming up. Our marquee matchup of the early slate, Colts at Jags, battling for the AFC South. Steelers, Ravens, battling for the AFC North. Also, both coaches, hot seat maybe for Harbaugh. Feels like Tomlin's on the hot seat. Bills trying to stay in lock and step with that Patriots team. The division is not over yet. Their playoff hopes feel like they are, can coast in with a couple of wins. But that division isn't over yet. So they're right there. Jets trying to salvage the rest of the season. They control their own destiny when it comes to what they want to pick come draft time. Mendoza, gutsy performance yesterday in the Big Ten Championship, leading to not just a Big Ten title, but the number one seed in all of college football, the college football playoff. Maybe that's a guy they want to go after. If they want a quarterback, they hold all the keys to their quarterback future, to their draft future, because they have all those picks. So winning games can only help them build those winning habits. And for the Dolphins, they are still in the playoff picture for this NFL slate. The AFC is a down year. Right now, I think they are, I'm going to give you the exact area where they are in this one. They are 11th currently, but the Steelers are 6-6. The Chiefs are 6-6. The Texans are 7-5. Those are the teams outside looking in. Bills 8-4, Colts 8-4, Chargers 8-4. So yes, there is an uphill battle for them to climb, but the Colts could lose today. The Colts or the Jags are going to lose today. They go to 8-5. A couple of losses and a couple of wins by the Dolphins, and they are still in it. So they're playing for something. The underwhelming matchup on record. Probably the worst matchup we have this week, but intrigue. Shedeur Sanders, Cam Ward battling it out. Two guys who we thought were going to be the first two quarterbacks off the board. It ended up not being that way. Shedeur Sanders falling to the third day. Cam Ward going number one. Cam Ward has had a tough time of it. He's shown a lot of glimpses, but there's been a lot more bad than good for the first year number one overall pick. And for Shedeur Sanders, won his first start, lost his second start, so he looks to get back in the win column this week. Vikings, Commanders, J.J. McCarthy, Jaden Daniels, both active today. The second-year quarterbacks, the top 10 picks, going at it. So that is a little bit of intrigue there. The Bucs trying to keep above the Panthers, 7-5. Panthers on bye. The Bucs are 7-5. A loss for the Bucs would put them in a situation where they are now tied with the Panthers for that division lead. In the late window, and we will have those games as always, we'll bring you all the action, everything, news, fantasy, gambling, injury, scoring, defense, all of it right here on Gridiron Game Day. And if you're watching on the YouTube page or on the BetMGM network, what is going on? And we are about to get underway as these games are kicking off and the Bengals are marching out into the field in the snow in Buffalo, Highmark Stadium, Orchard Park. It's freezing. Joe Burrow, last 8 starts, 8-0. But too bad he's been hurt. And again, we're sitting here saying, don't let the Bengals in. They're also right there. After the Dolphins, the Bengals are right behind them. There is, put it in perspective. The Dolphins, even with the win, are 1% chance to make the playoffs. The only reason why the Bengals are at 7% with the win is because their division is awful. Let's go out to Tampa Bay and get our first update as these games kick off and the Saints take over with the ball. Tom Aikens has more from Raymond James Stadium.
And indeed, this ball game underway. Tampa Bay won the toss. They elected to defer their choice to the second half. That put the Saints on offense to start with, and that we'll see whether that turns out to be a wise decision or not for the Buccaneers, because the kickoff was returned all the way to the Tampa Bay 45-yard line. Then that put the Saints in business to start play. They tried a long pass to see if they could capitalize twice in a row. That didn't work. But now the Saints on offense, early in the ball game against the Buccaneers, Tyler Shuck at quarterback for the Saints. 14 and a half minutes to play in the first quarter. Saints and Buccaneers, no score.
Thank you so much, Tom. Also worth noting before we get back to action, Giants on bye this week. There is still a QB competition going on for the Giants. Russell Wilson in the studio with CBS. Jameis Winston in the studio with Fox. So as they both lost their jobs to Jackson Dart, they're now trying to find their next careers going on there. Ravens have the ball right now. Jets trying to hold the Dolphins to a 3-and-out. It's now second down for them as I don't know what that was, a reverse to the outside. It's going to be a big gain for the Dolphins as they're going to get well into Jets territory. First down for the Ravens as Lamar Jackson, or I think that might actually be Derrick Henry, kept the ball himself. T. Higgins with a catch here in Buffalo. His last 6 games, 22 catches, 355 yards, 5 touchdowns. So we are underway in all of these. Let's go out to Minnesota and get an update. McCarthy, Daniels battling it out, back from injury. Eric Nelson's got more for Minnesota.
Yeah, barring a tie, one of these teams is going to end a losing streak here today. Washington's dropped 7 in a row. Minnesota 4 straight. The Vikings moving the ball efficiently on the opening drive of the football game. J.J. McCarthy is 2 for 2, and he's relying on his tight end so far. He just completed a throw to T.J. Hawkinson for a first down, and that'll go down to the Commanders' 33-yard line. He also has a first down pass to Ben Sims, another tight end for Minnesota. So Washington comes in at 3-9, but the defense has been rather soft this season under Dan Quinn, who is known as a defensive guru, if you will. Meanwhile, Minnesota's offense is non-existent, and their head coach, Kevin O'Connell, is supposed to be an offensive guy. So we'll see what happens today as the Vikings get yet another first down on a reverse to Jalen Naylor. So the Minnesota Vikings, who have not scored a touchdown in their last 2 games. Think about that. They got 6 points in Green Bay, and they were blanked a week ago by the Seattle Seahawks. So they're desperate to get a touchdown right now. It's 2nd and 1 for the Vikings at the Washington 22, 11:58 to go in the first quarter. We are scoreless. Commanders and Vikings here in Minneapolis.
Thank you so much, Eric. A big third down for Jacksonville just took place. Let's get more on that from Brian Scheibel.
Yeah, the dark clouds here in Jacksonville, some rain expected throughout much of the game. Jaguars trying to win their 11th straight one at home against the Indianapolis Colts and also break that tie at the top of the AFC South between these two teams. Trevor Lawrence without one of his big weapons today in Parker, Washington, but Jacoby Myers has been clutch for the Jags since he's been acquired several weeks ago. Last week, 90 yards receiving, first play of the game. Lawrence to Myers for an 11-yard reception, and they nearly connected again on a sideline route, but Myers couldn't quite get 2 feet down on that one. And after coming up short, the Jags did punt it back to the Colts. So 13:04 to go in the first quarter. Colts taking over on their own 21-yard line. No score in this one.
Thank you so much, Brian. We got a couple of scores going on. Jets, Dolphins, Jalen Waddle touchdown early, and we got a score in the Saints game once that's confirmed. First, let's go out to Cleveland. Browns, Titans, John Bazika's got more for us.
Yeah, second down, and call this 7 or about 8 coming up for the Titans at the Browns. Where are we at here? The 14-yard line, so second down and about 7, I would say, coming up. And Cam Ward back to throw. The Titans had moved the ball well and pass here for a touchdown. Wow. Middle of the field, caught on the left side numbers and going in for a touchdown. Wow. Elick Manor, the one who made the catch, and 14 yards. Titans are on the board. They go right down the field on that drive. They got good field position on the kickoff as well because they had another great return. That's been a point of emphasis for the Browns this week, Anthony, that kick coverage team has not been great. Special teams have been a blunder for the Browns all year, and Titans and Cam Ward go right down the field. He was a perfect 4 for 4 on that drive for a touchdown to Io Manor. And, wow, Titans leading 7-0, 9:52. First quarter here, and we'll see if the Browns offense can respond.
Thank you so much, John. I had a feeling it's an early notion where, I kind of liked that over in the Titans game, so we'll see what happens there. Let's go out. Like I said, Saints land the first blow against the Bucs. Tom Akins has more for us.
Well, to quote that famous football broadcaster, it's just you can't count on anything at this point. Mason Tipton returned the kickoff to the Tampa Bay 45-yard line for the New Orleans Saints. A couple of plays later, 3 yards into the end zone, a run by Devin Neal. The Saints certainly showed their skill early on in this one. In case Bucs fans thought this one was going to be a walk in the park, with New Orleans coming in at just 2-10 for their season record. They have had a very rude and a very early comeuppance at this point. The Saints losing no time to take command of this ball game. 12:24 left in the first quarter. Saints 7, Buccaneers nothing.
Thank you so much, Tom, as we'll continue to monitor that one. Shocking start in that one, I would say, as, Baker Mayfield and co are going to have to get after it. They are healthy. Mike Evans hopefully back next week, or I don't know if they're on bye next week. It might be the week after that he'd be eligible to come back in that one. Jags get the ball back after that punt. They are now right outside. They're about to be in the red zone now, so it'll be second and about 8 as they're in the red zone. Buffalo and the Bengals battling it out. It is coming down. It is football weather. It is peak football weather in Buffalo. Let's go out to Paul Hamilton on more of the Bengals and the Bills.
Yeah, we got some snow here, 31 degrees. Maybe another hour of snow predicted here, but the Bengals have put together quite a drive here. Right now they have a 3rd and 1 as they have the ball on the Buffalo 9-yard line. They just keep picking up third downs, a 3rd and 5, 10-yard pass to T. Higgins. Higgins for 12 to the Bills 40. After Shaq Thompson blows up a screen to Chase Brown, 3rd and 6, they just flip it to Pirine. He bowls his way for 7 yards. First down. Osivas, 11 yards on a 3rd and 10. So they just keep picking up the first downs, and they're going to get another one by Pirine on this 3rd and 1 as he gets it inside the 5-yard line. So the Bills have not had the ball yet, and there's 7:20 left to go in the first quarter. So this has been a long, deliberate drive by the Cincinnati Bengals. Joe Burrow is 6 of 7 for 46 yards. But as I mentioned, it's just the third downs. The Bills can't get off the field on third down, and the Bengals coming up with some key plays. So we'll see if the Bengals will be able to convert on this. I told you in the pregame, Joe Burrow just loves to play the Buffalo Bills, and in this first drive, he is proving it once again as the Bengals are knocking on the door. 1st and goal from the 5-yard line, trying to take the lead with 6:45 left to go here first quarter.
Thank you so much, Paul. Let's go out to MetLife as the Jets are trying to respond back after a Dolphins early touchdown. Mike Moriarty's got more for us.
That's right, Anthony. Not much of a response here as the Jets trail 7-0. They're forced to punt here, so 11:53 left to play first quarter. That first drive of the Dolphins keyed by 2 runs of a total of 40 yards for Devin Otchy, and he's thought to be able to carve up this Jets run defense here today. We'll see if that continues. The touchdown, a 3-yard short TD pass from Tua Tagovailoa to Jalen Waddle as the Dolphins, who come in with a record of 5-7, now lead the Jets 7-0 early here in the first quarter. 11:44 left to play.
Thank you so much, Mike. As we've got a little bit of a goal line. Let's see what this. They are 1st and goal. Now 2nd and goal for the. Oh, no. He got in, I think. I'm pretty sure Chase Brown just got in for the Bengals. Yep, and they're lining up for the extra point. So a touchdown for the Bengals in that one. Commanders trying to respond back after the touchdown by the Vikings on their first drive. Let's go out to Minnesota and get an update from Eric Nelson.
Yeah, breaking news here in Minneapolis with 10:20 to go in the first quarter. The Minnesota Vikings offense has produced a touchdown. That hasn't happened since their loss to the Chicago Bears in mid-November. The following week, they had 2 field goals as they got pummeled by the Packers in Green Bay, and they were shut out last week in Seattle. But on the opening drive, J.J. McCarthy was 4 of 4, the young quarterback, for 46 yards, and he threw a dot for that touchdown pass, 18 yards to the tight end Josh Oliver to cap off the drive. It went 7 plays and 61 yards. And an interesting thing about that drive is some of the criticism directed at McCarthy as he struggles to find his footing as a young NFL quarterback is, why don't they lean on the tight ends? Well, in that drive, Minnesota had 3 of the 4 completions were to tight ends and three different guys. DJ Hawkinson had a catch for 10, Ben Sims for 9, and then Josh Oliver capped it off with the 18-yard touchdown reception. But Washington has the ball. They have it out at the logo at midfield, so the Commanders trying to come back. 9:11 to go. First quarter, Minnesota 7, Washington 0 here in Minneapolis.
Thank you so much, Eric. We got a lot more to get to. Gridiron Game Day. Stay tuned. All the NFL action. I think the Jags just scored their touchdown. Travis Etienne Jr. from the goal line. A toss-up on 3rd and 4 here for the Ravens is no good, so they will probably kick the field goal. A lot to get to. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day. Don't go anywhere.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. 45 seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. We are back. The snow is coming down in Buffalo, I can tell you that much. Tez Johnson just, would have had a touchdown. He couldn't keep his footing in that one. Steelers in the red zone. Who else we got in the red zone here? Bills in the red zone, 31 from Cincinnati's 4. Washington in the red zone, 1st and 10 from Minnesota's 19. The Dolphins in the red zone on the Jets' 13-yard line, 1st and 10 for them. 3rd and 1 now for the Steelers from Baltimore's 4. Also, shout out to the YouTube chat. We got a little international flavor here. Normality RL Taylor in the chat saying hello from the UK. What's going on? Let's go out first to Baltimore. As I said, Steelers in the red zone, and Mike Popovich has got more for us.
Hey, hi, Anthony. Good afternoon. Yeah, a lot of action here just in the last couple of minutes. In fact, Marlon Humphrey just batted down a ball intended for DK Metcalf in the right side of the end zone. So the Steelers are going for it here on a 4th and 1 at the 4 right now. And Aaron Rodgers in the gun, but it looks like they're doing a tush push. And the refs are coming in on that. But we'll wait until we get a ruling on that. But on the Ravens' first offensive drive, 9 plays, 55 yards, 4 minutes and 2 seconds, highlighted by a great completion from Lamar Jackson to Zay Flowers on the money pass for 31 yards. Pittsburgh challenged it, but they lost the challenge. So the Ravens then with the ball at the 24-yard line, but give to Derrick Henry, yielded no yards. Then Keaton Mitchell run for 6 yards, set up a 3rd and 4, but a pass to Zay Flowers in the end zone was broken up by Brandon Eccles. So the Ravens had to settle for a 36-yard field goal by Tyler Luke to take a 3-0 lead. And then the Steelers, Aaron Rodgers again had passed to DK Metcalf for 55 yards to get them in the red zone here. And on a 1st and 2, so they did get the first down on the tush push. His first pass here on 1st and 2 incomplete. So now a 2nd and 2, the ball on the 2-yard line. 7:59 right now. The Ravens lead the Steelers 3-0 in this one. And Anthony, I'll leave you with this: of the past 38 overall Ravens-Steelers games, 28 have been decided by one score, with 19 of those coming by 3 or fewer points. So we expect another close one, as almost is always the case here in Baltimore.
Thank you so much, Mike. As we monitor that one, Tez Johnson having a rough go. Stumbles when he had a clear walk-in touchdown, and then on the a couple plays later on 3rd and about 2 from the goal, he doesn't read the play right. Josh Allen goes to hand it off to him and just gets annihilated by that Bengals defense. We'll see what happens there. Let's go out to Tampa Bay as the Bucs try to punch back against the Saints. Tom Akins has more for us.
Well, after the New Orleans Saints shocked the Tampa Bay Buccaneers with an early touchdown in the first 2.5 minutes of the ball game, Tampa Bay did indeed answer the bell and come right back. They drove the ball down the field with a good mix of run and pass. The drive concluded with a 24-yard touchdown pass from Baker Mayfield to Bucky Irving. He caught the ball in the left corner of the end zone, and the Buccaneers back in this ball game. The Saints then back on offense, went 3 and out. So now Tampa Bay has the ball once again with the opportunity perhaps to take the lead. This is certainly not going to be an easy game for Tampa Bay, but at the moment they seem to have gotten hold of themselves and are back in command. 6:10 to play in the first quarter. Tampa Bay 7 and New Orleans 7.
Thank you so much, Tom. Let me correct myself. Not Tez Johnson, Ty Johnson, backup running back for the Bills, as I kept saying Tez. Colts, 1st and goal from Jacksonville's 1. The Steelers, I think, just got in on an Aaron Rodgers scramble. We'll get a confirmation on that in a second. 3rd and 1 here for the Colts. They handed off to Ty Warren, and that's what got them to the 1st and goal from the 1. So we'll get an update there. Here's the confirmation here on the Steelers. It is a touchdown. Aaron Rodgers, he scrambles, play action, and he just had the complete left side. He could still move, still moving, and he gives you a little discount double check there as well. Dolphins score another touchdown. This time, Devon Achane. That's 14-0 Dolphins over the Jets as the Jets have just not gotten it going. 4 for 4 for Tua, 63 yards and a touchdown, 2 catches for Waddle and a touchdown, and 3 carries, 53 yards and a touchdown for Achane. Commanders, they punted on they stalled out in the red zone actually on their last drive. So Vikings take over at their own 1-yard line. Let's go out to Buffalo and get an update on that Bills red zone appearance from Paul Hamilton.
Bills, and when you're playing the Cincinnati Bengals and you're the Buffalo Bills, you better hold serve, because the Bengals had a 14-play, 67-yard drive that took 8-16 on a Chase Brown 5-yard TD run. They were 4 for 4 on third down and basically did anything they wanted coming down the field, as they usually do against the Buffalo Bills. So the Bills, first offensive play, Dawson Knox wide open for 32 yards to the Cincinnati 45. They had a 3rd and 1, and Ty Johnson was on his way to a touchdown. It would have been a 36-yard touchdown run, and he fell on his own. He slipped in the snow, went down, 23-yard gain to the Cincinnati 13, and the Bills stalled there. On a 3rd and 2, they wanted to get cute. They faked a handoff. We're going to do a Josh Allen run. There are about 7 Bengals that were in the backfield who were not fooled whatsoever, and the Bills lost 4 yards. Prater, a 26-yard field goal, so that's where we stand, 7-3 in favor of the Bengals. With 1:10 left to go here in the quarter, the Bengals have the ball on the 42 and have a 1st and 10, and it's the Bills' 42.
Thank you so much, Paul. Let's go out to Jacksonville. The Colts are on the goal line. Brian Scheibel's got an update on that drive.
Yeah, and it started with the Colts' first drive. In one play, Devin Lloyd picks off Daniel Jones, and as he tries to force a pass up the middle, his 5th pick for Lloyd on the season. Jacksonville did make him pay as Trevor Lawrence connected with Brian Thomas Jr. for 18 yards, and then ultimately Travis Etienne ran it in from 3 yards out. But as you mentioned moments ago, Jonathan Taylor rushes it in from 1 yard away to tie this game. An 11-play, 76-yard drive for the Colts, responding to the Jags touchdown. Alec Pierce was big on this possession as well. 2 first-down catches, 26 yards total on the drive. So 7-7 here, 4:32 to go in the first quarter between Jacksonville and Indianapolis.
Let's go out to Baltimore. Ravens. Steelers with a score. Recently, Mike Popovich has more for us.
Yeah, a lot, Anthony, going on in that last hit with you, but Aaron Rodgers did something he hadn't done since November of 2021, and that's rush for a touchdown. So when we last talked, Rodgers had thrown an incompletion to DK Metcalf on a 1st and goal from the 2-yard line. Kenneth Gainwell was given the ball and got no yards on the 2nd down play, but on a 3rd and 1, Rodgers faked the give to Gainwell, held it for a few seconds, and turned around and ran in for 1 yard for a touchdown to cap an 8-play, 65-yard drive that took 3 minutes and 45 seconds. The Boswell extra point was good. So the Steelers lead 7-3 right now, 7:08 in quarter number 1. Rodgers 2 of 4 for 59 yards. We talked about the 55-yarder to DK Metcalf. Also in this one, he leads the rushers. Actually, Hayward does with 2, but Rodgers has that rushing touchdown for the Ravens. Jackson 2 of 3 for 38 yards. Derrick Henry 4 carries for 11, and Zay Flowers right now has that 1 catch for 31 yards that set up the field goal. And the Ravens now with the ball at the 26-yard line on a 1st and 10. And Lamar Jackson on a scramble up the middle. Looks like he may have the 1st down or close on that one. 6:58 and counting from Baltimore.
As the Seahawks line up on a 4th and 1, let's go out to Jeff Zell to get an update on that play.
Well, the Falcons do it for him on a 4th and 1. Falcons go offside, so Seahawks get the 1st down without even having to run a play. Falcons up 3-0, 2:35 to go here in the first quarter. Zane Gonzalez, a 35-yard field goal. Seattle, though, inside the 10-yard line. Big play on this drive. Zach Charbonneau, his 27-yard run. On Atlanta's first drive, they go to Bijan Robinson 5 straight times, 4 carries, 22 yards, and a catch for 5. They have to punt it. They hit Seattle to go 3 and out. James Pierce Jr., 10-yard sack on Sam Darnold. But the Falcons come back on the next possession, hit the ball to 39, a 21-yard completion, Cousins to Kyle Pitts. That sets up the field goal. Right now, the Seahawks, 1st and 14. It's goal to go, but from the 14, 2 minutes to go, Atlanta up 3-0.
Let's go out to Cleveland and get an update on the Browns, Titans. Cam Ward trying to drive down the field and score again. John Bozika's got more for us.
Yeah, there was an interception in the game here. Devin Bush, an interception, and returned it 43 yards deep into territory of the Titans and the Browns after one play to Harold Fannin. Got the ball all the way down inside the 30, and now after a pass completion to Jerry Jeudy, they have a 3rd and short coming up at the Titans 30. We'll keep it with you here through this next coming play, but really, really nice play by Devin Bush, the linebacker for the Browns, to step in front of it and pick it off. And Cam Ward visibly disappointed with himself after he came off the field. 3rd down coming up here, though, for the Browns. 3rd and 8, they have it. Basically, 3rd and about 7.5 at the 20 of the Titans, and Shador back to throw out of the shotgun, looking to step up. Pressure is coming, rolls out, still looking to step up. Pressure still coming, finally just chucks it out of bounds, far sideline. So looks like the Browns might end up settling here for a field goal as Shador runs off the field and has a word with Jerry Jeudy. But Browns going to settle for a field goal here. Andre Schmidt will have the kick, and Browns down 7-0, 1:46 in the first quarter, Anthony.
Thank you so much. Let's go out. It keeps getting worse for the Jets. Dolphins, Jets. Mike Moriarty's got more for us.
Just going to say the same thing, Anthony. Yeah, they're down 14-0. They just had the ball. Tyrod Taylor throwing a short pass to Mason Taylor, popped out of his hands into the air, was ruled an incomplete pass. The Dolphins thought it was an interception. They challenged it. It was ruled in favor of the Dolphins, so it is an interception. And they have the ball now again deep in Jets territory here as they lead 14-0, 7 minutes left to play in the first quarter. The first touchdown of the day came from a 3-yard touchdown pass from Tua to Jalen Waddle. Tua on the day is 4 of 4 for 63 yards. The second scoring drive, 80 yards, 5 plays, 2 minutes, 56 seconds, a 13-yard touchdown run for Devin Achin on the day. Achin, 3 carries for 53 yards, as right now it is the Dolphins on top and driving up 14-0, 6:39 left to play first quarter, Anthony.
Vikings up 7-0, and they're trying to extend that lead against Jaden Daniels and the Commanders. Let's go out to Minnesota and get an update from Eric Nelson.
Yeah, Anthony, we're getting ready to start the second quarter. Minnesota is up 7-0. The Vikings facing a 2nd and 8 from their own 15. The touchdown in this game, J.J. McCarthy, an 18-yard dart to Josh Oliver, capping off the opening drive of the game, and the Vikings are up by 7. Now, recently, McCarthy on a 3rd down, throwing from his own end zone or trying to throw, showed off his athleticism, his escapability, if you will, and he was able to scramble for a +7 up the middle and extend this current drive. And before that, some curious play calling by Washington, because the Commanders had moved the ball down to the Minnesota 1-yard line. And they did it primarily with the ground attack. Daniels had a 7-yard gain, and Chris Rodriguez Jr. had 4 carries for 32 yards. So they get it 1st and goal at the 1, and they throw it 4 straight times. So Cliff Kingsbury, the OC, and the head coach Dan Quinn, you have to wonder why, when the running game was working, they didn't go jumbo, bring in some tight ends, maybe an H-back, and at least try to get a yard. Again, 1st and goal at the 1. Washington throws it 4 times and did not complete any of those passes. Thus, the Vikings got the ball back on a turnover of downs, and now Minnesota has it 1st and 10 from the Viking 24. And J.J. tried to find the receiver, Jalen Naylor, on an out route, but he overthrew him. And that's been one of the problems for McCarthy, is his accuracy. And a lot of the experts are saying, well, all he throws is fastballs. He needs to have a change of pitch, if you will, kind of like they do in baseball. So we'll see if McCarthy can figure that out, but he has looked pretty good so far. Vikings up 7-0 over Washington, 14-15 to go in the second in Minneapolis.
Let's go out to Atlanta as the Seahawks and the Falcons. Seahawks trying to punch one in the goal line. Jeff Zell's got more for us.
Well, it's 3-3 now with 49 seconds to go in the first quarter. Jason Myers, a 22-yard field goal, a 12-play, 70-yard drive that took 6.5 minutes. The big plays on the drive, Zach Charbonneau with 27-yard run, Kenneth Walker a 15-yard run, Sam Darnold completed 3 of the 7 passes for 17 yards. Once again, we're tied at 3 in the final minute of the first quarter.
Thank you so much. And we've got another touchdown. Trevor Lawrence to Jacoby Myers. It's now 13-7 in that one. Dolphins in the red zone. Bengals throw a touchdown. Joe Burrow, 10 of 11, 2 touchdowns now. 9 of 10 and a touchdown to T. Higgins, as that one is now 14-3. We'll get an update from everything. But first, an update from our guy in the sports world, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
All right, Anthony, the college football playoff field has been announced. Undefeated Indiana is the number 1 seed, followed by Ohio State, Georgia, and Texas Tech. Those 4 all earn first-round byes. Alabama and Miami crack the 12-team field. So do a group of 5 teams, Tulane and James Madison. Notre Dame was the first team left out. Iowa State and Kansas State are turning down bowl invitations, resulting in the Big 12 fining them $500,000 each. Both schools have new head coaches. NFL action, the Dolphins down at the Jets' 2-yard line, already ahead 14-0, 4.5 to play in the first quarter at the Meadowlands. The Seahawks and Falcons all tied up at 3 very late in the first quarter. Dolphins now have found the end zone. Jalen Wright up the middle for a 2-yard touchdown run, 20-0. Dolphins lead, extra point pending still in the first quarter at the Meadowlands. Bengals 14, Bills 3, and the Bengals have the football early in the second quarter. Titans 7, Browns 3 late in the first. The Vikings a 7-0 lead on the Commanders. The Saints and Buccaneers tied at 7. Jaguars a 14-7 lead on the Colts. And the Steelers are enjoying a 7-3 advantage in Baltimore late in the first quarter. Aaron Rodgers with a rushing touchdown for the Steelers, who have the ball approaching midfield. 3 games coming in the later window. One of the best matchups of the week sees the 9-3 Bears visiting the 8-3-1 Packers at Lambeau Field. It'll be frigid with temperatures at kickoff forecast to be in the teens. The 9-3 Rams are visiting a 3-9 Cardinals team that's been putting up some big numbers in the passing game with Jacoby Brissett at quarterback. And the 10-2 Broncos are visiting the Raiders. Tonight it's desperation time for the 6-6 Chiefs. Quarterback Patrick Mahomes said after their Thanksgiving loss to the Cowboys that his Chiefs have to win them all. That starts tonight with the Chiefs hosting a ferocious Texans defense that has led Houston to 4 straight wins. Lando Norris is the Formula One World Drivers' Champion for the first time. Max Verstappen won the season's final race at Abu Dhabi, but finished 2 points behind Norris in the standings. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 3 minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, as always, a lot going on in the break. Let's get out to Cleveland and jump right back into it. Titans scored again. Bengals on the goal line. John Buzika's got more for us.
Yeah, Titans scored 65-yard touchdown run by Tony Pollard. Incredible play there, and just a great run. Started running over the right side of the line and cut it all the way back to the left side of the field and ended up finding his way 65 yards for Pater. And then the Browns on their next possession, they end up getting a big play on a screen play set up to Quinshawn Judkins, and he took it all the way to the Tennessee 2 for 58 yards. It was a great play. It was after Malachi Corley had let a ball go out of bounds and signaled to the crowd, because last week he fielded a ball and went out of bounds at the 5-yard line. So he signaled to the crowd today as if to say he had learned and that time had passed over the week, Anthony. And it was kind of a cool moment here. But then the Browns' first play, they run with Judkins, and he loses a yard down at the 2, and that actually brings us to the end of the first quarter. So it's 14-3 Titans after 1. I'm going to stay on hold here because when they come back to me, and I'll get that touchdown play for you guys, okay?
Awesome. Thank you so much, John. We'll touch base with you in a second. Daniel Jones down with an injury. It appears to be non-contact. We'll wait for more from our guy Brian Scheibel in a moment. Let's go out to Buffalo as the Bills are in the red zone trying to get back into this one. Paul Hamilton's got more for us.
Well, they're not doing too well on third down. They are on fourth down, but in their last 3rd and 4, swing pass to Ty Johnson for Josh Allen from the Cincinnati 45, got nothing. And the Bills, I think, realized the Bengals probably are going to score almost every time they have the ball. They're down 14-3, so they went for it this early on 4th and 5. They got it. Gabe Davis, a 17-yard reception down to the 28, but here we are again, 4th and 4 on the Bengal 11, and the Bills are going to go for it again. Is Josh Allen doing what he did in the last 4th down, and that's scramble around, and he scrambled around long enough to get people open, and Shakir makes the catch for an 11-yard touchdown on 4th and 4. So the Bills not converting third downs, but they are converting 4th downs. This one for a TD that they badly needed, because if they would have given Cincinnati the ball on either one of these situations down 14-3, they easily could have probably found themselves down 21-3. So pending the extra point, the Bills are going to pull within 4 and make it 14-10 with 7:27 left to go here in the second quarter.
Thank you so much, Paul. Let's go out to Jacksonville and get an update on Daniel Jones from our guy Brian Scheibel.
Yes, certainly all eyes, on what is about to develop with Daniel Jones, who did leave the game a couple plays ago. Looks like a lower, right leg or Achilles possibly injury, but we're going to find out. Riley Leonard did come in for one play before the Colts are ready to punt it back to Jacksonville. Once Indianapolis tied the game on a Jonathan Taylor 1-yard run, Jags did put together a 5-play, 74-yard drive, including a brilliant one-handed 39-yard grab by Brian Thomas Jr. And then a couple plays later, Trevor Lawrence was able to put the Jags ahead with a 14-yard strike to Jacoby Myers. So Jags are getting the ball back now. As you mentioned, Daniel Jones, so maybe the big story. Looked like I said, non-contact injury. We'll have to see as we get more updates throughout the game on his status. 14:47 to go, second quarter. Jacksonville on top of Indianapolis, 14-7.
Thank you so much, Brian. Let's go out. Dolphins dominated the Jets, but the Jets might have just gotten back into it. Mike Moriarty's got more for us.
They did one bright spot here, down 21-7, a 78-yard punt return for Isaiah Williams down the left side of the field, worked his way through the defense and special teams there and got himself into the end zone. So the fans are re-energized at least a little bit here as they're down. They were down 21-0. The most recent Dolphins score before that, a 29-yard, 6-play drive, ending with Jalen Wright, 2-yard touchdown run. The other two scoring plays, a 13-yard touchdown run for Devin Achane, as well as a 3-yard touchdown pass from Tua Tagovailoa to Jalen Waddle early in the first quarter. As right now, what seems to be a very, very long first quarter here, a lot going on. Down 21-7, the Dolphins lead the Jets. 16 seconds left to play, but the Jets are re-energized here with that punt return, Anthony.
Thank you so much, Mike. Let's go out to Baltimore Steelers, Ravens. Mike Popovich has got an update for us.
Anthony, good afternoon. Started the second quarter here. The Steelers with a 2nd and 5 right now. We'll update you. They just threw an incompletion. Aaron Rodgers to DK Metcalf across the middle. But in the first quarter, each team scored on their opening drives. The Ravens settling for a Tyler Luke 36-yard field goal. The Steelers getting a 1-yard touchdown run from Aaron Rodgers. The Ravens went 3 and out on their second offensive possession, and so did Pittsburgh on theirs on a 3rd and 1. Calvin Austin, that is, with an incompletion out of bounds as he fumbled the ball. The Ravens on their 3rd offensive drive got a first down on a Lamar Jackson scramble up the middle for 9 yards as no one was open, so he took off. They also got a pass interference call on Joey Porter, but ultimately the Ravens were unable to get anything on that drive. On a 3rd and 4, a pass to Zay Flowers, an incompletion on a crosser as he dropped the ball on that one, so they were forced to punt. Right now on a 3rd and 5, Aaron Rodgers completion for a first down to Kenneth Gainwell. Right now, 14:44 and counting. Steelers lead the Ravens 7-3 right now. Just a couple of quick stats. Rodgers 3 of 7 for 63 yards. Also, multiple guys rushing the football. Jalen Warren has 7 to lead the way for the Steelers. For the Ravens, Lamar Jackson 2 of 5 for 38 yards. Derrick Henry has 5 carries for 12. Keaton Mitchell 4 for 18. And Lamar Jackson 2 for 13. Among the receivers, DK Metcalf 2 for 59 in this one. And Zay Flowers 1 for 31. And Isaiah Likely 1 for 7 for the Ravens. Again, 7-3, 14-19 and counting here in Baltimore.
Thank you so much, Mike. Saints just missed a 48-yard field goal, so the Bucs will take over at New Orleans' 44-yard line. Or no, they moved up to the 44-yard line after a penalty in a 3-yard gain. Let's go out to Minnesota as the Vikings are trying to take control of this one. Commanders, Vikings. Eric Nelson's got more from Minnesota.
Yeah, hey, Anthony. Jaden Daniels on a scramble on a 3rd down for Washington, a couple yards shy of the first down. So the Commanders have to punt it away, and Minnesota will begin a drive at their own 21 with 4:18 to go in the second. Vikings up 14-0. The most recent Minnesota touchdown, Jordan Mason with an 8-yard sprint into the end zone as he broke contain on the left side, and it was an easy score for Mason, the running back out of Georgia Tech. The other Minnesota touchdown, J.J. McCarthy to Josh Oliver, an 18-yard dot in the first quarter. So it's been pretty much the Vikings in control. But let's go back to what I told you about in the last report when Washington had it 1st and goal at the 1 and 4 times elected to throw the ball after having success running it on the drive. They could not punch it in. So Minnesota gets the ball back, goes 19 plays, 98 yards, chewing up 12 minutes and 1 second of clock time. It's the longest Minnesota touchdown drive since Y2K, the year 2000. And right now, if you're a Commanders fan, I'm not saying for sure they score if they run it, but if you try it 4 times to get a yard, the odds are pretty good you're probably going to get that yard. So Minnesota, the offense has been on a milk carton for 2.5 weeks. They hadn't had a touchdown in 2 games. They've got 2 in this one. And let's give some props to the young quarterback, J.J. McCarthy, because he's been a piñata here in the Twin Cities. He's getting banged on, and he's 9 out of 10 for 99 yards, 1 touchdown, no picks. And let's not forget the Vikings are a minus 14 in turnover differential. That's the worst in the NFL. They have not turned it over today. So Minnesota with the ball and the lead, 14-0 over Washington, 4:18 to go in the second here in Minneapolis.
Thank you so much, Eric. Seahawks, Darnold just threw a interception, tipped, and it was an interception. We're going to see who comes out for the Colts at quarterback as Daniel Jones is in the locker room because the Jags couldn't convert on 3rd and 8. They're about to punt. We did get a final, outcome to that drive in Cleveland, so let's go back out to our guy John Buzica from the Browns-Titans.
Yeah, 1-yard touchdown pass. Shedeur Sanders really laid it in a nice area too, Anthony, in the top left corner of the end zone just below us here at the stadium on the left side of the field, and really a nice play. David Njoku made the catch, and Njoku was down and hurt for a bit after the play, kind of a funny moment. He was down and banged up and kind of writhing in pain from some awkwardness in the fall as he fell on the football when he caught it. And he got up and stuck both hands in the air like he was a little kid celebrating on Christmas, and the crowd kind of erupted and cheered with him, and it was a cool moment. So Browns get on the board, though, not just a field goal this time. And Shedeur Sanders, nice start for him, 4 for 5, a touchdown, 78 yards, and so far out-dueling the guy that everyone thought was just ahead of him in the draft last year with Cam Ward having thrown a touchdown and an interception. Browns pull within 4, 14-10, 14-24. In the second quarter. By the way, what was the over-under on this, Anthony? Like 33 and a half?
Yeah. It felt like it wasn't possible, but I feel like we're well on our way to that now.
Yeah, bro, we're headed towards destroying that this afternoon. So should be fun. We'll check back in with you, man.
John, thank you so much. With my luck, they'll get right to the touch of it, and no one will score in the second half. But Baker Mayfield, incomplete pass to Ibuka, and kind of a bad pass, but also a drop by Ibuka, so they'll punt. Adam Schefter's reporting Daniel Jones out. He's out with an Achilles injury. So once we get a confirmation on that, may not be till tomorrow, but he's out for the rest of this game. So a big game there in Jacksonville. The Colts already down, and now they're down a quarterback, and we'll see who takes over in a moment. We got a lot more to get to. A lot of football left. 6 more hours of NFL action right here on Infinity Sportsnet. If you're listening on the BetMGM Network or watch it on YouTube, stay tuned because we'll be right back.
You're in a 5-minute break. 4 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. If you didn't hear going to the break, Daniel Jones out. Adam Schefter reporting an Achilles injury. Riley Leonard, former Notre Dame quarterback, in at quarterback, obviously. And a big play here in the Saints-Bucks. It looks like the Saints, Tyler Shuck has thrown an interception after starting hot. He has slowed down, and that is going to lead to a Bucks field goal to make it 10-7. Let's go out. Ravens, Steelers. Mike Popovich has got more for us.
Anthony, good afternoon. The Steelers just capping off a 12-play, 75-yard drive, taking 4:46. Chris Boswell, a 23-yard field goal. The Steelers starting to drive at their own 21-yard line, and they got a first down on the initial set of plays, and then they faced a second of 15 after a false start, a completion to tight end Darnell Washington for 13. Then on a 3rd and 2 from the 39, a completion to DK Metcalf for 28. So that set them up at the Ravens 33. And then a number of passes to Kenneth Gainwell, including +9 and +5. On a 3rd and 5 from the 7, a completion to Gainwell for just 2, even though DK Metcalf was 101 on the opposite side. But 4th and 3, and the Steelers to settle for that 23-yard field goal. So right now, again, 10-3 in this one in Baltimore. 10:39 into second quarter, and Steelers are just about to kick off to the Ravens. We'll see what they do, as the Ravens got a first down, and 2 of them actually on their last series, but ultimately had to punt a 54-yarder by Jordan Stout on that one. Back to you, Anthony.
Thank you so much, Mike. Tyrod Taylor out at quarterback. He's also injured. No report on that yet. Brady Cook in 3rd and 1 for the Jets, and they fumbled it, and Brady Cook fell on it, so they're going to have to punt in that one. Let's go out. Bucks, Saints, they're battling it out in that NFC South matchup. The Bucks trying to stay above the Panthers in the standings. Tom Aikens has more for us.
Well, the difference in this ball game surrounds a field goal, one that the Saints did not make, a 48-yard attempt by Charlie Smith, which went wide left, another one which the Buccaneers did make, a 41-yard field goal just moments ago by Chase McLaughlin, and that lifts the Buccaneers into a 10-7 lead over the Saints. Rain is falling here at Raymond James Stadium. Can't tell you exactly how slippery that football is, but the Zion McCollum interception of Tyler Shuck at the Tampa Bay 40, returned to the New Orleans 40. That was the play that set up 41-yard field goal by Chase McLaughlin of Tampa Bay. So at this point, 9:11 to play in the second quarter. Tampa Bay 10, New Orleans 7.
Thank you so much, Tom. In the Bills-Bengals game, from the goal line, or they were about at the 10, Joe Burrow scrambles to his right, hits Chase Brown right at that pylon, and it looks like he fell just short of the goal line. They're challenging it now. They're probably going to challenging to see if he caught it above and then fell forward, but in my opinion, it looks like he fell just short of it, so we'll get an update there in a moment. 14-11, Bengals over the Bills. Riley Leonard running for his life, but he completes the pass to Alec Pierce, who's going to take it down to the Jaguars' 41-yard line as they're trying to get something going. Again, Daniel Jones out with a Achilles injury. No more details on that one. Tyrod Taylor also out. Brady Cook in for the Jets as they just punted. The Dolphins have it 1st and 10 from their own 41-yard line. Commanders have it 1st and 10 from their own 34. They're down 14-0 against the Vikings. J.J. McCarthy, 9 of 11, 99 yards, and a touchdown in his return. Titans, Browns, 14-10. Sanders hits a 14-yard pass short to Judy. He takes it a few more yards after that. Shador Sanders, 5 of 6, 92 yards, and a touchdown. Cam Ward, 6 of 11, a touchdown and an interception, 58 yards for him. A 65-yard rush. Tony Pollard also added on a couple more yards on that one, so he's 8 for 87 and a touchdown. So they are continuing to battle it out as the Browns try to take the lead or at least get within one. Once we get a confirmation on that Bengals challenge, I will give you an update there. They are currently the only team in the red zone. 3rd and 4 now for the Colts from Jacksonville's 36. Taylor with a short run to make it 3rd and 4 as they try to convert it there. And it looks like the touchdown was good for the Bengals. So Burrow to Chase Brown for a 9-yard touchdown. That's going to make it 21-11 pending this extra point here. Let's see if it is good. It is good. So 21-11 Bengals over the Bills. The snow is coming down. We'll see if Josh Allen can get something done before the half. Riley Leonard in the shotgun here on 3rd and 4, and he drops back a little pass to the right, and it looks like it's going to be a first down, so their drive is continuing in that one. Some other scores around the league, 3-3 Seahawks, Falcons. Darnold does have an interception in this one. Bijan Robinson, 12 carries for 56 yards. It's now 2nd and 6 from Atlanta's 31. Saints have the ball after that Bucs field goal. 3rd and 7 from their own 31-yard line as they try to extend that drive. And the Steelers up 10-3 as they're in Baltimore territory. And it looks like Lamar Jackson was just picked off prior to that play. But, yeah, so an interception by Lamar Jackson, and the Steelers take over at the Baltimore 36 as they look to extend their lead. Not a good day for Lamar Jackson and the Ravens battling it out for first place in the division. We'll get a more complete breakdown of that in a second. Let's go out to Minnesota. Eric Nelson's got an update on Vikings Commanders.
Yeah, hey, Anthony, right now we've got 54 seconds and counting to go in the second quarter. Washington with 2 timeouts left, desperately trying to get some points on the board, trailing 14-0. It's 3rd and 12 for the Commanders from their own 44-yard line. Minnesota has been the dominant team so far in this game. J.J. McCarthy with a touchdown pass to Josh Oliver, and Jordan Mason has a 7-yard touchdown run. And this Vikings defense, which has been eclipsed lately because of the offensive struggles, but they have played well. Even in defeat, they just flushed Daniels out of the pocket, and he threw it into the Vikings bench area. So Washington is going to have to punt to Minnesota, and the Vikings will get it back. And they have all 3 timeouts left, so it's going to be a matter of where they get the ball on this punt return. Again, these teams, both of them struggling. The Vikings have lost 4 in a row. They're 1-4 here in Minneapolis at the House of Noise, and Washington in freefall mode, having lost 7 straight. And Miles Price will take the punt at the 7. He's going to run right, break a tackle, run left, and then he falls down around the 14-yard line. So Minnesota will have it. 1st and 10 from the Vikings 14, but 3 timeouts left. So we'll see if Kevin O'Connell and J.J. McCarthy and that Vikings offense want to try to get into field goal range for Will Reichert, who's got a power leg, or if they're going to go into the kneel down. Right now, 14-0. Minnesota over Washington, 17 seconds to go, second quarter in Minneapolis.
Thank you so much, Eric. The Bucs sack Tyler Shuck on 3rd down, so they will punt. Let's go out to Buffalo as the Bengals punch the Bills in the mouth. Yet again, Paul Hamilton has more on that for us.
Well, the Bills have the ball, 2:26 left to go here in the second quarter, and James Cook just got it into Cincinnati territory as he just ripped off an 18-yard run. Sean McDermott just does not have a clue how to stop Joe Burrow. Never has. Joe Burrow has just absolutely demolished the Bills every time he's played him, and he's doing it in this game, 3 drives and 3 touchdowns. He's 7 for 7 on 3rd down. And on this on the drive they just scored on, Jasicki on a 3rd and 6 picked up 13 yards. On a 3rd and 3, Pirine picked up the first down on 3 yards. Now T. Higgins, he made a catch out of bounds and his head did hit the ground. Remember, he was out with a concussion. And he went to the tent. Now, he did run back onto the sideline and had Chase Brown's 10-yard catch not been ruled a touchdown. He was trying to get back in the game. So we'll see if T. Higgins does get back in the game. He has 4 catches for 49 yards and a touchdown. So that was the TD play for the Bengals, the Brown 10-yard reception. They did have to go to replay to get the TD, and they did. 8 plays, 69 yards. But the Bengals are just having their way on every time they have the ball. 8 plays for 69, 6 plays for 55, 14 plays for 67. That's their 3 drives so far. But the Bills can double dip here. They will get the ball to start the second half. It's the 2-minute warning. They have a 3rd and 5 at the Cincinnati 45-yard line. That might be really their only hope here, is to score on both these, get one before the half, get one after the half, because the Bills are pretty good at making adjustments at halftime, but so far the Bengals are looking like they are going to score every time they have the ball, leading 21-11 at the 2-minute warning.
Thank you so much, Paul. Let's go out to Jacksonville as Riley Leonard is trying to get the Colts back into this one. Brian Scheibel's got more for us.
In a 3rd and 13 for the Colts on the Jags 25-yard line. That's fallen incomplete. Just checking to see if there is flag on this one. But just to give you an idea where we're at currently, big story of the game so far has been the Jags taking advantage of 2 turnovers by the Colts. Jonathan Taylor, most recently, fumbles the ball trying to stretch out a run, turned it over. One play later, Travis Etienne ran it in from 28 yards out to extend the lead to 21-7. And as you may have heard in the background, a pass interference called on a tough 3rd down pass deflection by Jacksonville, but they do call it. So it gives the Colts a fresh set of downs. So 1st and 10 on the Jacksonville 12, 5:47 to go here in the second quarter. Colts have it, trailing Jacksonville 21-7.
Thank you so much, Brian, and we'll continue to monitor that one. Shedeur Sanders and the Browns, multiple penalties, first a delay a game, or first a intentional grounding, and now on 4th and 2, they get a delay of game. So it'll be 4th and 7 from Tennessee's 49-yard line in that one. 4th and 2 for the Steelers here as they are in the Ravens territory. They're actually in the red zone. Colts 2nd and 7 now at Jacksonville's 9 after that penalty on Jerry and Jones. And let's see what happens here in the Steelers game. A pass to the outside. I think that is going to be, it was that 3rd down or 4th down? I'll get you an update on that in a second. It was 3rd down. So they're going to line up for the field goal to try and make it 13-3 over the Ravens in that one. 3rd down here for the Bills as they're trying to stay up to speed with the Bengals down 21-11. So 3rd and 4 after a 1-yard carry from Ty Johnson. The Falcons are on the Seahawks 26-yard line. It's 3rd and 6 for them. That game's 3-3 with about a minute left in the half. We're about to go to the 2-minute warning here in Buffalo. Jets have the ball, 4th and 2. They're probably going to punt from their own 28, and the Dolphins will take over at their 20 as it's 21-7, about 7 minutes left in the half there. 10-7 Bucks over the Saints. They have the ball at midfield, 2nd and 7 for them. They're trying to extend their lead in that one. Riley Leonard lined up in the shotgun, 2 backs besides him, and he tosses it, and almost picked off there by the Jags. Jerry and Jones, who had the penalty previously, just couldn't hang on to that one as he was diving, trying to take over there. I do not know, was this a penalty or a missed field goal here in the Steelers? I looked away for a second, and it was a penalty on the Ravens, unnecessary roughness, and that is going to be led by a Kenneth Gainwell touchdown, a little short left-end rush there, as they will take a 17-3 lead pending the extra point. Riley Leonard, 3rd and 7 from the 9-yard line. They're trying to get in the end zone here, put any points on the board, and he gets hit, cannot get the ball. Are they going to say a fumble? No, it looks like they're saying incomplete as he's hit, and the ball doesn't even get past the line of scrimmage. Again, Kenneth Gainwell, a little toss to the left, and he scores. That's going to be 17-3. The Colts are going to line up for a field goal to try and make that one 21-10. Now 4th and 1 for the Bucks from New Orleans' 49-yard line after a Bucky Irving no-gain rush as well. The Dolphins already off to the races. A 29-yard rush by Devin Achane gets them to the 49-yard line as they continue to beat up on the Jets. Titans with about 6:45 left. It was good for the Colts, so it would be 21-10, Jacksonville over the Colts. Titans have the ball at their own 15, about 6:45 left there. 4th and 3 here for the Bills. They're on Cincinnati's 43-yard line. There's about a minute 16 left in this one. Bills have all 3 of their timeouts. Josh Allen lined up in the shotgun, 2 guys to his right. We'll see if they can get the conversion on this one. And it looks like we might have had a big play in the Falcons game. And Josh Allen hit while he's thrown. They're saying incompletion, but the Bengals are acting like it was not. Big man trying to get a touchdown there. It is not going to count. And that is that. So they're not going to convert on that one. I think Darnell Mooney just scored a touchdown. He might have stepped out of bounds. He might have been forced out by the defender. I don't know what the ruling is on that one, but if not, he was definitely out of bounds. So this touchdown is not going to stand. The hat was thrown. Let's get an update live from Jeff Zell on what just happened in the Falcons and the Seahawks.
Well, Anthony, every time you think the Falcons have done something really good, you find out they didn't do something really good. Mooney did step out of bounds. Touchdown recalled. Zane Gonzalez did kick a 43-yard field goal, so the Falcons lead 6-3 with a minute to go in the first half. Gonzalez missed a 50-yarder earlier in the quarter when it was blocked for Atlanta. Jalen Walker has a quad injury. His return is questionable. On the day, Kirk Cousins, 7 of 14, 77 yards. Kyle Pitts, the star, 3 catches, 53 yards, including a 30-yard catch on that drive. Bijan Robinson, 13 carries, 60 yards. Meanwhile, Sam Darnold struggling, 5 of 11, 37 yards, and a pick. Once again, Falcons 6, Seahawks 3, 1 minute to go in the first half.
Thank you so much, Jeff, as they can't get out of their own way in that one. We'll get you all of the halftime recaps. First, let's go out to Baltimore and get an update on what just took place, the penalty leading to the score. More on the Ravens-Steelers. Mike Popovich has got us covered.
Hey, Anthony, good afternoon. Yeah, the Ravens on their last possession. Lamar Jackson intercepted by James Pierre, returned 9 yards to the 36-yard line. So the Steelers just about in the red zone there on a 1st and 10, give for a yard. But completions to tight end Ben Skoranek for 13, DK Metcalf for 5, Adam Thielen for 4. And it got to a 3rd and 1 and an incompletion to DK Metcalf with Marlon Humphrey on the coverage, set up a 4th and 1. Chris Boswell, 32-yard field goal, which was good, but a flag on Ravens defensive line. Travis Jones, unnecessary roughness on the snappers, turned into a 7-yard penalty, had set up a 1st and goal from the 6th. And Kenneth Gainwell on a toss sweep for 6 yards into the end zone for the land of 6. Cornerback Nate Wiggins whiffing on the ability to tackle there. So they cap off a 6-play, 36-yard drive, taking 3-16 with a touchdown instead of a field goal. So now the Steelers lead 17-3 with 6:05 in the second quarter. Right now, the Ravens with the ball 1st and 10 at their own 40-yard line.
Thank you so much, Mike. We got a lot more football left. We'll get to the halftime reports after this break. We'll give you a little bit of the early window fantasy update. A lot to get to. Gridiron Game Day. Anthony Gallo. Be right back.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, we are back, and we've got a lot of action to get to. A monstrous, massive play just took place in Cleveland, and let's go right back out to our guy, John Bazika, for the complete breakdown.
Yeah, these two have not been on the same page much. He hasn't been on the same page with any quarterback this year yet. But Jerry Jeudy, 60 yards down the field goes, runs a little post down the field, catches it in stride, eludes a tackle right at the last moment at around the 20-yard line. Last guy in the line of defense was Darrell Baker Jr., the corner, Anthony, and he just went past him. And, man, what a pass by Shedeur, too. And it's funny because the play before – he had just missed Jeudy stepping up in the pocket. So big play here, big play for the Browns. And, hey, your over-under is looking better and better by the
3
minute.
points away.
We're at 31, Anthony. So if you've got a big steak dinner plan somewhere at Sardi's in New York, here's your opportunity. You can add to that hope, and hopefully that over-under will be coming your way. So Browns lead 17-14, 2:47 in the second quarter.
Thank you so much. It might hit before the end of the half. Beautiful throw from Shedeur. And these Browns jerseys, very sexy, by the way. Jerry Jeudy, not much of an understatement there to say he has not gelled with any quarterback. Hasn't gelled much at all since his time in the league outside of that one game against the Broncos last year. But a big throw there, 60 yards. Shedeur Sanders having a decent day. I mean, both teams have struggled, a lot of sloppiness. The last drive, a lot of bad penalties. Same thing with the Titans, but they do take the lead now. It's going to be 17-14 with 2:45 left in that one. Let's go out to Atlanta as the Seahawks and Falcons battle it out in this offensive struggle.
Well, the Seahawks had a minute, and that's all they needed to tie this game up at halftime. 6-6 Falcons-Seahawks half. Jason Myers, a 48-yard field goal. Seattle had a minute and one. They go 7 plays, 45 yards, get in field goal position. Jackson Smith and Jigba, a few very solid catches and getting out of bounds. Sam Darnold ends the half 9 of 15, 67 yards. Njigba, 4 catches for 30 yards. Atlanta, Cousins, 7 of 14 for 77. Once again, we're tied at 6. The Seahawks get the ball to start the second half.
Thank you so much, Jeff. Let's go around the league real quick. Bucks stop the Saints on 4th and 1. They will take over at the 45-yard line. They're at midfield. It'll be 1st and 10 from their own 45-yard line. Lamar Jackson with another ball almost picked off, so that'll be 2nd and 10 for them. They are on Pittsburgh's 25-yard line, but a penalty. Actually, never mind. That was declined because it was a legal formation. So they're on Pittsburgh's 25-yard line. They're down 17-3. 2:15 left in that one. The Jags fumbled the ball. Colts took over, but after 3 unsuccessful plays, it's now 4th and 1 from Jacksonville's 44-yard line for the Colts, and we'll see what happens in that one. Let's go out to Minnesota and get an update on the Commanders and the Vikings.
Yeah, right now, 13:40 to go in the third quarter. Washington with the ball facing a 3rd and 7 from the Commanders' 26. Minnesota's up 14-0 in this one. Washington trying to generate some offense, but the throw from Jaden Daniels to Deebo Samuel is incomplete, but a late flag comes in. Samuel got tangled up with one of the Minnesota Viking defensive backs, and that is the call, pass interference. So that will extend the drive and move the chains for the Commanders, who have yet to put any points on the board today. Daniels on the day, 8 of 16 for 67 yards. Remember, coming back from an injury to the elbow. Chris Rodriguez Jr. has run for 40 yards for Washington. Most of that on their opening offensive drive, which stalled at the Minnesota 1. For the Vikings, J.J. McCarthy coming back from concussion protocol. He's been solid. 9 of 11 on the day for McCarthy for the Vikings. He's got a touchdown pass, and it's certainly been probably his most sustained look as far as playing a complete game, and yet we're only in the third quarter, so there's still time left. But I would say overall, J.J. McCarthy has looked good. He's throwing again 9 of 11 for 99 yards and a touchdown pass to Josh Oliver, his tight end. Jordan Mason has 39 yards on the ground and a touchdown run for the Vikings. Aaron Jones has 34 yards. And let's not forget, the Vikings were shut out last week in Seattle, Washington. Now they're shutting out the team from Washington, D.C., the Commanders, but there's a lot of time left. 14-0. Minnesota up on Washington, 2nd and 6 for the Commanders from their own 44 with 12:48 to go, third quarter in Minneapolis.
A big play here on 3rd and 10 from Brady Cook. Bob downfield. I believe he was inbounds. Hit the receiver on Minkah Fitzpatrick. They're going to say a penalty on Minkah Fitzpatrick, but it was a beautiful pass from him. The Colts going for it on 4th and 1. Let's get an update on that from Brian Scheibel.
Yep, you said it. Colts had a 3rd and 1 on the 45-yard line. Riley Leonard fails a pass, and then on 4th and 1, Jonathan Taylor just gets blown up at the line of scrimmage here. A couple big defensive stops in a row for the Jags. First, they managed to limit the damage on their previous possession. Colts had a first down inside the 10-yard line. They held Indianapolis to just 3 points, and then the big stop on 4th down to turnover on downs. Riley Leonard, by the way, 6 of 11, 46 yards in relief of Daniel Jones, who was ruled out with an Achilles injury. Right now, the Jags have it driving in Indianapolis territory, and right as we speak, they connect down to the 15-yard line. So a minute and 23 to go here. Jags driving. They lead Indianapolis 21-10.
Thank you so much, Brian. So it actually was incomplete. It was still a beautiful pass, hit him right in the breadbasket, but they called a pass interference on Minkah Fitzpatrick. So it's now 2nd and 13 from the Dolphins' 19-yard line after a 3-yard loss by Breece Hall. Brady Cook in the shotgun. Breece Hall motions out right, and and that was another good pass there, but dropped by, who was it this time? That was Mitchell. So the ball is getting to the receivers. They are just not hanging on to it. Is that one, a little bit out in front, but he's still a catchable ball for Mitchell. The Bucs just went for it on 4th down. Let's go out to Tampa Bay and get an update on the Bucs drive. Tom Ankins has more for us.
Well, a lot of things have happened as seconds tick off the clock. We have just 11 seconds left in the first half. Right now, Tampa Bay has the football. The reason they have it is because New Orleans went for it 4th and 1 on the Tampa Bay 42. They did not make it. They lost 3 yards, so the ball went over to Tampa Bay. They have advanced the ball into New Orleans territory. And, of course, Baker Mayfield trying to get them a little bit closer to give Chase McLaughlin a chance for a field goal that will extend the Bucs' lead at this point. And, in fact, they have gained some yardage. While they set up for what could turn out to be a field goal, let me tell you about a play that you can file this one in the area of plays you don't see very often. Earlier in the quarter, Chris Braswell sacked Tyler Shuck for a 13-yard loss. Braswell laying on the ground. You know, players help each other up in situations like that. But this time it was referee Clete Bateman who came over to help Braswell get up. You don't often see an official help a player get to his feet, but in this case she did. Now Tampa Bay trying to figure out what they're going to do about this. With just 7 seconds left to go, the ball moved back by penalty. So at this stage of the game, 7 seconds left, Tampa Bay holds the lead. It's the Buccaneers 10 and the Saints 7.
Thank you so much, Tom. Let's go out. The Jets are in the red zone. Brady Cook is trying to put some points up on the board. Mike Moriarty's got more for us.
That change just now, Anthony, has the Dolphins up 24-7. The pass was intended to John Mechie in the end zone from the Jets, and it was intercepted by the Dolphins. So the Dolphins now have it deep in their own zone, but they do have the ball back up 24-7 here. The Jets thought to be energized earlier on in the second quarter, early on in the towards the end of the first quarter with the 78-yard punt return for Isaiah Williams, which was the last touchdown score in the game. The Dolphins extended their lead on a field goal to go up 24-7 here. The first 3 touchdowns, Dolphins got out to a very, very quick start in the first quarter, up 21-0. A 3-yard touchdown pass to Jalen Waddle. That followed up by a 13-yard touchdown for Devin Achane. Also then followed up by a 2-yard run for Jalen Wright. Injury notes in this game: Tyrod Taylor was questionable. Doesn't look like he's going to be coming back with a groin injury. As right now, it is the Jets trailing the Dolphins here, 24-7. 26 seconds left until halftime. Anthony.
Thank you so much, Mike. As 3rd and 15 now for the Bucs from the 47-yard line of the Saints. About 7 seconds left in the half after a pass interference penalty on Emeka Egbuka. Jags have the ball at Indianapolis' 13, so 1st and 10 for them in the red zone. 3rd and goal at Pittsburgh's 6. The Ravens trying to put some points on the board. As the half winds down, let's go out to Cleveland as the Browns and Titans are battling it out. Myles Garrett trying to get the single-season sack record and move up in the sack all-time list. John Bozika has more from Cleveland.
Yeah, I was going to say that's our latest update. We're at halftime here. Shedeur Sanders in the first half, 9 of 14, 181 yards, 2 touchdowns. Browns leading 17-14, but that Myles Garrett sack watch, Anthony had his first sack just moments ago in this game and really plowed into Cam Ward, who has been under duress for much of this game. He's been hit a number of times, but that was the first time I think that anyone has really gotten to him on a play, and Myles really had to work for it too. Seems like Tennessee's offensive line that had given up 48 sacks entering today, playing with a bit of pride in this game. But Browns leading 17-14 here at the half, and they used 14 points in the second quarter. They gave up 14 in the first quarter, but Jim Schwartz's defense, 2nd overall in the NFL, comes to play in the second quarter, and Browns lead it by a field goal heading into halftime, Anthony.
Thank you so much, John. And with that sack, Myles Garrett moves into 22nd all-time, passing Simeon Rice. He's now a half sack behind Robert Mathis for 21st all-time. So a little bit of action there. And we will monitor everything else. We'll get you the halftime fantasy scoreboard updates, all of that. Jacksonville 2nd and 10 right from here. Trevor Lawrence scrambling, and he's going to go down at about the 4-yard line. So it'll be about 3rd and 1 from the Indianapolis 4. About 38 seconds to go in that one as well. The Ravens end up settling for a field goal. There's about 16 seconds left in the half in that one. So 17-9, Steelers over the Ravens. We'll come back. We'll continue the NFL Week 14 madness all right here on Infinity Sports Network, Gridiron Game Day. But first, an update from our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
Progressive Commercial Insurance protects small businesses with affordable coverage options. Quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Disaster for the Colts. Quarterback Daniel Jones suffered what appeared to be a serious Achilles injury. Jones is already playing through a fracture in his left leg, and he collapsed without being touched after making a pass. Jones has already been ruled out by the Colts. He was able to walk into the locker room under his own power. Rookie sixth-round pick Riley Leonard is in at quarterback for Indy. Remember, the Colts traded their next two first-round picks to the Jets for Sauce Gardner, who's out with a calf injury. And the Colts are trailing the Jaguars 21-10, and the Jaguars have the football at the Colts' 2-yard line very late in the first half in Jacksonville. Colts could fall to 8-5. The Jets making a quarterback change as well, benching Tyrod Taylor for undrafted rookie Brady Cook, and the Jets being cooked by the Dolphins 24-7 late in the first half at the Meadowlands. The Seahawks and Falcons all even at 6, a touchdownless first half in Atlanta. Bengals have a 21-11 lead on the Bills as they start up the second half. The Browns leading the Titans 17-14 at the break. Vikings all over the Commanders 14-zip. It's the Bucs 10, Saints 7 at the break. And the Steelers have a 17-9 lead on the Ravens. Lamar Jackson just running for a touchdown. The Ravens missed the ensuing extra point, so Baltimore is down 8 at the half against their division rivals. In the later window, the 9-3 Bears, looking to remain in first place in the NFC North, are visiting the 8-3-1 Packers. The Rams now tied for first place with the Seahawks. They're visiting the Cardinals, and the first place Broncos are in Vegas taking on the 2-10 Raiders. Tonight, the Chiefs are desperate for a win as they host a Texans team that has won 4 straight. The college football playoff field was announced. Alabama and Miami find a way in. Notre Dame is left out. Indiana will be the top seed after defeating Ohio State in the Big Ten title game yesterday. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
We got a lot to get to, a lot happening in break. Some of these games kicking off in the second half, some of them still in the first half. Let's go out to Washington, though, as, you know, moments ago while we were in break, the Commanders turned the ball over, and it looks like Jaden Daniels has suffered another injury, and more on that. Eric Nelson's got us covered.
Yeah, hey, Anthony. It happened on a deflected interception. Andrew Van Ginkel of Minnesota, one of their linebackers, who really his trademark is intercepting the ball on floating passes in screen situations. He's done it before. He did it again. He knocked it into the air and caught his own deflection and was racing down the far sideline and got it deep into Washington territory. But on the play, Jaden McDaniels was the victim of a hard block, clean and legal, but a hard block, and he went down. And we don't know the status of Jaden McDaniels' injury, but I do know this. We're going to find out shortly because the Vikings parlayed that pick into a field goal from Will Reichard, their kicker out of Alabama, who no doubt is happy that the Crimson Tide punched the playoff ticket today. We're going to see if Daniels comes out onto the field after a touchback. So where we're at is 17-0 Minnesota. J.J. McCarthy has a touchdown pass. Jordan Mason has a touchdown run. And Reichard has the field goal for Minnesota moments ago. And we're trying to figure out if Jaden Daniels is back on the field. And it looks to me like he is. And so that is obviously very good news. And I want to make sure they're at the far end of the field. I want to make sure that I see number 5 in burgundy. And checked at it is Marcus Mariota. So Daniels is out. Marcus Mariota, number 8 in burgundy, and white is the quarterback. So don't know yet if it's a precautionary measure or if Daniels has re-injured the elbow. Remember, it was really tough to watch a few nights ago or a few weeks ago against Seattle in that Sunday night game when he went down. So hopefully Jaden is just out for a precautionary measure. But I do know this: Mariota is in, and the Commanders are down 17-0 with the ball 2nd and 5 at their own 25-yard line with 6:35 to go in the third here in Minneapolis.
Thank you, Eric. Let's go out to Buffalo as the Bills try to shrink that lead that the Bengals have built. Paul Hamilton has more.
Well, they did it. They had a 9-play, 75-yard drive to open the second half. Josh Allen, a 5-yard touchdown to Dalton Kincaid, and the Bills make it 21-18. The Bills did have the opportunity to double dip. They had the ball at the end of the first half, but on the Cincinnati 45, Allen got sacked on 4th down. And, he didn't actually get sacked. He got hit as he threw the ball. They said it was an incomplete pass. Anyway, they didn't make 4th down. So it looked like maybe Cincinnati was going to get an opportunity. They were 3 for 3 times with the ball, 3 touchdowns. And on 3rd and 17, you might remember T. Higgins left the game as his head had hit the turf when he went up to catch a ball, but he was back in the game. He was wide open on 3rd and 17. Burrow, his only mistake of the half, missed him a little bit high. And so Cincinnati finished the first half 7 of 8 on 3rd down and had to punt for the first time all day. So the Bills didn't get the opportunity to double dip here. It seems like maybe that would be the only way they're going to get ahead in this game. We'll see if they can get a stop now on Cincinnati. Let's see what kind of adjustments they made at halftime to try to stop Joe Burrow. They did stop him. I said a little bit lucky that they stopped him at the last drive Cincinnati had in the first half. But we'll see what they do here. Cincinnati leads at 21-18, 9:20 left to go here, third quarter.
Thank you so much, Paul. Let's go out to Jacksonville as the Colts and the Jags continue to battle it out. Can the Jags extend their lead? Brian Scheibel's got us covered.
Yeah, Trevor Lawrence leads the Jags on a 12-play drive with just a minute and 38. Is all it took near the end of the first half. Capped off 8-yard pass from Lawrence to Tim Patrick, who's having a good game, along with Brian Thomas Jr., has 57 yards receiving in the first half. Travis Etienne, 57 rushing on 8 carries and 2 touchdowns. Story of the first half, there's several of them, but Jags making the most of 2 Indianapolis turnovers, turning them into touchdowns. Also, the big news, if anyone missed it, Daniel Jones ruled out with an Achilles injury. Riley Leonard in to replace him. So Jags lead 28-10 at halftime. The Colts, they'll start with the ball here in the second half.
And Mariota just throws an interception for the Commanders. Vikings will take over. They're up 17-0. If they put Jaden Daniels back in this game and something happens, I'd fire Dan Quinn today. I would just, everybody on the staff, get out of here. Yeah, because your season's over. You're playing for nothing. He shouldn't have played today. Just let Mariota, play out there and just move on to another day. You have to protect this kid, and you're not doing right by him or the franchise playing him. The Seahawks started the half off with a bang, and let's go out to Atlanta and get an update from Jeff Zell.
Well, 6-6 at the half, but the first play on the opening kickoff of the second half, Rashid Shaheed, a 100-yard kickoff return to give Seattle the touchdown lead. You thought special teams weren't important anymore, that nobody had kickoff returns? Last week, the Jets, their only kickoff return. Isaiah Williams, 83-yard return against the Falcons as well. So not only got to worry about the offensive defensive coordinator in Atlanta, but the special teams as well. But Atlanta answers back. They get down to the 18 of Seattle after Kyle Pitts makes a 26-yard catch. He has 3 catches of 20 yards or more. And what happens? Bijan Robinson, your most reliable player, fumbles at the 18. Devon Witherspoon recovers, and Seattle gets the ball. And now they've already taken it up almost to midfield. So with 8.5 minutes to go here in the third quarter, Seattle leads this one 13-6, 8:20 to go, and Seattle found the 45-yard line.
Thank you so much, Jeff. At the half, the Steelers and the Ravens. Steelers 17, Ravens 9. Let's get a complete breakdown of the first half from our guy, Mike Popovich.
Hey, Anthony, well, they're almost about to start the second half here, so I'll keep it as brief as I can. By the way, at halftime, the team honoring the Super Bowl 35 champions. Great to see so many of those great defenders from that Super Bowl 35 team, and one of the best defenses in NFL history. And this one, the Steelers lead 17-9 at the half, almost start of the second. Each team scoring on their first possession. The Ravens, a 9-play, 55-yard drive, and that was capped off by a Tyler Luth 36-yard field goal that took 4:02. And then the Steelers responded 8 plays, 65 yards, taking 3:45. Aaron Rodgers, his first rushing touchdown since November of 2021. Each team would punt on their next offensive drives. On the Ravens' third offensive drive, they would get a couple of first downs, but ultimately be forced to punt. Pittsburgh on their third offensive drive, 12 plays, 75 yards, taking 4:46, and would get a 23-yard field goal from Chris Boswell. The Ravens on their fourth offensive drive would turn the ball over. Lamar Jackson on 3rd and 4 on a scramble out, tried to loft the ball to Rashid Ali, and was intercepted by James Pierre. And the Steelers turned that into points for them to further gain in the lead, as Chris Boswell would hit a 32-yard field goal, but on unnecessary roughness on Travis Jones led to a Kenneth Gainwell toss sweep for a touchdown. So at that point, 17-3. And the Ravens would respond right before the end of the first half on their fifth offensive drive on a 3rd and 6. Lamar Jackson would go back to pass. Didn't see anybody open, so he took off for a touchdown. There was a holding call on the Steelers, but of course that was declined. The extra point, though, was no good. That capped off a 13-play, 60-yard drive, taking 5:49. So 17-9 is how we got here. Aaron Rodgers 13-20 for a $148. Jalen Warren 3 carries for 8 yards in this one. The Steelers as a team 9 for 22, and DK Metcalf with 4 catches for 92 yards to lead the way of receivers. For the Ravens, Lamar Jackson 7-13 for 64. Derrick Henry leading rushers for Baltimore 11 for 34, and Zay Flowers leads receivers for Baltimore with 4 for 46. And the Ravens kicking off to the Steelers here to begin the second half. 17-9, Steelers lead the Ravens in Baltimore.
Thank you so much, Mike, as that one is a battle for the AFC North. And in the AFC South, the Jaguars destroying the Colts. But as you heard earlier, Daniel Jones out with an Achilles injury. Riley Leonard, Notre Dame grad, in. Also, real quick, stepping away from NFL, if you missed it, Notre Dame out, Miami in, Alabama did not move. Tulane and James Madison also in the college football playoff. Indiana, the 1 seed, and Ohio State, the 2 seed. So, yeah, I'm sure you'll hear that all day, but just in case if you missed that at all. 2nd and 11 here for the Seahawks. The play action from Sam Darnold and a completion across the middle to who else? Jackson Smith and Jigba, and let's get more on that from our guy, Jeff Zell from Atlanta.
Well, he just cut through the Falcons' defense, wasn't even touched as he went at the end zone. Yes, a 28-yard touchdown pass, Sam Darnold to Jackson Smith and Jigba, so they cash in on the fumble by Bijan Robinson. They lead 19-6 pending the extra point. Caden Ellis went down for Atlanta, so there's a little bit of a delay. He's now walked off the field. And Jigba now starting slow. 6 catches, 88 yards in that touchdown. Darnold now 14 of 20 for 147 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. Bijan Robinson, 17 carries, 74 yards. Once again, Seattle 19-6 over Atlanta in the third quarter.
Thank you so much, Jeff. We got a lot more to go. 5 more hours of jam-packed NFL action right here on Infinity Sportsnet and the BetMGM Network. As always, if you're watching on YouTube, what's going on? We got a lot more to get to. The great Jody Mack, as always, joins me at 6 o'clock to recap the early window, to react to the late window, and preview the primetime window. The Vikings are in the red zone right now. J.J. McCarthy drops back and throws it. It looks like it's going to be a touchdown, and they're going to take a 23-0 lead, potentially 24-0, pending the extra point. The Bills are starting their drive off, trying to either tie or take the lead in this one. We got a lot more to get to. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Gameday. Don't go anywhere.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 4 minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, and it's all happening right here. Wow, a monster hit on the goal line there as James Cook diving in. Well, they're calling it a touchdown right now. I'm not sure if that's going to stand as he got jacked up diving into the end zone. It's currently 21-18. We'll see if the touchdown stands or not, but let's go. There's a lot to get caught up on. First, let's go out to Tampa Bay as the Saints and Bucks keep punching each other back and forth. Tom Akins with the update.
Well, things are going from bad to worse as far as the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are concerned. First on the scoreboard, New Orleans has taken a 14-10 lead. They did so on a 34-yard run by quarterback Tyler Shuck, who came around the left side and scampered into the end zone just about untouched. So that put the Saints on top. On the injury front, the Buccaneers have suffered a knee injury to lineman Ben Bredesen. He is out. Defensive back Tyke Smith has a stinger. He is questionable for return. And defensive end Hassan Reddick, an ankle injury. He, too, is questionable. The rain has not let up. It continues to rain here at Raymond James Stadium. The ball seems to be slippery only in the hands of the Buccaneers. The Saints somehow have managed to weather the storm, quite literally. 10:21 to play in the third quarter. New Orleans 14, Tampa Bay 10.
Thank you so much, Tom. And a big pass here from Riley Leonard. It looks like it's going to be a touchdown. I don't know. That might have been the Pittman Jr. We'll get an update on that in a second. Cleveland versus Tennessee. The Browns defense just giving a lot of fits to and it's a penalty they call back here on the touchdown from Riley Leonard to Pittman. And let's go out to Tennessee, though, as Cam Ward continues to get frustrated by this Browns defense. Our guy, John Bazika's got us covered.
Yeah, the Browns defense really has the rookie Ward in a tough spot, and seems like he's frustrated by what they're throwing his way. And, you know, it's interesting, up until this most recent incompletion by Shedeur Sanders on a third down, he and Cam Ward had both been 9 of 16. Ward 70 yards, a touchdown and an interception, and of course Shedeur 2 touchdown passes. So Shedeur very clearly outplaying Cam Ward to this point, but Browns still in a tight one here because they gave up those 2 touchdowns early on. They gave up the big chunk play, the 65-yard touchdown to Tony Pollard, and then earlier in the game they just gave up a really, really nice drive that ended in a Alumanor 14-yard touchdown catch. So still one of those games where the Browns and Titans are still locked up tightly here, and again we're keeping an eye on the Myles Garrett sack watch, and he continues to be stuck at 1 sack, but we'll see if that changes. Carson Swetzinger, by the way, how about this guy? He just continues to put out efforts. Last 3 games entering today, he had double-digit tackles. He's got 8 already through today's game. We still got a quarter and a half left to go here. The rookie out of UCLA is just putting together a season for the Browns, and they surely found their linebacker of the future for a very long time with him. 8:23, though, in the third quarter, 17-14 Browns lead.
Thank you so much. And Zach Ertz looks to have left the Commanders game with an injury. Seahawks get an interception off of Kirk Cousins. That's the Falcons' second turnover of the day, as it's 20-6 Seahawks over the Falcons in that one. We're still waiting for an update here, as it looks like they are going to – I'm still waiting for this update here on this. So it was not a touchdown. I don't know. There was a penalty on the Bills, so it was nullified. I'm not really understanding what exactly happened, because they challenged the call, but then it was called back anyway due to a offensive holding on Van Denmark, but it doesn't make sense why they took so long on that one. But we'll get an update the second Paul Hamilton checks in on us what exactly happened. Let's go out to Baltimore, though, as the Ravens are trying to strike back against the Steelers. Mike Popovich has got us live from from Baltimore, sorry.
That's right, yeah. 8:30 and counting. The Steelers lead the Ravens right now 20-9. The Ravens have the ball at the 7-yard line, second and goal right now. That was all set up by a quick pitch on a 3rd and 1 to Keaton Mitchell, who took it for 56 yards, and a give here to Derrick Henry for a couple of yards. The Steelers, on their first offensive drive, scored 8 plays, 50 yards, 4 minutes and 3 seconds. They settled for a Chris Boswell 28-yard field goal on a 3rd and goal, and then completion on a scramble by Aaron Rodgers as he threw outside linebacker Vanoy got a hand on it, so forced the incompletion there. But that drive was set up on 1st and 10 at the 40, the first play of the second half. Rodgers on a scramble play to DK Metcalf for 41. Kenneth Gainwell had a run for 6 on that play as well. But again, ultimately on a 3rd and goal, the Steelers with an incompletion and forced to kick a field goal to take a 20-9 lead. The Ravens right now 3rd and 4, and Lamar Jackson has thrown a touchdown pass to Isaiah Likely. So pending the extra point, it's 20-15 now. Pending the extra point, it'll be 20-16, although Tyler Luke missed one here. But the Ravens right back in this one with an answer, 20-15, pending the extra point, 7:35 in the third quarter from Baltimore.
Thank you so much. Let's go out to Buffalo, as I've just confused everyone what's going on. Maybe our guy Paul Hamilton can explain what happened on that James Cook play a little bit better.
Well, he came flying around end, and it was ruled a touchdown, a 24-yard touchdown. As he dove for the end zone, he got jacked by one of the Bengals. But it was ruled a touchdown on the field, which means the Bengals do not have to challenge that. All touchdowns are reviewed. There, of course, was a holding penalty on Vandermark, which means that's what actually wound up taking place when it was all said and done. So it's just they look at it anyway. They look at all touchdowns, saw that he didn't quite break the goal line, but when he fumbled, he was out of bounds when the ball came loose. It's not like it went out of the back of the end zone or anything like that. So it was not ruled a fumble. The Bengals did not lose a challenge because all scoring plays are reviewed. And then Buffalo was assessed the holding penalty on Vandermark, and that's when it came back. So that's how that all went down. Cincinnati still has their challenge. Buffalo has the ball on the 9-yard line, a 3rd and 2 right now. Buffalo has been killing them with the tight ends. Dalton Kincaid opened the half with a touchdown. Dawson Knox has been catching the ball all day, and that's like an Achilles heel against the Bengals all year. And the Bills on a slant on 3rd and 2 hit Keon Coleman for the first down. He gets the ball down to around the 2-yard line. So the Bills are now going to have a 1st and goal, and are threatening to take their first lead of the game, as they've been able to get the Bengals off the field twice now in a row and without scoring on them after Cincinnati scored the first 3 times they had the ball. So they trail at 21-18. We only have a minute and 2. This game's flying right along here. The snow it's just like a few flurries that you can see, but if you're watching on TV, you probably can't even see them. The snow has basically stopped since halftime, and Cook fumbled the ball as he was about to go across the goal line. It is. It's a fumble by Cooks, and it's going to be recovered by the Bengals. So Buffalo is not going to score here, and Cincinnati will take over deep in its old territory. And with 46 seconds left, the Bills' long drive is not going to count for them, and it remains 21-18. Cincinnati leaves it.
That is a brutal turn of events here as James Cook fumbles there. And, sadder news, Ertz looks like he is, really shooken up. He's on the cart, on the sidelines. So I think, that is a tough look for a KG vet who maybe he's feeling like this is the end of the road for him. So hopefully not as serious, and maybe, just early, reaction there. But, thoughts go out to him. In that one, the Bucs trying to battle back into the against the Saints. Let's go out to that NFC South battle in Tampa. Tom Hankins has got the update for us.
Well, just as they did in the first quarter, the Tampa Bay Bucs responded to a New Orleans lead, and this time they were down 14-10, but they came right back down the field, mostly on the run, on the ground attack, and the drive finished a 1-yard run by Sean Tucker, putting the ball into the end zone. Tucker was the primary ball carrier in several of the plays in that particular drive. So once again, Tampa Bay back up on top. This has been a back-and-forth game. Both teams battling the weather conditions, but at the moment the Bucs hold the upper hand. With 7:32 to play in the third quarter, Tampa Bay 17, New Orleans 14.
Thank you so much, Tom. Let's go out to Jacksonville as the Jags and Colts continue to battle. No Daniel Jones, Riley Leonard in for the Colts, and more on that AFC South matchup. Brian Scheibel's got us covered.
Yeah, Colts thought they had a touchdown on their last possession. Riley Leonard to Michael Pittman from 16 yards out, but an offensive pass interference took those points off the board, and Indianapolis had to settle for a short field goal. As you mentioned, Riley Leonard in for Daniel Jones out with the Achilles injury in the first half. Leonard 10 of 15, 82 yards passing in relief. Jonathan Taylor 59 yards rushing so far with a touchdown for Jacksonville. Trevor Lawrence has 2 touchdown passes. Travis Etienne 2 rushing touchdowns. But the Colts defense coming up with another stop just moments ago, get the ball back now on their own 32-yard line. 8:55 to go here in the third quarter. Currently Jacksonville leading Indy 28-13.
Thank you so much, Brian. Grant Delpit getting after Cam Ward here, but he's able to resist the sack, basically, shoved him to the ground and was able to throw the ball away. Probably the most impressive thing that Cam Ward's done all day. Delpit comes in free on the play-action boot, and Cam Ward just using his strength to shove him down to the ground, able to stay up to get the ball off. He is having a tough go of it against that, scary Browns defense. So we'll see what happens in that one. As that continues, Shedeur Sanders will take over if they're not able to convert on this 3rd and 3 right here. A false start penalty, so it's going to push it back to 3rd and 8 now for the Titans. Let's get out to Atlanta as the Falcons are trying to stay, just alive in this one against the Seahawks. Jeff Zell's got more from Mercedes-Benz Stadium.
Well, right now it's 23-6, Seattle on top, 33 seconds left here in the third quarter, but Atlanta's driving on Seattle's 17-yard line. Jason Myers in the previous possession kicked a 37-yard field goal. That came off a Kirk Cousins pick. It's been a real Falcons third quarter, starting out with Rashid Shaheed going a 100-yard kickoff return. After that, the Falcons get down to the Seattle 18-yard line. They fumble, and then Seattle goes over 80 yards, and Jackson Smith and Jigba catches a 28-yard touchdown pass to put Seattle up. And then the latest one, Cousins picked, and then Seattle kicks the field goal. So Atlanta's been outscored 17-0 here in the third quarter, and Seattle has scored 20 straight points. But Atlanta, as they go to the final play of the third quarter, trying to get back in this one. Sam Darnold now 15 of 23, 171 yards, and that touchdown pass in Jigba. We're going to the fourth quarter. Falcons on the 13, down 23-6.
Thank you so much. Let's go out to Minnesota as the Commanders and Vikings. The Vikings are just destroying the Commanders right now, and more on that. Eric Nelson's got you covered.
Yeah, hey, Anthony, you're exactly right. 13:22 to go in the fourth. Minnesota is up 24-rip on Washington. Now, essentially, this is a meaningless game. The Commanders are going to lose their 8th in a row. Minnesota will snap a 4-game losing streak. But we have a few things to unpack here. Let's go back to Jaden Daniels. Earlier in the game in the third quarter, he threw a deflected interception to Andrew Van Ginkel, and on the return, he got leveled by one of the Vikings. It was a clean hit, but he went down. So the left elbow re-injured. We're not going to see him the rest of the day, and you have to hope, if you're a Commanders fan, you're going to see him, maybe next week, because he's missed so many games already with the elbow injury. So Marcus Mariota comes in to replace Daniel, and his second pass is picked off by Harrison Smith. That leads to a field goal for Minnesota. And then the Vikings also get another touchdown later. J.J. McCarthy, for the second time today, has connected with Josh Oliver, the tight end out of San Jose State, and that got him to 24. And now the Vikings are down to the Commanders' 2-yard line, so they'll have it 2nd and goal. But as you mentioned earlier, Zach Ertz on a pass thrown a bit behind him by Mariota. Ertz, the 12-year veteran out of Stanford, won a Super Bowl with Philadelphia, and I think he's beloved in the NFL. It looks like a right leg injury. He was helped off the field. A lot of his teammates gathered around him, and you know the respect and the cred he has in that locker room. And I do not know the extent of it. We will hope for the best for Ertz and for Jaden Daniel. But the Commanders right now, their ego is bruised, and a lot of their key players are bruised as well, as J.J. McCarthy is trying to spin his way into the end zone, but he's going to be stopped right around the 4-yard line. So the Vikings will have it 3rd and goal. But let's give some credit to McCarthy. Yeah, he's been a punching bag here in Minnesota with the injuries and the struggles. He's 11 of 16, 125 yards, 2 touchdown passes. And one other footnote, Minnesota was shut out last week in Seattle. If the Vikings shut out Washington today, that'll be the first time in Vikings history, and it goes all the way back to 1961, that they've been shut out, and then they've come back to pitch a shutout. So we'll see if that holds up. There's 11 1:35 to go in the fourth quarter. Vikings facing 3rd and goal from the Commanders' 2. McCarthy's throw at the goal line incomplete. So we'll send it back to you. Commanders trailing 24-0 here in the fourth quarter in Minneapolis.
Thank you so much, Eric. The Falcons now on the 2-yard line, down 23-6. It's 4th and 2 for them. They just went to the end of the quarter, so we'll see what they do to start the fourth quarter. A big run from the Saints sets them up in the red zone as they're going to get to the 15. It's going to be about a 2nd and 7 here, down 17-14. 3rd and 6 for the Browns. Shedeur Sanders in the shotgun. He drops back, steps up in the pocket. He's looking to scramble, and he's just going to throw it away. And it's going to be a turnover after the punt there as they continue to do anything they got there. Steelers 3rd and 5 here, trying to keep this drive alive. They're on their own 25-yard line, up 20-16. Rodgers is 3 of 7 on 3rd down, so it looks like they're going to call a timeout. They're not actually going to want to play here. Bills down 21-18. Bengals have the ball with about 14 minutes left to go in that one. I'm wrong. The Steelers run a play, and they get about 20 yards on that one, so we'll be first down. We got a lot more to get to. Stay tuned. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, we are rocking and rolling. A lot going on right now. The Jags trying to put away the Colts for good. No Daniel Jones in the Jets game. No Tyrod Taylor. Ollie Gordon fumbling. Also, Devon Achane is questionable to return. That's been the update for about an hour. He still hasn't come back into the game. So once there is a definitive, answer, I think it was a rib injury. He may not be seriously injured. He may just be out due to the score. The Packers, Jaden Reed and Matthew Golden, both active. That was just reported a few moments ago as well. Vikings 1st and goal at Washington's 9. The Ravens, really struggling right now. And we go out to Pittsburgh as the Steelers are trying to extend that lead even more. Mike Popovich has got more.
Yeah, actually, we're in Baltimore here, but
I keep doing it. My fault.
Yeah, that's okay. But right now, feels like we're in Pittsburgh. The Steelers leading the Ravens 27-16. They answered the Ravens' first offensive drive, which resulted in a touchdown. They answered with a touchdown of their own, 6 plays, 80 yards, taking 4:05. Capped off on a 3rd and 8 by a touchdown pass from Aaron Rodgers to Jaylen Warren out of the backfield. Outside linebacker Mike Green deked the blitz, but was out leveraged almost immediately. They hit him quickly, and down the sideline he went with wide receivers also streaking down the sideline there. So they answer to go up 27-16 this one. The Ravens with the ball, 3rd and 3 at their own 43 right now, 2 minutes in the third, and Lamar Jackson with a scramble will get a first down. Let me give you an injury update here. Concussions, unfortunately, have weighed heavily with the Steelers in this one. Tight end Darnell Washington, is out with a concussion, as is linebacker Malik Harrison in an attempt to tackle Derrick Henry. Left tackle Andrews Pete is in concussion protocol right now, and that's pretty significant. Now, they called up left tackle Dylan Cook yesterday from the practice squad as Calvin Anderson is inactive for this one. He would normally be Pete's backup, so we'll have to watch that one if the Ravens can get any advantage on that side. And for the Ravens, not good news backing up Derrick Henry. Running back Keaton Mitchell right now being looked at with a knee injury, but of the two, he's certainly the more speedier of the two guys. One's power, one's speed, and he's the one that had that 50-yard run just recently setting up the touchdown. Lamar Jackson with a long completion, so another first down, and the Ravens are into Steelers territory now, so we'll keep you up to date if there's a score. Anthony, thanks.
Thank you so much, Mike. In Baltimore, as I've mixed it up a few times here, on 3rd and 8, Baker Mayfield gets away and is able to get the first down there. 3rd and 6 for the Bengals on the Bills. Raheem Morris, coaching, it feels like he's coaching for his job, and today is getting away from the Falcons quickly. So this might be, one of the last few weeks we see Raheem Morris out there, even with the injuries. I can't imagine the Falcons fans are very happy. And more on that and the Seahawks' domination of the Falcons. Jeff Zell's got us covered.
Well, this is really about as hopeless and pathetic as I've ever seen it here in Atlanta. I grew up here, and it's been bad, but this is hopeless and pathetic. Another touchdown for the Seahawks. They're now up 30-9 with 12:09 to go. Cooper Kupp so wide open, even the lethargic Atlanta fan base booing after that touchdown. It was 6-6 at halftime. Seattle's outscored Atlanta 24-3 in the second half. And Rashid Shaheed, after that 100-yard kickoff return on that last drive, had a 33-yard catch. Kupp had the 11-yard catch for the touchdown. So wide open. The only thing that I think saving Raheem right now is that all three coordinators are so bad. Who would they promote to be the head coach? You, me, I don't know who. Right now, Sam Darnold, 17 of 26, 215 yards, 2 touchdowns. Jackson Smith and Jigba, 6 catches, 88 yards, and a touchdown. Rashid Shaheed, 4 catches, 67 yards, and Kupp a touchdown. A disaster in Atlanta. 30-9, Seahawks on top.
Thank you so much, Jeff. Yeah, it is getting late quick for Raheem Morris, and that, you know, I get it with the injuries, but even prior to the injuries, they have not looked good. Big completion there from Lamar Jackson, 16 yards to Bateman. Let's go out to Buffalo. Bengals and Bills battling it out after that fumble. When we last spoke to Paul Hamilton, the Bengals are trying to extend their lead, and more on that. He's got us covered.
Well, it looked like the Bills were going to take their first lead of the game as they were down on the 2-yard line. James Cook got the ball, and it looked like he was about to score the go-ahead touchdown for the Bills, and he fumbled it, recovered by the Bengals in the end zone. The Bengals now just completed an 80-yard drive with 8:44 left to go in the fourth quarter, and opened up a 10-point lead. Gesicki, a 12-yard pass from Burrow for the touchdown. Again, Cincinnati converting third downs. On 3rd and 6, T. Higgins, 18-yard reception. Now, he did leave the game again after that. He kind of put his hands up to his helmet after he caught the ball, though I didn't see his head hit the ground like it did earlier. But he again has left the game, and we'll see if he gets back. So it's a 12-play, 80-yard drive for the Bengals to take a 28-18 lead here. Really, the snow has stopped. On TV, it looks like it's going, but it really is not. And so weather really not a factor anymore in this game, and we'll see what the Bills can do in the last 7-8 minutes of this game.
Thank you so much. Let's go out. Shedeur Sanders, with a kind of consequential play just moments ago, and John Buzika's got the breakdown for us.
Yeah, I was trying to extend the play, Anthony, and rolling out. It was after he had probably his completion of the game to Harold Fannin just a few plays before the tight end on a play of 35 yards. Other than the Judy touchdown, it was probably his second-best play of the game. And then just a couple plays later after the interception by the safety Xavier Woods that was returned deep into Browns territory, the Titans, well, they capitalize, and Tony Pollard's day of the year continues. He goes 32 yards. His 2 plays, 38 yards. Pollard accounted for all 38 yards, came into that drive at 120 on the game. He's at 158. Before that today, I was looking at this just moments ago, Tony Pollard's best day of the year was back in week 2 against the Rams, where they lost by 14. He had 20 carries, 92 yards. He didn't score. Today, I think that puts him at 158 yards and 2 touchdowns. And Browns defense that's normally not suspect against the run, today it has been. And all of a sudden, it's 21-17 Titans, and we have 45 seconds left in the third quarter. So anyone's ball game here. Question is if the Browns can establish something on the ground. They only have 56 yards on the ground. That's normally where they make their hay on that side of the ball. So we'll see what transpires here. But yeah, Shedeur Sanders, first real questionable play of the day for him after he's looked really good most of the day, Anthony.
Thank you so much, John. And it's only so much that defense can take. In today's NFL, it's just a lot of, you can't just go out there and be inefficient offensively. In the Bucs here, it looked like they had gotten the first down. He did bobble a little bit, Chris Godwin Jr. on the sidelines. It looked like he bobbled a little bit. I think they're going to challenge it, so we'll wait for the update on that one. But with the Browns, there's only so much the defense can mask, and after a really bad throw by Shedeur Sanders, which at first you're thinking, he escapes the sack. A deep ball downfield, he kind of just closed his eyes and heaved it. So not a good one there. Let's go out to Tampa Bay and get a breakdown of that. You know, it might have been a drop pass. It might have not been. Tom Hankins has got more on Baker and the Bucs.
Well, that play at the sidelines appears to be a drop pass because the Tampa Bay defense is on the field at this point. There are a lot of ball players standing around waiting on some action to restart. We have 12:48 left to play in the ball game, and this game is tied at 17. New Orleans came back to get that tie on a 30-yard field goal by Charlie Smith. That was as time was winding down in the third quarter. So we're just waiting on the action to go back. Now the teams seem to be huddling up. So apparently the ruling was that Chris Godwin did not maintain possession of the ball when he was knocked out of bounds over on the far sideline. The good news, if we can even find any of that, is that the weather has abated a little bit. The rain is not falling so much right now. So we might have a fourth quarter of reasonable weather instead of having a very slippery football. 12:48 to play in the ball game. Tampa Bay 17, New Orleans 17.
Thank you so much, Tom. A little funny moment here in the Ravens game. It looked like they had a touchdown and that, well, I think they're still reviewing it. No, it was definitely down. It looked like they had a touchdown and Hill had gotten called down early, and the entire Ravens, they're seeing the replay. They're all freaking out like, oh, that's a touchdown. And then they see the other angle, and they're all like, oh, okay, all right, got their call right. You got it right. But they are going incompletion now on 4th and 4. They're down 27-16. The field goal here gets to a possession, but if I'm them, I'm going for the touchdown here. What do you have to lose at this point? You haven't really gotten anything going. You need to spark yourself. And a drop there by Bateman as Lamar Jackson, a little bit outside too. Not the best throw, but you got to make that play. 3rd and 13 here for the Jaguars. Let's go out to Jacksonville and get a live update for Brian Scheibel.
Yeah, and Cam Little just drives through a 35-yard field goal to extend the lead for the Jags. On this drive, big play, Brian Thomas Jr. with a huge 30-yard reception down the sideline. Indy had challenged it. They didn't have possession, stepped out of bounds, but the catch was upheld. Thomas with a couple of big receptions in this one. Only 3 catches for 87 yards, but it seemed like they've all been critical today. Trevor Lawrence, 202 yards passing. A few moments ago, looked like he had his 3rd touchdown to Brenton Strange for the day for Trevor, but it was nullified with a pick play on Jacoby Myers, offensive pass interference. So that's where Jacksonville had to settle for the Cam Little field goal. So 14:05 remaining in this one. Jacksonville now up 31-13 on Indianapolis.
Thank you so much, Brian. And another interception by Kirk Cousins here as that game was getting out of hand, and it's completely over now as the Falcons continue to be a rudderless ship. And that one. Let's go out to Baltimore on more of an update from our guy, Mike Popovich.
Anthony, 13:43 in the fourth quarter. The Ravens cutting into the deficit. They now trail 27-19. They cap off a 10-play, 54-yard drive, taking 4 minutes and 47 seconds with a 28-yard Tyler Loop field goal on this drive. The Ravens starting at the Pittsburgh 48. Lamar Jackson with a pass to Rashad Bateman for 18, and then he ran for 6. Derrick Henry for 8. Then another Henry rush, and then Jackson with a pass to Ali for 5. Then on a 3rd and 4 from the Pittsburgh 10. Lamar Jackson on a scramble throws to Rashad Bateman, crossing in front of him. Bateman drops the ball, and so they have to settle for the field goal again. So 10 for 54 for 447. This one, both teams 6 of 11 on 3rd down. Total yards right now, Pittsburgh with 310, the Ravens with 254. Getting a look at the rushing disparity for the Steelers, it hasn't mattered for them. Just 14 carries for 30 yards, averaging 2.1 yards per rush. For the Ravens, much different, 30 for 171 for a 5.7-yard average. They've gotten better as the game's going on in that regard. Penalties-wise, the Steelers 6 for 28, the Ravens 3 for 19. But the Ravens kicking off to the Steelers again, 27-19, 13-37. The Steelers will have the ball 1st and 10 at their own 23.
Thank you so much, Mike. And that play in Tampa, the one that we were saying was getting looked at, it was no good. And now the Saints have it 2nd and 8. They got a first down a little while ago, but now it's 2nd and 8 from Tampa Bay's 39-yard line. Tyler Shuck has, played pretty decent outside of that interception earlier, and he's going to get another completion here to Chris Olave. That's the second pass to Chris Olave that is a first down. And, this is a gutsy performance here from the Saints, and, another poor performance here from the Bucs. And if they lose this, they're going to be kicking themselves in the rear end, as they will be tied then for first place in the division in the NFC South. Let's go out to Minnesota as the Commanders are getting absolutely steamrolled by the Vikings. Eric Nelson's got more for us.
Yeah, Anthony, this has been Minnesota domination pretty much from the get-go. Vikings up 31-0 with 2:25 to go in the fourth. Minnesota entered the game minus 14 in turnover differential. That has changed today. The Vikings are a +3. They have a couple of picks and a fumble recovery. And this has been, I think, a solid bounce-back game for J.J. McCarthy. He's 16 of 23, 163 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks. The latest touchdown throw to T.J. Hawkinson. The Vikings also have a touchdown run from Jordan Mason. And their defense has been outstanding. And from the Washington standpoint, losing Jaden Daniels again, re-injuring the left elbow. Don't know if he's going to be able to play next week, but certainly that's a dagger for the Commanders. They waited so long to get him back, and now he's already out again. And then the Zach Ertz injury, we're hoping that that's not serious for Washington as well. But one thing we do know, the Commanders, as we hit the 2-minute warning, will now have 8 straight losses. And it is hard to fathom, Anthony. Earlier this year, the Washington Commanders were 1 win from going to the Super Bowl. That seems like a millennium ago, as they are in a free-fall mode, no doubt about it. They're going to drop to 3-10, 1-6 on the road. Minnesota will bump up to 5-8, 2-4 at home. I mean, their playoff hopes are flickering, but they still have a minute chance. The Vikings will be at Dallas a week from tonight in the Sunday night game down there in the Metroplex. So once again, 1:59 to go in the fourth quarter. Minnesota 31, Washington nothing in Minneapolis.
Thank you so much, Eric. And it is now going to be 3rd and 10 for New Orleans from the I'm waiting for the exact update. They are in Tampa Bay territory. Riley Leonard lining up in the shotgun, 2nd and 7 from midfield, trying to get anything going in this one. And that might be an interception. Both guys have a hand on it, Dexter Pittman and the defender, but we'll see what the actual call is in a moment. Let's go out to Atlanta real quick and get an update there before we go to our update. Jeff Zell, we keep saying it can't get any worse for the Falcons, and yet it still keeps getting worse.
There is no bottom. That's what I've learned with the Falcons. It is 37-9. Just now, Sam Darnold, a 4-yard touchdown pass to Jackson Smith and Jigba. That's his second touchdown catch in the second half. Seattle has outscored Atlanta 31-3 in the second half after Rashid Shaheed's 100-yard kickoff return for a touchdown. The Falcons have had 3 turnovers in the next 15 minutes. They are now losing this game 37-9 with 7:55 to go. Remember, it was 6-6 at halftime, and we may be at rock bottom.
Thank you so much, Jeff. And like he said, there is no bottom. 27th, this is Burrow's 27th game with 3 touchdowns in a game, most in Bengals history. So a nice little note there. We got a lot more to get to. We'll get the exciting finishes of this early slate as the Saints, Tyler Shuck scoring here to make it 23-17. So we'll get all of the exciting finishes and all of the 4 o'clock window, post-game interviews, all that. Stay tuned. But first, an update from our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
Hi, Anthony. This report is sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. Teams playing some banged-up quarterbacks this week and perhaps paying the price. The Commanders' Jaden Daniels re-injured his previously dislocated left elbow. Daniels was hit while being blocked on an interception return. Daniels is questionable to return for the Commanders, who are being smoked by the Vikings 31-0. 2 minutes to play in the fourth quarter in Minnesota. Also, tight end Zach Ertz was carted to the locker room after suffering a knee injury. The 35-year-old Ertz was in tears. Meanwhile, Colts quarterback Daniel Jones went down with a non-contact injury to his right Achilles. Jones has been playing through a broken fibula in his left leg. Riley Leonard is in at quarterback for the Colts, who are in danger of losing again. They are trailing the Jaguars 31-13, 12 minutes to play in the fourth quarter. Colts could fall to 8-5 and be in danger of falling out of the playoffs in the weeks ahead. The Steelers have a 27-19 lead on the Ravens in Baltimore. Still a lot of time on the clock there with under 12 to go. The Saints have a 24-17 lead on the Buccaneers. That would be a huge upset in Tampa. 8.5 to play in the fourth quarter. Saints looking for their third win on the season. The Titans trying for their second win of the year. They are ahead of the Browns in Cleveland, 21-17. Joe Burrow intercepted by the Buffalo Bills, who return it 63 yards for a touchdown. And with that, the Bills take a 31-28 lead on the Bengals. Extra point pending. Josh Allen had a big touchdown run for the Bills recently as well from 40 yards out. So the Bengals have blown some fourth quarter leads this year. Could be another one. Only 5:25 to play in the fourth quarter in Buffalo. Seahawks 37, Falcons 9. That was a game that was tied at the half, and the Dolphins have a 24-10 lead on the Jets. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 2 minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
It is all unraveling here for the Bengals in Buffalo, and let's go out quickly and get an update. You know, you heard about the pick six going into the update, as our guy Pete McCarthy told you, and it has just been all downhill for the Bengals. Paul Hamilton's got more on that for us.
Yeah, the Bills did it again after the pick six. The next pass by Burrow is tipped again by Jordan Phillips up in the air. A.J. Epinesa picks it off, and the Bills now have the ball at the Cincinnati 39-yard line. Cincinnati does have 2 timeouts left. There's 4:48 left to go here in the fourth quarter, but the Bills have gone. Remember the last time I talked to you, they were down 28-18, and I'm saying, well, I don't know how they're going to get 2 scores here against what the Bengals are doing. Well, have an athlete come in and pick off a pass from 2 feet away and go in for a touchdown and then tip another one and have your quarterback run for 40 yards. When he gets into the secondary, there wasn't anybody there. I can just imagine, but you could see him looking all around going, okay, I guess I'm going to go all the way for a touchdown. It was so weird. All my years, I've never seen back-to-back. I don't know if you want to call the first one tipped, but it was kind of a tip play where he just leaps in the air, makes an athletic play.
It was phenomenal.
Yeah, it was just a phenomenal play, and it's just crazy. And now the Bills have the ball down on the 7-yard line. For some reason, I'm in a spot. Usually when I'm talking to you, have to pick up the game on a monitor, and they're not seeing. But the Bills have gotten to a point on the field now. If I stand on my tippy toes, I actually can see them down there. So the Bills have a 2nd and 4. They have the ball on the Cincinnati 4-yard line, trying to put this game away. They can get it up to 39 points if they do score, on this drive. So we'll see what the Bills can do. James Cook, by the way, that fumble we talked about earlier, that's a career high for him. He now has 6 on the season, and James Cook went to the left. I don't know if he was too interested in getting into the end zone there. I think they want to run more clock or make the Bengals start taking their time out. So it's going to be a 3rd and goal from the 3. The Bills lead it 32-28, and for the first time the whole game, their defense came up because it looked like for most of this game that the Cincinnati Bengals could score at will. And they could until their quarterback ran into this problem. 2 problems, actually, and now the Bills looking to ice this game on a 3rd and goal from the 3 with 3:17 left to go, up by 4.
Thank you so much, Paul. And, they were cooking And Burrow, after that first pick, you say, well, okay, they could get back into this. It's still anybody's ball game, and then immediately goes down and throws that next interception. And it feels like this is about to be a dagger here if the Bills punch it in on 3rd and goal from this one. The Ravens down a score as they're trying to, what feels like grasp on to the end of their season here, or fend off what is, it's not the end of their season, but the way they've played, they haven't been able to beat anybody good. It feels like they're really just trying to fight that one off. And let's go out to Baltimore as our guy Mike Popovich is more on that.
Anthony, we're in the middle of, it looks like the Ravens have just intercepted Aaron Rodgers on a 2nd and 10 from the Steelers' 41 after the Ravens just kicked the field goal to cut it to 5. A pass that looks like it was deflected but then intercepted by the Ravens. That would be a huge turnaround to put them in obviously really good field position. And yeah, the referee has signaled Ravens football there. That's a huge play from the defense who got a big stop on the last Steelers offensive drive that gave the Ravens the ball, and then they went down and narrowed the deficit there. So it's an interception, and the Ravens have the ball. So they're set up 6:54 right now. The Ravens trail 27-22 in the game. That last offensive series for the Ravens, 9 plays, 50 yards, 409. Tyler Luke, 36-yard field goal, capped it off. And we're just looking at the play here. So Okoye with a pass deflection, and then Teddy Buchanan, the outside linebacker, it looks like he takes it away from Aaron Rodgers. And so the Ravens are set up in good position here. So we'll see if they're able to make use of the great defensive play and the really good field position. So, again, 6:54, Ravens trail the Steelers, 27-22 with the ball right now.
Thank you so much for the update there. And the Bills, Josh Allen, extended the play really far, scrambled out to his right. He hits Dawson Knox. It looked like it's going to be a touchdown, but I think he was out of bounds. They waved it off. They're not calling it a touchdown, and it's going to be 4th and goal for the Bills. 3 minutes left. They're up 4. You take the field goal, you make it a 7-point game, but you can put it away here, I feel like, if you get in the end zone. And it does look like Josh Allen is coming back out, so we'll get an update on that in a second. But a big play just took place in the Browns and Titans. John Buzikas has got us covered on that.
Yeah, just crazy what's kind of transpired here. Another turnover by the Browns. Dylan Sampson was trying to make something happen on a screen play, and he fumbled the football. It was picked up by the Titans. They returned it down to the Browns' 8-yard line, and just a few plays later, 3 to be exact, it was a touchdown from Cam Ward to Jameer Dike, who caught it in the left corner of the end zone from 5 yards out, and ended up being 28-17 the lead now. As I said, Sampson fumbled it. He was trying to make something happen and wasn't able to do so, and Johnny on the spot was Cedric Gray, the linebacker for the Titans, and like we said, 3 plays later, Titans go ahead 28-17, 9:29 left here. Anthony, Browns with their work cut out for them.
Thank you so much, John. We got a lot more to get to. Jam-packed day. We're trying to fit all these games in. A lot more, a lot of updates. We'll get all the exciting finishes. We'll get the post-game interviews live from the stadium. We'll talk to some players. We got the 4 o'clock games coming up. That late window, just stay with us. The Bills do score. Jackson Hawes a touchdown. It's going to make it 39-28, and we got a safety in the Jags-Colts game, so that one's now 33-13. We got a lot more to get to. Stay with us. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Gameday. We'll be right back.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 4 minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. We got our first final of the day, or first two finals, the two biggest blowouts. Seahawks 37, Falcons 9. The Seahawks go to 10-3. Falcons go to 4-9. Commanders get shut out by the Vikings 31-0. Vikings 5-8. And JJ are 5-8. They win JJ McCarthy's return. Jaden Daniels left this one early along with Zach Ertz as the Commanders go to 3-10. The Bengals Bills, they're still in this one, and a bomb deep gets the Bengals within 5. The 2-point conversion is fumbled, and they fail. That fumble that we thought the Ravens recovered was actually overturned, and then the Steelers proceeded to go 3 and out. So after a long run from Derrick Henry to get them down the field, a 5-yard, 19-yard run followed by a 5-yard run. The Ravens is now 4th and 5. Patrick Queen is down on the field, but it's now 4th and 5 for the Ravens as they are trying to keep their hopes alive with about 4:24 left. I believe they have all their timeouts in that one. Zach Wilson in for the Dolphins right now, facing his former team, the New York Jets, as the Jets are down 34-10 with about 2:24 left in that one. Let's see what the other scores are. 36-13, Jags over the Colts, about 4:20 left in that one. 3rd and 11 here. They just hit the 2-minute warning. 3rd and 11 for the Saints. They're at the 50-yard line. They are up 24-20. So, if they don't get the first down, they may be able to get in the field goal territory still. I don't know what the long is for their kicker. So we'll see what happens there as Baker Mayfield and co. try to cling on to that NFC South division lead. Titans 28, Browns 17. The Titans trying to get their second win of the season, and the Browns just trying to get a stop here to give themselves a chance, down 11 as well. And like I said, Bills 39, Bengals 34. They just went to the 2-minute warning, and there's a lot to get to there. This is a lot of what happened with the Bengals this year had to do with, Burrow getting hurt early. They've kind of dealt with a lot of injuries. Trey Hendrickson's been injured. But it feels like every year we're waiting on the Bengals since that Super Bowl run to have a miraculous run, and they just can't do it. And today, they shoot themselves in the foot, back-to-back drives, and they haven't recovered since. They have to find some way to keep that quarterback on the field because clearly they are a better team when he's out there. But it's been their biggest Achilles heel, and it feels like it'll be another lost season for them. Speaking of injuries, J.J. McCarthy back after a big injury. He also was opposing Jaden Daniels, who also returned from injury, left early. But the Vikings shut out the Commanders 31-0. The Vikings move to 5-8. And joining us right now, Jonathan Grenard joins us. A big shutout. John, how you doing?
Doing great, man. Everything feels better after a dub, for sure.
So I guess first up, you guys put up a big 0 against this team. You held them to 0 points. What was the overall game plan and the feel? The confidence clearly built as this one went along.
Yeah, I feel like we had the same game plan every week as far as play style wise. We just had the plays go our way. We had some turnovers on defense, kind of set offense up. Offense did a hell of a job by starting out the game, taking the ball all the way down the field on a long drive to score. And after that, we just didn't look back. So everything just went right. I mean, we didn't turn the ball over on offense. Took away on defense, and special teams did their things. Just complimentary ball all around. So I just see what happens when everything goes right.
And you guys have been a stout unit all year. I know the offense has dealt with injuries. That's kind of been your Achilles heel. What can you say about your defensive coordinator, Brian Flores, and how he gets you guys ready every week?
Yeah, man, he's just gonna dial it up. Ultimately, man, we just wait till that week comes and we just go with whatever the scheme is. And Brian, we know that it's a good plan. Know they got a good stuff ran for us, but he's a mad scientist, man. He's going to try to draw it up as much as possible. So we just got to be ready, whatever it is, come Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, pretty much all week.
How did it feel getting your signal caller back? J.J. McCarthy comes back. You guys didn't have to make him do much because, you kept getting the stops. But how does it feel to have your quarterback back?
No, it was great, man. I mean, obviously having the leader back, leader of the offense, having the guys, on that side of the ball, they definitely wanted to prove themselves more. And you can definitely put energy all week. So I'm just proud he came back out here and balled out, man, and got us to a W, man. So can't say enough about the guy. He played a hell of a game.
Thank you so much for the time. Enjoy your week and enjoy the victory.
I appreciate it.
Jonathan Grenard of the Vikings, 31-0. A part of that defense, he's a savvy vet. He's been there for a while. A part of that defense that came up big today for them. Obviously, J.J. McCarthy, the big story coming back from injury. Didn't have to do much. Only dropped back 23 times, 16-23, 3 touchdowns. A big play for the Ravens. Sorry, purple teams mixing them up. As they're now in the red zone, they're on the 18 with about 2:47 left to go. Lamar Jackson drops back and dropped by Isaiah Likely in the end zone. Maybe they're calling it a touchdown right now. So either that's either a drop or a touchdown. You know, the Steelers reacted like it was a fumble. A near pick here in the Bucs game. The Saints were not able to convert that third down, so the Bucs got it back. It's now 4th and 4 after a 6-yard scramble from Baker as they are trying to stay alive. They're on their own 26-yard line, about 1:35 left. They don't have any timeouts left, so this is going to be a big 4th down for them. We're waiting for confirmation on this Isaiah Likely catch. I mean, it looks like a catch. The ball was never tucked into his body, but it did look like a catch as it was held out, kind of extended arms. To me, that's a catch, but we will see what happens. It could be a potential 28-27 lead. 3rd and 15 here for Josh Allen, and he scrambles and is able to get the first down. Wow. He cannot be stopped. And a shot of the Bills fans all dressed up. They look crazy. But they are going wild right now for Josh Allen. What a play by the gigantic single caller. They're on their own 25-yard line, 3rd and 15. You know, you don't want the Bengals getting the ball back, and he's able to scramble and make the most of it. He gets about 20 yards on that one to get the first down, and that might be it. Baker Mayfield dropping back here on 4th and 4. He hits Cade Otton, but it does not look like they got the first down. They may be short, and that might be the game. They're going to have to look at this one on the spot. Where the ref is lining up, it is not lining up with the line. It also doesn't look like it's lining up with the marker. So we will get an update there in a second. Lamar Jackson they've ruled that not a completion for Isaiah Likely. So Lamar Jackson throws it to Derrick Henry, and he's going to get to the 5-yard line. That's going to set up a 3rd and 2 as they are trying to punch this one in down 5. Let's go out to Buffalo and get a recap of that amazing 3rd down performance by Josh Allen. Paul Hamilton's got more for us.
Well, I was trying to figure out what they were doing on 2nd down when Allen went back to pass on 2nd and 7. He got sacked to make it 3rd and 15. Cincinnati had to take its last time out there. So then Allen goes back to pass again, and he steps up in the pocket, takes off, kind of like his touchdown where he went 40 yards. He got into the secondary, and there were no Bengals around. And he was able to get 17 yards and pick up the first down, kneel it out, and that was it, for the Buffalo Bills as they go to 9-4 with a 39-34 victory. And it was just one of those games where Joe Burrow just seemed to be doing anything that he wanted to do throughout the football game until he gets picked twice. One, Benford just jumps up in front of him like 5 feet away from him, intercepts and takes it for a touchdown. The other's tipped up. Panessa takes it. That's the next pass. So Burrow winds up 25 of 36 for 284, 4 touchdowns and 2 interceptions. Because don't forget, he did hit a touchdown very quickly. Mm-hmm. They put together a 4-play, 66-yard drive and a 25-yard touchdown to T. Higgins for the touchdown to make it 39-34. And they tried to go for 2-point conversion, and Burrow fumbled that. He was just, standing there and kind of fumbled around with the ball. Nobody hit it, and they didn't get the 2-point conversion. So the Bills in about 4 minutes went from 28 to 18 down to going up. They scored 21 straight points and went up 39 to 28, and it was just crazy the way they did it because it was just domination by the Bengals offense until the Bills made a couple of big plays. I talked to you about the tight ends, and that's really the Bills' wide receivers almost did nothing.
Yep.
Dawson Knox, 6 catches, 93 yards, a 2-point conversion. Kincaid, 4 for 41, a touchdown. Hawes, 1 for 3, a touchdown. So they combined for 11 catches, 137 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a 2-point conversion. So it was a good game plan by the Bills to take advantage of that little nuance on the Bengals because they've had trouble with tight ends all year. Dawson Knox, that's a career day for him. I mean, Dawson Knox, he's lucky if he gets 1 or 2 catches in a game to go 6 for 93. Plus, he had a touchdown taken away. So that was the thing that I think really hurt the Bengals throughout, other than the turnovers. And Buffalo, I think, can consider themselves a little fortunate. They are now 9-4, and the Bengals fall to 4-9.
Thank you so much, Paul. And he's right. Every time they needed a big play, those tight ends came up and they made the play they needed. It does not look like the Ravens are going to convert Ball, I think it was tipped. If not, it was a little bit out of the reach of Mark Andrews. The Ravens wanting a call there. They do have all 3 timeouts, so we'll see what comes of that one. Mark Andrews, not happy with himself as they are. We'll wait and see because they are still backed up the Steelers in their own goal line area. This one's about to end, even though the Colts are in the red zone. Let's go out to Brian Scheibel on an update on the Jags and the Colts.
Yeah, and right as we speak, Riley Leonard was able to scramble in from 6 yards out, so pulling the Colts between 36 to 19, pending whatever they decide to do here on the extra pointer. Looks like they're going to keep the offense up for a 2-point conversion. But Jags, though, second half just continued to pour it on Indianapolis, much like the rain here all day long, just coming down on both of these teams. Josh Hines-Allen with a big sack on Leonard in the end zone to get the safety. Then after a attempted onside free kick, the Jags were able to recover. And a couple of plays later, Cam Little just knocked through a 48-yard field goal. So the Jags from the day, Trevor Lawrence, 241 passing, 2 touchdowns. Travis Etienne, 20 carries, 74 yards, 2 scores. Brian Thomas Jr., 87 yards receiving. Also receiving touchdowns by Tim Patrick and Jacoby Myers for Jacksonville. They did stop the Colts on the 2-point try, so 1:51 to go here. Jacksonville 36-19. They're going to go to 9-4 with a great chance next week to go to 10-4 when Jacksonville hosts the Jets here in Jacksonville.
Thank you so much, Brian. And looking back on this, it's going to be a 3rd and 7 now for the Ravens. About 2:11 left. They have one more timeout left, and they also just. Oh, okay, never mind. They were just showing something else. The 2 drops by the tight ends, it feels like that first one was a catch for me. I'm not going to sit here and say that the Ravens got, screwed. And a pass on 3rd down is incomplete. It's now 4th and 7, and they'll be able to retain that timeout and still have the 2-minute warning after this punt. So a big punt there. I felt like that was a catch. I know the ball wasn't in close to his body, but it felt like he had control of it. And they're showing last week where he fumbled the ball into the end zone. So a rough few weeks from Isaiah Likely. You know what? Now that they showed that second replay, it almost doesn't look like a catch. Who knows anymore? Who the hell knows? But the Ravens are going to get the ball back with about 2 minutes to go. So I was wrong. They're not going to get the 2-minute warning because they are going to try and return this kick. And they're going to start off at their own 44. 1:56 left for the Ravens with a timeout. So we will see what happens there. The Bucs, of note, they lose that game 24-20. They've dropped 5 of 7, but somehow per Athletic NFL, they have a 67% chance likelihood to make the playoffs. Basically, they just got to get 2 wins in their last 4. They play the Panthers twice still, and that is the route they have. They're now tied, though. This is the scenario they've set up with themselves, as they are now tied atop that division with the Panthers. Panthers on bye this week, so they couldn't lose, but they will now drop to 7-6. The Panthers also 7-6. Seahawks won earlier. They're 10-3 as they are hoping for a result to go their way with the Rams playing in a little bit. Broncos, Raiders has kicked off, and the Broncos are already in the Raiders' red zone. It's 2nd and 10 from the Raiders' 18. There was a 3rd and 3 where they threw the ball to the left. It looked like R.J. Harvey was going to be stopped for a loss of like 4, and he was able to maintain it and still get the job done as well. It looks like, I don't know if this guy was down or what. Oh, he is going to just go down now. It doesn't look like he had the injury. But in the Titans-Browns game, Browns went for 2. They didn't get it, and it's now 31-23. It looked like he was going to return it. He ended up not. Let's go out to Baltimore as the Ravens they got one last shot here. They have one timeout. The 2-minute warning just took place, and Mike Popovich has more of an update on that.
Yeah, pins and needles here. Anthony, 1st and 10 for the Ravens. The ball on the 26-yard line, yes, and the Ravens, though, getting a 10-yard penalty on the punt return. So instead of at the 36, they're now at the 26. But a huge stop defensively for the Ravens, as though they turned it over on downs to the Steelers, who decided to throw the ball on 3rd down. An incompletion stopped the clock, and then the 2-minute warning. So that certainly helped the Ravens out there. But on that series where they turned the ball over on downs, 12 plays, 70 yards, taking 319, a pass to tight end Isaiah Likely appeared to be a touchdown, but as he took a 3rd step, the ball was swiped out, and it was reviewed and deemed that it was incomplete, and the Ravens were unable to recover from that and ultimately had to turn it over. But they do have one last shot, as you talked about it, Anthony. As we mentioned, I think in our first hit here during the game, of the past 38 overall games between the Ravens and Steelers, 28 have been decided by one score, with 19 of those coming by 3 or fewer points. Right now, a 5-point game. We'll see if Lamar Jackson can drive the team down the field again and score and win it in what is usually a very tight and interesting game. And this one will decide who has first place rights in the AFC North. Right now, the Ravens have that, but if the Steelers win, they'll take over first place. The Ravens looking to avoid a 2-game losing streak and 2 straight losses in the division as well. So a minute 56, Steelers lead the Ravens 27-22 at M&T Bank Stadium in Baltimore.
Thank you so much. The Browns do have all 3 timeouts, as it's 4:20 left in that one. They're down 31-23. The Ravens have 1 timeout. They are down 5, as you said, a minute 56 left, and Lamar Jackson's getting ready to take the field with the offense. Pollard, 159 rushing yards against the Browns this year, 2 touchdowns. So against a vaunted defense, season highs in total points and in rushing yards. Shedeur Sanders, 300 yards and 3 touchdowns in this one, though a couple of costly mistakes. It's going to be 2nd and 10 as an incompletion for Lamar Jackson. There is a flag on the play, though, so maybe there was an offsides or something. We'll get that in a second. First, let's go out to Cleveland as the Titans are trying to put the Browns away. It was a holding on the Ravens, by the way. Let's go out to our guy, John Buzika, as he's got more on Browns-Titans.
Yeah, I mean, still, plenty of time left here, but the only thing that I'm sort of confused by right now is, why go for 2 in that situation? It made no sense. If you're the Browns, because now it's 31-23. You need to score. You've got 2 timeouts left. You're going to get the ball, barring that there's no more special teams mishaps, which Bubba Ventrone is responsible for a lot of those over the last couple of weeks. But as long as there's no more of those, as Larvdan, I think, going to let this one bounce. Now he's going to field it at the 15, goes out at the 20. So the Browns are going to start at their own 20. But as you said, I mean, it makes no sense. And Shedeur Sanders, how about the day he's having? 301 yards, and he's leading the team in rushing with a rushing touchdown as well. And, I think a lot of things are going to be talked about today, probably, nationwide and also locally here. And I think the big bright spot from the day, Anthony, is that I think the Browns have a guy here. I think they just need to get a better line, and I think they need to get a couple wide receivers to go along with him. So, but he's got a chance here to go down the field. 2 minutes and 43 seconds left, down 31-23. Touchdown and a 2-point conversion ties the game up, and Shedeur Sanders can start a long line of hopeful lore for Browns fans if he does it today.
Thank you so much, John, and we will monitor that. Lamar Jackson scrambling to get it. It was 3rd and 11. That gets it to about 4th and 2, I think. Some other finals that just went final. Jags 36, Colts 19, Dolphins 34, Jets 10 in that one. So we'll get an update in this Ravens-Steelers game. We'll get an update in the Browns Titans game as well. Broncos punch one in. Bo Nix, a rushing touchdown. It's now 7-0 in that one as we await the 2 other games to kick off at 4:25. We'll be back in a bit. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Gameday.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Gameday right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 4 minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that is right. And we have a final in Baltimore as the Ravens end up failing the comeback. 27-22. Steelers move into first place, sole possession at 7-6, and the Ravens go to outside looking in the playoff picture. And ironically enough, when you look at the playoff standings now updated where they are tied with the Dolphins, a team we both thought were, not both, everybody thought was dead in the water there. So they go to 6-7. Now as the Steelers will jump up to 7-6. So a lot going on here. If the Texans were to lose. There's a lot of moving parts. 8-5 for the Colts. They're 7th now in the AFC after that one. So a lot of moving and shaking right now in the NFL standings just today. And another big one, kick it off now, Bears, Packers, winner takes over the division lead in that one as well. Raiders have the ball 3rd and 3 from Denver's 35. Cleveland in the red zone right now. And we'll get an update on that in just a moment, as well as they're down 8 points in this one. We spoke to Jonathan Grenard of the Vikings a little earlier. We will speak to some other players in a bit as well. Some of the other finals: Seahawks 37, Falcons 9, Bills 39, Bengals 34, Vikings 31, Commanders 0, Dolphins 34, Jets 10, Saints 24, Buccaneers 20, and Jags 36, Colts 19 in that one here. So we are about to kick off in Rams, Cardinals, and Packers, Bears, as the Rams just trying to keep pace with the Seahawks because a win would make them jump above the Seahawks in the division. Mike Tomlin giving a little kiss to the camera there. I kind of like it. A little feistiness from the old ball coach there as the Browns are on the 7-yard line. It's 2nd and goal. They have 2 timeouts, about a minute left in that one. And we are waiting for, I think it's a touchdown here from Fannin Jr. Let's get an update on that live from our guy John Bazika in Cleveland.
It was a touchdown to Fannin Jr. in the corner of the end zone. That guy has had a monstrous day. 8 catches, 114 yards, and a touchdown. The Browns just went for 2, by the way, and they failed it. So 31-29 the score with 1:03 left. So the Browns going to go for an onside kick here because it's their last hope at this point. And it goes back to before, why you go for 2 before still makes no sense. But Shedeur Sanders, 23 of 42, 364 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception. If there's any question between him and what's his name, Cam Ward today, I think Shedeur silenced all of those discussions about maybe who should have gone number 1. I don't know if he came in trying to prove that today or if that meant anything to him at all, but 364 yards. I'm just going to go out on a record and say that's probably some sort of near record for a Browns rookie. I don't know for sure, but I would have to check with the PR staff here. But now they have an onside kick attempt coming up and a chance to potentially get the ball back here again and win this at the end. But man, what a horrific loss this would be if they fall because they went for 2 earlier in the game when they really had no business doing that. I'll stick with you here for the onside kick if you would like to, Anthony. It's coming up in just a moment.
I don't know what that play call was on the 2-point conversion either.
Yeah, it was Judkins trying to run around the right end. They've run that Wildcat successfully this year, and Schmidt getting set to attempt this onside kick now. Such a tough play to get these right, and DK falls on it for the Titans right at about midfield. So Titans going to take over, and Brown's going to come up just short of what would have been an amazing comeback and a potential storyline that would have had the sports world reverberating for days because of how great Shedeur played today. And, man, I can't even tell you the amount of people that would have been talking about this had they been able to hold on here. But either way, 31-29, Brown's going to fall to the Titans, and the Titans behind Tony Pollard's best day of the year, 161 yards, going to most likely get this done unless something extremely freak happens here at the end.
Thank you so much, John, as we await that. It's still a feel-good story for Browns fans and the that franchise. I mean, it doesn't mean they have a guy, but it's the most – they must feel the best they felt since Baker was under center for them early on in his tenure as Browns quarterback. And, there's Shedeur, outside of that one bad throw late, he had a great game. And kudos to the team on the other side. I know Cam Ward didn't play the most amazing game, but Tony Pollard going out there and having a huge game against one of, if not the best defenses in the league. And we've got another score here in the Raiders game. We'll get an update on that one in just a moment as well. And we might have a score here in the Cardinals game as the Cardinals getting out in front early here. Brissett to Wilson on the touchdown. So maybe we got another little upset alert going on. Earlier the Saints lost to the Bucks. The Bucks lost to the Saints, sorry. And they are now tied with the Panthers above that division. I'll give you an update on also all the milestones that were, close to being cracked and all that as well. Myles Garrett moving into 22nd all-time. He's now 3 back of the sacks single season all-time record. Let's go out to Vegas. Tony Cordasco's got an update on the Raiders and the Broncos.
Yeah, it's the end of the first quarter of play, and we are tied up here in Las Vegas at 7 apiece. The Broncos and the Raiders, each team just had the ball one time, and on the opening drive, a real precision type of an offensive structure. Bo Nix, he found 4 separate receivers on that opening drive, and the Broncos marching 14 plays, 81 yards in 8:54, and they chewed up most of the clock. But then the Raiders on the attack, they come back and they counter with a 10-play, 70-yard touchdown drive in 6:06, and that was just it. The end of the quarter, they scored on the final play of the quarter as Brock Bowers scored on a 15-yard reception from Geno Smith, who's having perhaps his best day as a Raider. He is not throwing incompletion, and he's 6 for 6 on the afternoon. And the first touchdown was Bo Nix, 8-yard rushing touchdown. Will Lutz on the PAT, and then Bowers, of course, from Geno Smith. And the matchup that we've been watching all afternoon is Brock Bowers against Patrick Surtain Jr., and they did have a different coverage because Surtain was just locking him down, following him everywhere in the formation. But then Talanoa Hufanga actually was in coverage, the linebacker, on the possession in which Bowers scored. And so we're watching that battle here, the game within the game. On the afternoon, Bo Nix, 6 of 7, 40 yards. Geno Smith, 6 for 6, as we told you, 1 touchdown and 53 yards. R.J. Harvey on the ground for Denver, 30 yards on 3 carries. Ashton Genty with 4 carries, 17 yards. And then on the receiving end, Portland Sutton, 22 yards, 2 receptions. Ian Thomas with 2 receptions for 17 yards. Penalty on the Broncos, that sets them back to around the 28-yard line. Is 14. Actually, they're moving the football. It's going to be the Broncos' ball. It'll be first down at the 19-yard line, their own. And with 14:52 to go here in the first half of play, it's Denver 7, the Raiders 7.
Thank you so much, Tony. But before we go to the update, we are joined by the Seahawks' complete performance today, 37-9 over the Falcons. Offense, defense, and special teams, specifically special teams, led the way by this guy, Rashid Shaheed, joins us right now. What's going on, Rashid?
How you doing, man? Thank you for having me.
So you guys, complete performance. At first, we got to start 100-yard kick return. Is that the longest kick return you've ever had in your career? And what's going through your mind? Are you looking back? You're looking at the Jumbotron. What exactly is going through your head on that return?
Just don't get caught. That's about it. But no, man, a return like that happens when 10 other guys are doing their job. And it was an emphasis throughout the week that we needed to make a play on special teams. And I feel like it kind of sparked the team, and we were able to go on a run in that second half.
100%. You guys had 6 points coming into the half, and that was a kickoff to that moment. You guys are first now in the NFC. Obviously, a few results today still pending. Speak to the difficulties, and I guess to adjusting from going from playing with the team in the Saints, that at the time was struggling, to now coming to a team that has legit Super Bowl dreams. What's that transition like for you?
Right. No, the transition has been smooth. I feel like day one, I walked into the locker room, and you kind of feel, the difference, the energy, the vibes are very, very high in this locker room. The team is very close, and you can see why we win in the ways that we do. So yeah. I mean, I'm just super excited to be a part of this team and just continue to win, and everything will fall into place.
Rashid, thank you for the time. Enjoy the victory.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Rashid Shaheed of the Saints, and we go out to MetLife as we are joined now by Jalen Wright of the Dolphins, a big 34-10 victory. Jalen, how you doing? You stepped up. When your team needed you, Achane goes down with the injury, and you stepped up in a big way. How's it feeling?
It feels good. It feels good. I'm really grateful to have the opportunity. Grateful to come out with a win at the end. So,
24 carries, 107 yards, and a touchdown. I struggle to just, not pull a hammy if I don't stretch before doing physical activity. You went out there and had an awesome day. Just speak to your mindset of just always staying ready.
It starts with practice. Starts with practice, being intentional in practice, staying on details. In this game, it takes one opportunity, man, and it takes, when you got running backs in front of you, it just takes one running back to go down for that to be your game, and that's what happened. Like I said, I'm very blessed to have the opportunity, grateful for it, I just want to keep this thing going.
You guys are 6-7. You're right there on the doorsteps of a playoff spot. You've dealt with a lot of outside noise. The coach, everyone's been calling for the coach's job. You had some, trades at the deadline. What's the locker room feel like right now when everyone counted you guys out and you guys still aren't dead yet?
We just really sticking together. We've been sticking together this whole time. We know who we are. We're kind of delusional about who we are and stuff like that. We know that we can be we can be the best team. We know we can win out this whole thing. Big thing is we just got to keep winning, keep staying with this momentum. Come next week, have another great game. Continue to run the ball, continue to pound the rock, and we'll come out with a win. And defense was playing really great, and they've been playing great, so if they keep playing great, we can keep winning.
Jalen, enjoy the victory. Thank you for the time, and good luck the rest of the season.
Sir, thank you.
Jalen Wright of the Dolphins, 34-10 over the Jets, 24 carries, 107 yards, and a big day for them. Just to put it in perspective, Achane left and he had 92 yards, and this guy came in and answered the call immediately. Their quarterback had to do very little, and they are now sitting, a game and a half outside of a playoff spot realistically right now. A few results go their way, and they could be, in 2 weeks maybe playing for a playoff position. A lot more to get to. We got more interviews coming up. We'll react to all of the 4 o'clock late window action. 7-0 Cardinals right now, 7-7 Broncos, Raiders, and it's scoreless in the Packers Bears game. We got a lot more to get to. First, an update, our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network, Sports Flash.
Well, Anthony, disaster for the Colts. Quarterback Daniel Jones suffered what appeared to be a serious Achilles injury. He'd already been playing through a fracture in his left leg. Jones was quickly ruled out. The Colts blown out by the Jaguars 36-19, dropping to 8-5. Remember, the Colts sent 2 first-round picks to the Jets just a few weeks back to land Sauce Gardner, who did not play today due to a calf injury. The Steelers sack Lamar Jackson on the final play from scrimmage, holding on for a 27-22 win in Baltimore. The Steelers take back first place in the AFC North. The Vikings blow out the Commanders 31-0. Jaden Daniels re-injured his previously dislocated left elbow, and tight end Zach Ertz was carted off after taking a hit to his legs while trying to make a leaping catch. The Jets making a quarterback change, benching Tyrod Taylor for undrafted rookie Brady Cook. Dolphins destroy the Jets 34-10. Josh Allen and the Bills too much late for the Bengals.
Here's the snap, back to pass, blitz coming. Allen steps up in the pocket, 40, 30, down to the 20. Allen looking for the end zone, and he's in for a 40-yard touchdown rip. The beast has been released.
Bills radio Allen rushing for 78 yards in all. He threw 3 scores. Bills scored 21 fourth-quarter points to beat the Bengals 39-34. Titans hold on to beat the Browns 31-29. Shedeur Sanders throwing for 364 yards and 3 touchdowns in the loss. The Seahawks were tied at 6 with the Falcons at the half. It was all Seattle from there. Seahawks roll 37-9. Chalk up another 7 catches, 92 yards, and 2 touchdowns for Jackson Smith and Jigba. Saints upset the Buccaneers 24-20. The Bucs fall into a tie with the Panthers for first place in the NFC South. In the late games, the Cardinals have a 7-3 advantage on the Rams. Jacoby Brissett throwing an early touchdown for Arizona. They're midway through the first quarter. At frigid Lambeau Field, Jordan Love was just intercepted by the Bears. They take over in Packers territory at the Packers' 36-yard line. 5:47 to play in the first quarter, all scoreless at Lambeau, and the Broncos and Raiders tied at 7. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. We are back. A big day of action. We got a lot more to cover. Post game of the one. We speak to a few players. We already spoke to Rashid Shaheed. We spoke to Jalen Wright and a few others as well as we continue. Jonathan Grenard of the Vikings. If you missed any of that, use the rewind function. We got a few more coming up as well. The Broncos lining up for a field goal on 4th and 6. And there's a flag on the play, so we'll get an update on that in a second. First, let's go out to our marquee matchup of the late window. Bill Rabier's got an update on Packers-Bears.
Yeah, we have a timeout right now. 5:24 left in the first quarter. We have a change of possession here after the Bears just punted, and the Packers are getting ready to take over for the second possession of the game for them. They'll start at their own 11. We've already had a turnover in this game. The Bears opened the game with, on their first possession, went 3 and out and punted away. The Packers started their first possession at their own 11, got it out past midfield, and then Jordan Love threw an interception. The Bears returned it 36 yards into Packer territory, but then their drive stalled. We did have a review that was pretty consequential, too. It looked like the Bears had a first down in the red zone on a catch from tight end Colton Loveland, but it was ruled after review that it was an incomplete pass. Evan Williams is right there. It looked like he ripped it out of Colton's hands, and they thought maybe it was going to be a fumble and a turnover, but it turned out to be an incompletion, and then the Bears stalled from there and had to punt it away again. So still no score in the 211th all-time meeting between these two long rivals, and the Packers about ready to take it over their second possession here at Lambeau Field.
Thank you so much, Bill. 211 meetings. That's insane. I didn't even know that. Crazy. Third down here for the Cardinals. Let's go out to Arizona as the Rams and the Cardinals are battling out. Adam Green's got an update on that third down play.
Yeah, it was an incomplete pass to Trey McBride, so the Cardinals were forced to punt. There's 4:55 left to go in the first quarter. The Cardinals are up 7-3 in this game. The Rams won the coin toss, elected to defer, and the Cardinals needed just 5 plays to march down the field and score. 2 of the plays went to Trey McBride. He had 45 yards on that drive, and the touchdown was a 19-yard pass to a wide-open Michael Wilson. And then the Rams, they got the ball back. They moved down the field. They needed 10 plays to go 60 yards to settle for a Mevis 26-yard field goal. There were a couple of fouls. Stafford did to Devontae Adams. One, he just missed getting his feet down the back of the end zone. The other one, Stafford overthrew him just a little. They had to settle for the field goal. So the Cardinals got the ball back, ended up having to punt the ball back to the Rams. It's 7-3 here. Of course, interesting notes, the Cardinals at 3-9, the Rams 9-3, and this is the Rams' first game in this stadium since that playoff game. They were the home team, for I put that in quotes, against the Vikings last season. They won that game, of course. So they've had some success in State Farm Stadium. But that's where we're at. 7-3. The Cardinals have the lead. The Rams have the ball. 4:55 left to go in the first quarter.
Thank you so much. As the Broncos lined up for that field goal, there was a penalty. It pushed them back, and they ended up punting. Now the Raiders take over at their own 5-yard line. More on the Broncos and the Raiders. Tony Cordasco's got us covered.
And on that first down pass from the 5, we saw the Raiders, they go backwards when they're down deep in their own territory. Geno Smith just threw a little swing pass out to Ashton Genty. He lost 1 yard, and he had to get out of the end zone to do so. We are tied up here at 7 apiece. There's 9:30 to go in the second quarter of play, and it's been a fun game so far. And we saw the Broncos take the opening kickoff, march downfield, shoot up a ton of clock, 14 plays, 81 yards, 8:54 the time. We're going to get a pass interference call against the Broncos, and so the Raiders will get out of harm's way just at least for a moment here. And in that first possession, Raiders come out playing a very soft zone, and Bo Nix just picked them apart repeatedly. They had 4 different receivers that had receptions on that opening drive, and they mixed up the run and the pass. And then after that, in the very first possession for the Raiders, Geno Smith was on fire. He still has not thrown an incompletion yet. Brock Bowers on a 15-yard reception from Geno Smith. Daniel Carlson's kick was good, 10 plays, 70 yards in 6:06. And, I couldn't understand why the Broncos, even after, so Will Lutz did line up for a 58-yard field goal attempt, delay of game penalty, but the Raiders declined, and they still sent the punting team out. I thought perhaps they would still keep Lutz on the field, have him attempt that 58-yarder, but they did pin the Raiders deep at the 5-yard line. One injury note, Caillou Blue Kelly, the defensive back for the Raiders, shaken up, carted off the field with a knee injury. He's out for the remainder of the game, replaced by Darian Porter. Porter broke up a pass intended for Courtland Sutton here in the second quarter. The leaders, Bo Nix, 79 yards passing, 11 of 13. Geno Smith, 6 for 6, 53 yards. And a big sack there of Geno Smith, as we're speaking. R.J. Harvey has 5 carries, 33 yards for the Broncos. Ashton Genty, 21 yards on 6 carries. And then receiving-wise, Ian Thomas of the Raiders has 17 yards receiving on 2 catches, 3 receptions for Courtland Sutton and 31 yards. It is currently a 3rd down and 13 for the Raiders. They're backed up now to their own 8-yard line. 8 minutes to go here in the second quarter from Las Vegas. And we're tied up at 7 apiece, Broncos and Raiders.
Thank you so much, Tony. It just feels like a classic Sean Payton overthinking there. We only have so many TVs in here that we could see everything at once. And they cut away after the field goal, after the penalty was called on the field goal. So puzzling, to say the least. And at times he does make those calls, and that big sack bails out the defense as it's now going to be a 3rd and long for them. 2nd and 10 here for the Rams as they have a deficit of 7-3. They're on the 24-yard line of the Cardinals, and they're going to be up to the 45-yard line after a pass to Puka Nacua across the middle for 32 yards. Just a beautiful snap of a throw from Stafford to Puka Nacua. What a play, man, and what a catch. That's the difference. You saw a lot of plays like that today where the quarterback either just is a little tick off or the receiver can't really in a play like that, and it takes a total team effort there to get the job done. And another penalty here on the Broncos as Nick Bonito leaves early. They are one of, if not the most penalized teams in the league. Something to watch as they get closer down to the playoff wire as they're battling it out. A win today gets them right now, moves them into first place in the AFC because they would win the common opponents portion of the tiebreaker. They'd be 2-0 against the Raiders. They beat the Jets earlier this year. And the Patriots, who are 1-0 against the Jets, lost to the Raiders week 1. So right now, that's the tiebreaker at hand for the Broncos. We got a lot more to get to. One more hour of Just Me at 6. The great Jody Mack joins me for the last 2 hours before his show at 8 o'clock. So stay tuned. Anthony Gallo on Infinity Sportsnet. This is Gridiron Game Day. We'll be right back.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 4 minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining.
All right, Titans 31, Browns 29, a big victory for the Titans as they continue to battle. And joining us right now from that Titans O-line, Corey Levin joins us. Corey, how you doing? Thanks for the time.
1 minute, 30 seconds remaining.
Corey, if you're there, hold on one second. We're having some technical difficulties.
One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. We're back. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Gameday. Before we jump back into the late window and update you there, and there's a lot to get to that happened in break, we had a big win today for the Titans as they get their second win of the season, 31-29 over the Browns. Obviously, the big story coming into this one, Shedeur Sanders versus Cam Ward, but stealing today was that Titans offensive line setting the way for Tony Pollard. And joining us right now is Corey Levin. Corey, what's going on, man?
How we doing, man? Doing great. Feeling great after a win.
You guys go up against, the Browns defense. We all know about it. Myles Garrett, they're a tough, stout unit, one of the best in the league. And you guys had your way with that defensive line. Just speak to how underrated this group of guys is on that offensive line for you.
Well, when we work together, 5 is 1. You can see some success in the run game. Obviously, when you play the Browns, you don't want to get into a pass fest because they got 95 on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
So the better you can stay efficient running the ball, it just kind of helps, and it was kind of evident today.
You hold them to 1 sack, and obviously you talk about 95. He's 3 away from the all-time sacks lead, but it's obviously a collective effort for them. Just speak to what you guys did effective today to hold them to just 1 sack, and it feels like a huge accomplishment that no one else has been able to do.
Well, you got a game plan for them. Honestly, if you don't, there's something wrong there. You gotta go into the week every day of practice planning for 95, and you got to chip them, you got to nudge them, you got to slide to them, you got to screen them, you got to boot them, you got to do everything in the playbook just to slow them down. And as you saw today, he'll still even be able to, generate a couple pressures. But overall, good job, by the guys up front. I'm very proud of our group. Just to get a win, man, it feels good.
You guys set the tone today, obviously, with the line. Speak to it. He's had some struggles, but he shows flashes at times of how good he can be. Speak about your quarterback, Cam Ward, and his ability to deal with adversity early in the season.
Man, he's just got such an unbelievable next play, next game, next drive mentality. Nothing shakes the young kid, and he's confident as ever. Like you said, he's special. He can make some special throws. He's a great leader, even when the pass game isn't doing much like it did today. He's still in the huddle. He's telling us, we got to run the ball. We got to, close this game out, which we can be better. We can be better in that instance and close the game out on our terms. But, he's always locked into the situation and then the next play.
One last one. You guys obviously had a tough time this season so far, but you've continued to battle every week, even in the losses. You could tell there's a lot of fight from this team. What is keeping you guys together? And speak to that toughness, because that is a mental toughness that a lot of people do not have, to be able to battle through adversity, like we said with the quarterback, but with you guys as a whole.
We just got a bunch of guys that really care about each other in this locker room. And it's not like tough times have fallen on us just this year. We've kind of been dealing with it the past, 2.5 years or so. Things have been a little rough around here as far as wins come, but guys have stuck together more than ever, and just really proud of them, man. What a great win today.
Corey, enjoy the victory. Go celebrate with your teammates.
Thank you, man. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for the time. Corey Levin of the Titans, 31-29. You could point at a bunch of factors here for this offensive line, whether it is 161 rushing yards for Pollard, or, which I think is the most impressive stat I've seen today, 1 sack against this Browns defense. So, Corey Levin and the crew holding it down. Also, they did a great job containing him. Myles Garrett now 3 sacks away from the season record, and he moved into 22nd all-time in the sacks list. Let's go out to Green Bay as the Bears and the Packers are battling it out. It's still scoreless in that one. Bill Rabier's got a complete breakdown.
First quarter has just ended. The Packers with an 8-yard carry on the possession here that they just took over after another Bears punt. So we are through 1 quarter here at Lambeau, still no score. A couple of personnel notes here. For the Bears, no Rome Odunze today, but for the Packers, they get Jaden Reed back today, the wide receiver who's been out since week 2 with a foot and then a broken collarbone injury, and he is back today for the first time, and he's already had 3 catches today for 13 yards. He also had one rush for 7 yards, so they're happy to have him back for sure, but still nobody can put any points on the board here in the first quarter. We've had a turnover. Jordan Love threw an interception. That's newsworthy in itself. That's just his 4th interception of the year. Other than that, he's 6 of 9 for 48 yards. Josh Jacobs, 7 carries for 28 yards. And for the Bears, Caleb Williams, just 1 completion in 7 attempts for 2 yards. And DeAndre Swift has 4 carries for 18 yards. So not a lot of offense going on right now here at Lambeau Field in a classic black and blue division knockdown drag-out. And these two old rivals fighting for the lead in the NFC North. So as we're about to get ready for the second quarter, still no score from Green Bay.
Thank you so much, Bill. Let's go out to Arizona as the Rams and Cardinals battling it out. And the tandem that is becoming slowly taking over the league, especially in fantasy realms. Brissett and Wilson just completing a big pass there. More on that game. Adam Green's got us covered.
Yeah, it's 10-7. The Rams have the lead right now, but the Cardinals are driving. The Rams got that punt from the Cardinals the last time, and they went down the field, 6 plays, 74 yards for a touchdown. It was Blake Corum ran in from 2 yards out to give the Rams the first lead of the day. But the Cardinals responded with that Brissett to Michael Wilson largely. Wilson now has 4 catches for 59 yards and that 1 touchdown earlier, but he's had some big catches on this drive, of course. Marvin Harrison Jr. is out again for the Cardinals this game. So the Cardinals right now obviously didn't go into this game with high expectations outwardly, but right now they're competing with the Rams pretty good. Of course, L.A. does have Matt Stafford, who's 3 of 6 for 56 yards. Puka Nacua on their touchdown drive had 2 catches for 50 yards, a couple of really big down-the-field catches in tight windows, doing things that Puka does. But, yeah, it's 10-7. The Rams have the lead. The Cardinals have the ball 3rd and 3 at the LA 31, looking to answer back in what has been a very competitive game thus far, with 12-11 left to go in the second quarter.
Thank you so much, Adam. Let's go out to Vegas. Broncos have the ball back. A big play earlier from the special teams, and more on that game. Raiders, Broncos, Tony Cardasco's got us covered.
2:28 remaining in the first half. It's Denver 14 and the Raiders 7. And when we last left you, the Raiders were deep in their own end. They were in a hole. We saw the second sack of the day of Geno Smith, and that sent them back to the 6-yard line. And then there was a punt by A.J. Cole, and Marvin Mims just straight up the middle, and he runs into a stack of Raider defenders, and then he breaks it outside, takes it all the way to pay dirt, and the latest touchdown and the go-ahead touchdown for the Broncos in this game. Earlier in the game, the Broncos got on the scoreboard first. It was Bo Nix on an 8-yard rush. It was a 14-play, 81-yard, 8 minutes, 54-second drive, and the extra point was good. After that, Brock Bowers on a 15-yard reception to counter that first score from Geno Smith, 10 plays, 70 yards, and those were the only possessions of that first quarter of play here in Las Vegas. It is mostly Denver Bronco fans here in attendance today. They're doing their chants. They're all wearing orange, and it's like a Raider road game. And it's 2nd and 6 as we approach the 2-minute warning, and the ball is on the Denver 40-yard line. The Broncos have possession of the ball. Bo Nix already has thrown the football 16 times, and he's 14 of 16, but just for 102 yards. Geno Smith on that last series to his first 2 incompletions. He's 7 of 9, 1 touchdown, 64 yards on the ground. Ashton Genty, 7 carries, 24 yards. R.J. Harvey with 38 yards on the ground on 6 carries. Cortland Sutton, the leading receiver for Denver, with 31 yards on 3 receptions. And Trey Tucker, 2 catches for 24 yards for the Las Vegas Raiders. 2-minute warning here in Las Vegas. And with just, again, 2 minutes to go in the second quarter, your score from Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas, it's Denver 14, Las Vegas Raiders 7.
Thank you so much, Tony. And joining us, and now a big victory in the NFC South, playing the role of spoilers, our upset of the day. Saints 24, Bucks 20. Devin Neal, 19 carries, 70 yards, and a touchdown. He joins us now. Devin, what's going on?
Hey, how you doing?
So you guys go out there, you upset the Bucks in a big fashion, and this offense has kind of taken on a new identity even after the deadline where you've lost a couple of guys. Just speak to not just your ability to stay ready, but the quarterback's ability to stay ready, that wide receiver room. You guys have been really versatile, been able next man up mentality has really saved you guys.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it goes to the mindset of this team and our mentality. You know, I think, early in the week when we're focusing on our game plan, everyone's ready because, we expect each other to play. We expect each other to play well and efficient. So, so like it's just a preparation thing. Like everyone has to prepare the same way. Everyone has to prepare like they're going to be the one taking the most snaps. And I think we go about it in the right way. And that's why when guys get their number called in the game, that they don't waver and they're ready for the moment.
So you guys, listen, it's tough. Everyone's, kind of counting you out coming into this game, and you guys have kind of rough time of it. speak to just the ability to keep fighting and to keep playing as hard as you guys have, because it's been a lot of close games for you even early on. But just speak to that mentality. For some of us in our everyday lives, we give up easier than that.
Yeah, I mean, I just think for us, we focus on not, listening to the outside noise. We focus on getting better each and every day, focusing on what it takes to win the next game. And, I think we have a next play, a next day type of mentality on this team, to where we're not focused on so much what's happened in the past. We're focused on getting better. We're focused on what it takes to get a win ultimately, because that's all that matters. I think this is a really selfless group of guys. No one's worried about their own stats. Everyone's worried about what they can do for the team to get better and get a win at the end of the day.
One last one. Your quarterback kind of under the radar in the draft, under the radar this season. I don't think he gets enough credit. Just speak to his ability to consistently make plays, whether it's in the air or on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, I think you hit it right on the head right there. I think he knows he's an underrated guy, but I think it fuels him. He's one of the hardest working guys I've met. I think me and him have a really close connection. It's super cool to just watch him continue to develop. And, I think he was tough as nails today. And in a bad element game, it was raining hard. He could have easily, been worried about how I'm going to get my stats up, my passing yards up. But he was tough. He ran hard. He got 2 rushing touchdowns and 2 very pivotal touchdowns in the game. So I'm super proud of him. And, sky's the limit for us, honestly. And it's really exciting to be in New Orleans State right now, for sure.
Devin, thanks so much for the time. Good luck the rest of the season.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Devin Neal of the New Orleans Saints, a big 24-20 victory over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who now fall to a tie with the Panthers. So both of them 7-6 at the top of the division. Also, both of them still play each other twice this year. First down run by R.J. Harvey, about a minute left in that one as the Broncos use their first timeout there. That gets them a first down there. 10 minutes left in the half for the Bears and the Packers. Still scoreless. 2nd and 10 here for the Packers. They're outgaining the Bears 124-20 yards. So a big deficit there in that one. 69 passing yards to 2 for the Packers. But 2nd and 10 here as they are on the Bears' 23-yard line. Jordan Love lining up under center, trying to get anything going right now offensively as he threw a pick earlier. He's going to just toss it back off his back leg out of bounds. And there's a flag on the play. Let's see if – I don't think this is grounding. It's got to be something on the defense here. Maybe a hold. We'll wait. We'll get an update on that in a second. There's a timeout in the Cardinals game as they settle for the field goal. It's now 10-10 in that one. So update on the scores. 14-7. Also an incompletion by Bo Nix to Troy Franklin. So 2nd and 10 for the Broncos as Bo Nix was running for his life and threw it last minute, as always, feet not set, and almost gets his quarterback, wide receiver, killed. So the flag in the Packers-Bears game is on, I believe it's on the Packers because they're saying 3rd down. So this is going to be a big 3rd down in this one. Oh, it's an offensive pass interference there. You don't see that every day. As there was separation there. He pushed it off. I don't know who that was that pushed off the Bears defender, but it's going to be 3rd and 10 now from the Bears 3-yard line as they try to get some points on the board here. Again, scoreless. It's been all Packers. The only reason why I feel like there's no points on the board right now, they're even 4 of 6 on 3rd down conversions, is the interception earlier from Jordan Love. It's going to be 3rd down for the Broncos here on this one, and then another incomplete pass. It's actually going to be 4th and 4 for the Broncos with 28 seconds left, and a completion here for the Packers, and that's going to be a score. Jordan Love to Christian Watson over the middle, and he gets in there just after taking the hit, and he's in, and he does the Lambeau leap, and that will get them on the board as it's 6-0 Packers over the Bears in their 211th meeting, as our guy Bill Rabier brought up to us earlier, which is outstanding. What a throw from Jordan Love. Little loft, little touch, a beautiful throw, and they will go from here. The Broncos going for it on 4th down, and Bo Nix to Troy Franklin for 4 yards. They call their 2nd timeout. So there's now 20 seconds left, and they are on the Vegas's 39-yard line as they're trying to get to extend that lead as the Raiders will start with the ball in the second half there. And Let's see. So 7-0 Packers over the Bears. 9:19 left in the half in that one. 10-10, the Rams have the ball. It's 2nd and 1 from their own 44-yard line as the Cardinals just kicked the field goal in that one. And then 14-7, Broncos over the Raiders. We'll take a break. We'll come back. If you missed any of the interviews, use the rewind function on the Odyssey app. We got a lot more football left. And in 40 minutes, the great Jody Mack joins us to break down all of this action and preview the primetime window. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day. Stay tuned.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. 45 seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
We'll be back with more.
Psych! We are back. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day. We got a lot to get to here. First, while we were in break, we had a score in the Packers-Bears game, and let's get right to it. Bill Raby here, Packers-Bears. He's got an update for us.
Yeah, the Packers are on the board first here in this rivalry game at Lambeau Field. Jordan Love connected with Christian Watson on 3rd and 10 from the Bears 23. He found Watson in the end zone for his 20th touchdown of the year for Jordan Love. For Watson, his 4th TD catch. The extra point was good, and that made it 7-0. That's where we stand. Now the Bears took over after the kickoff and have moved it out beyond midfield now after a penalty just called on the Packers gave them a first down at the Green Bay 48-yard line. So the Bears have it 1st and 10, trying to answer the first score of the game. Jordan Love, 10 of 14, 106 yards, touchdown, and an interception. And for Caleb Williams, just 2 of 9 for 14 yards. Bears haven't had much offense here today, but they do have it moving now. They have it on the Packers side of the field, trailing 7-0 in favor of the Packers. 6:35 left, second quarter here at Lambeau.
Thank you so much for the update there. Stephen Holder reports Colts coach Shane Steichen says of Daniel Jones' Achilles injury, it doesn't look good. So unfortunate, but we did expect it. So that is a sad, what was a special story this year, comes down to a short-lived, I guess, because it does not look good. So we'll get the reports there. Hopefully it's not as severe as we think with the Achilles. Mike McDaniel said Dolphins running back Devon Achane was available to return in an emergency. He chose not to put him back in the game. As for his availability next week versus the Steelers, I promise you he'll be in there if he's ready. That was Marcel Luis Jaquez. And so that is a decision there. And here is Notre Dame announced it is declining to play in any bowl game. Losers. That's what that is. Lame. Get over yourselves. Pop-Tart Bowl. We'll get a Jesus Pop-Tart coming out at the end of the game. What are we doing here? You know what? I'm glad they didn't make the playoffs. I wanted Bama out, but you know what? Notre Dame, get over yourselves. Okay? And if you didn't see, Miami in, Notre Dame out, and they just, Adam Schefter put it out, they are declining to play in any bowl game. So, enjoy losing in basketball. How about that? I don't even care that much about Notre Dame, but that is just, get over yourself. But let's get back to the updates here. The Raiders had a chance there on 4th down. It looks like they're about to go to halftime in that one. Let's go out to Arizona and get an update in the Rams-Cardinals game from our guy, Adam Green.
Yeah, there's 2:47 left to go in the second quarter. The Rams have now taken a 17-10 lead by way of a Kyron Williams 2-yard touchdown run. For the Rams, they got to a bit of a slow start, but their offense has been able to move the ball against Arizona. They have 3 scoring drives here with a lot of the yardage coming on the ground. The Rams have run for 99 net yards here. Kyron Williams has 51 yards and a touchdown on 7 carries, and Blake Corum has 48 yards and a touchdown on 6 carries. Matt Stafford, 9 of 12 for 110 yards, very efficient. Puka Nacua, 80 yards on 4 receptions. So they have a 17-10 lead here. The Cardinals, of course, Jacoby Brissett doing what he's been doing a lot the last few weeks. He's 11 of 14 for 139 yards and 1 touchdown, which went to Michael Wilson. He's also found Trey McBride 3 times for 49 yards. But for the Cardinals that came in this game as the underdogs, and you're starting to see why. L.A. offenses been able to do pretty much whatever they wanted to against this Arizona defense, and the Cardinals have been competitive on offense, but they haven't been able to put long drives together outside of their one touchdown drive. They did get a Chad Ryland 38-yard field goal. So 17-10 is the score. The Cardinals are taking over first and 10 at their 35-yard line with 2:47 left to go in the second quarter.
Thank you for the update, Adam. Let's go out to Vegas as this game has gone to the half. Broncos, Raiders. Tony Cordasco's got us covered.
That's right. It is halftime here at Allegiant Stadium. Ladies and gentlemen, go!
I'm going to put Tony on hold there as it sounds like he's having a little trouble with his microphone there as we were getting a little bit more stadium noise than we were his actual update. And while they went to halftime, it is now 14-7 Broncos over the Raiders. Bo Nix, 16 of 21, 110 yards. R.J. Harvey, 8 carries, 49 yards. Cortland Sutton, 3 receptions, 31 yards. Both touchdowns, one coming from a Bo Nix scramble and the other one a Denzel Mims punt return, the all-pro punt returner putting in work. We got a little bit of a after the play fracas here between the Bears and the Packers, and I don't think they threw a flag. Good. I like that. Let them, they went at it. Let them go at it. He got so it was Burden and whoever. Oh, they did throw a flag. Never mind. Joke's on me. Let's go back out to Tony Cordasco as he's got our halftime update. What's going on, Tony?
Yeah, I'm sorry I lost you guys. I was dancing to Stone Temple Pilots here at halftime at Allegiant Stadium. Bring back Scott Weiland. Please, come back someday. 14-7 your score at the break here in Las Vegas. The Broncos are on top, and the first half ended on a Hail Mary Bo Nix pass into the end zone that was deflected out of bounds, and so that put an end to the scoring here in Las Vegas. But the Broncos got out on top early on in the first quarter with a 14-play, 81-yard drive and 8:54, and Bo Nix capped it off on an 8-yard touchdown run, and it was 7-0. Extra point was good. Then it was the Raiders on the attack offensively with perhaps one of their best drives in recent weeks. 10 plays, 70 yards, and 6:06. Extra point was good by Daniel Carlson. It was 7-7 at the end of the first quarter. The Raiders got pinned back deep. They started their next drive after the Broncos came up empty, and the ball was punted down to the 5-yard line on the kill. The Raiders took over there. Four plays later, they punched the ball away, and Marvin Mims on a 48-yard touchdown punt return puts the Broncos on top, 14-7. Will Lutz's extra point was good. And in that first half, Raiders still staying in that zone defense. And we've seen Bo Nix just pick them apart. 16 of 21 passing, 110 yards. Geno Smith, 8 of 12, 1 touchdown. That was to Brock Bowers. And it was 71 yards passing for Geno Smith. He's been sacked 3 times. In the first meeting, the Broncos sacked him 6 times in that initial meeting. The 10-7 win by the Broncos in Denver. R.J. Harvey on the ground, 49 yards rushing. Ashton Genty, not much, 24 yards on 7 carries. Cortland Sutton, 31 yards receiving on 3 receptions. And Trey Tucker of the Raiders, 24 yards receiving and on 2 receptions in that first half. Total yardage, it was Denver 169-76 for the Raiders. We're at the break here in Las Vegas at Allegiant Stadium, and your score, it's the Denver Broncos 14, Las Vegas Raiders 7.
Thank you so much, Tony, as we will continue to monitor that one. 2-minute warning in both the Rams, Cardinals, and Packers, Bears game. Bears have the ball 3rd and 18 from Green Bay's 16-yard line. The Cardinals have the ball 3rd and 10 from their own 35-yard line. We got a lot more to get to. We'll come back. We'll react to these games live. We'll get ready for the great Jody Mack. But first, an update from our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
No shortage of drama in the college football world. Alabama and Miami snag the final 2 spots in the playoffs. Notre Dame left at home. The key, Miami's head-to-head win over Notre Dame back in August. Notre Dame handling it, surely maturely. The Fighting Irish are now refusing to play in a bowl game this year. Colts quarterback Daniel Jones tore his Achilles tendon in the first half of their loss to the Jaguars, according to Pro Football Talk. Riley Leonard took over at quarterback with the Colts losing 36-19. Indy is now 8-5 after a 7-1 start. The Jaguars lead the AFC South at 9-4. The Texans can tie the Colts for second place with a win over the Chiefs tonight. The Commanders fear that tight end Zach Ertz tore his ACL. Quarterback Jaden Daniels aggravated his left elbow injury. He did not return, though head coach Dan Quinn said that was his own decision. Quinn plans to continue playing Daniels despite the Commanders being eliminated from playoff contention. Isaiah Likely failed to adequately haul in a Lamar Jackson pass that could have been a go-ahead touchdown. In the eyes of the officials, 27-22, Ravens fall to the Steelers. Pittsburgh takes over first place in the AFC North. The Buccaneers take a stunning home loss to the Saints, 24-20. The Bucs are now tied with the Panthers atop the NFC South. Despite Shedeur Sanders throwing for 364 yards and 3 touchdowns, the Browns lose to the Titans, 31-29. With that, the Giants are now in position for the top pick of the NFL draft. The Giants are on their bye week. Josh Allen with a monster fourth quarter to lead the Bills to a 39-34 win over the Bengals in snowy Buffalo. Seahawks use a huge second half to blow out the Falcons 37-9. Dolphins stomp the Jets 34-10. In the late games, it is frigid at Lambeau Field. Temperatures in the teens. Packers ahead of the Bears 7-0. Bears do have the ball at the Packers' 15-yard line. They're facing a 4th and 7. Broncos 14, Raiders 7 at the half in Vegas, and the Rams have a 17-10 lead on the Cardinals with 1:20 to play in the first half. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. We are back. Gridiron Game Day, Infinity Sportsnet. If you're watching on the BetMGM network or the YouTube channel, what is going on? It is 7-3, 45 seconds left in this one. Packers 7, Bears 3. As we're getting closer to the half, and it's 17-10, Rams over the Cardinals. About 18 seconds left in the half there, and the Broncos and Raiders are getting ready to kick it off in just a bit. But let's get an update. I didn't get to give it to you guys earlier. I'll do it now. The top fantasy performers of that early window. Josh Allen, 251 yards, 3 touchdowns, 78 yards on the ground, and a touchdown as well. So 4 total. He had 37.84 touchdowns. Oh, man. Jordan Love to Melton for the touchdown. Rutgers alumni. And he scores to make it 13-3. Hold on. We'll get back to the fantasy scoreboard in a second. That was, how many yards was that? That was, I'm waiting for the update here as well, but it was Love to Bo Melton. That was almost 45 yards, I think, in the air. 45 yards exactly. I'm a mathematician, man. I know my distances. You know, I can do it all. But anyway, seriously. Bo Melton with the touchdown there makes it 13-3. Will probably be 14-3 going into the half, pending the extra point, which is good. So about 38 seconds left there. Raiders take over at their own 31-yard line after a 1-yard rush. It's now 2nd and 9 for the Raiders. We got another touchdown here too. Let's see what this happened in the Rams game. A 28-yard pass, Stafford to Puka Nacua, and that one puts them up 24-10. And it is all going off right now as these teams are, they'll have 12 seconds, the Cardinals, but they are down 24-10 in this one. Kyron Williams, 61 yards, a rushing touchdown, 2 receptions, and 13 yards there. So going back to the scoring leaders, as how my fantasy brain is cooking here. Like I said, Josh Allen, 37.84 in a standard PPR league, 250 yards in the air, 78 on the ground, 4 total touchdowns. Shedeur Sanders, 364 yards in the air, 3 touchdowns, 29 on the ground, and a rushing touchdown. He had 33.46. He also had the interception, so that knocked him down a bit more as well. Jackson Smith and Jigba, 28.1. He had 92 yards in the air, 7 catches, 2 touchdowns. Tony Pollard, 25 carries, 161 yards, 2 touchdowns. That's for 28.1. T. Higgins, 2 touchdowns, 92 yards on 6 catches for 27.2. And then Harold Fannin Jr., 8 catches, 114 yards, and a touchdown for 25.4 yards. So that's a big day for the Browns. So that Browns-Titans game, the over-under was 33.5, and I took the over, but seriously was questioning if there was a chance that might not hit, and the Titans alone almost eclipsed that number. So an insane day in the Shedeur Sanders, Cam Ward battle, which really turned out to be, Tony Pollard versus Kevin Stefanski's idiotic play calling, as the Raiders cannot convert on 3rd down, so it's going to be 4th and 8 for them. Geno Smith is getting his butt kicked today. And more on that and the entire Raiders-Broncos game. Tony Cordasco's got an update from Vegas.
Yeah, we've got 13-18 to go in the third quarter, and it's still 14-7 in favor of the Broncos. Yes, the Broncos are dominating in just about every aspect in all 3 phases. However, they just still have only a 7-point lead, and that is Broncos football in a nutshell. And as you mentioned, Geno Smith is just getting battered again, sacked 3 times on the afternoon. He was hurried on the 3rd and 8 as the Raiders went 3 and out in their last possession from their own 33-yard line, and he came out of the game shaking his right hand, and I haven't seen him around on the sideline, and who knows if he'll be back again when the Raiders have the football. Right now it's the Broncos' ball. It's the 1st and 10 on their own 9-yard line. And we do have that one injury update for you. Kayuk Blue Kelly of the Raiders was carted off of the field in the first half, and he sustained a knee injury. He's out for the remainder of this game, and it didn't look good as he was taken off the field, and his replacement is Darian Porter for the Raiders. So far, as I mentioned earlier, Bo Nix has just pretty much picked apart the Raiders' zone all afternoon, 16 of 21, but just 110 yards. Geno Smith on the other side of the coin, 8 of 13, 1 touchdown, and 71 yards. The Broncos got on the board early, 14 plays, 81 yards. Bo Nix, 8-yard touchdown run on a design play, and extra point was good, 7-0 Broncos. Later on in that first quarter, the Raiders' first possession as well, it was Brock Bowers on a 15-yard reception from Geno Smith, 10 plays, 70 yards in 6:06, and we have not heard from Bowers since. He just has that one reception on the afternoon. In the second quarter, special teams stepped up for the Broncos as Marvin Mims Jr. returned a punt, 48 yards for a touchdown, and that was a short punt that was fielded up the middle. He broke it out to the outside, and he went all the way to the house. And that's where we stand right now. It is Denver's football, 1st and 10 from their own 9-yard line. Third quarter of play, 13-18 remaining, and it's Denver 14 and the Raiders 7.
Thank you so much, Tony, as it looked like the Bears almost fumbled the ensuing kickoff, and it looks like it is 1 second left in this one, 24-10. Rams over the Cardinals. They're right before the half. The Rams have the ball at their own 45-yard line after the Cardinals could not convert the 63-yard field goal. So they will take over unless they're re-kicking this. Let's see. No, actually, I think the time had run out. I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I'm getting a delay feed and I'm looking at the game cast here. So it was no good from 63 yards in that one. Broncos up 14-7, as Tony said. They have the ball 2nd and 4 from their own 15 after a 6-yard pass to Cortland Sutton. I want to see how off this one actually was. 2nd and 19 for the Bears, but about 21 seconds left. And, it was just Ride White. It might have been a little short as well. Let's get more of an update. 21 seconds left in the half. Bears, Packers. Bill Rabier's got more for us.
Yeah, now just 17 seconds left in the half after that incompletion on 2nd and 19. So the Bears looking at 3rd and 19 from their own 28. Now it's 14-3 in favor of the Packers. They scored a touchdown on their last possession after the Bears answered their first touchdown with a field goal to make it 7-3. And then on the ensuing kickoff, Bears kicker Cairo Santos tried to squib one. It didn't land in the landing zone, and so the Packers took over at the 40-yard line. And it was just a couple plays later when Jordan Love bombs away to Bo Melton for a 45-yard touchdown. Just Melton's second career touchdown. Just his 3rd catch of the year. Bo Melton was a guy that started as a receiver. The Packers tried to convert him to a defensive back this year, but he's played mostly on offense, sparingly at best. But he got himself open, and Jordan Love launched it and found him in the end zone for the Packers' 2nd touchdown. That completed a 4-play, 60-yard drive. It took just 36 seconds, and now the Bears have it after that touchdown, and it looks like they're going to have to punt away as they look at 4th and 9 here with just 10 seconds to go in the half. So quite an eventful last 5 or 6 minutes or so, and the Packers have extended their lead 14-3 as we near halftime here at Lambeau Field.
Thank you so much, Bill. Let's go out to Arizona. Rams, Cardinals. The Cardinals could not convert the big 63-yard field goal. More on the complete first-half breakdown. Adam Green's got us covered.
Yeah, the Cardinals tried to get back a little bit closer, but Chad Ryland missed from 63 yards to end the half, which left the score 24-10. The Rams have the lead at halftime. The Rams, of course, their offense has been the story in this game. The defense holding the Cardinals to 10 points is good, but the Rams had 4 possessions, and they've scored 4 times, 1 field goal, and 3 touchdowns. They got their last touchdown, a 28-yard pass from Matt Stafford to Puka Nacua. Drive took just a minute 30, 7 plays and 82 yards to extend the lead to 24-10. Rams are getting pretty much anything they want offensively on the ground. Kyron Williams, Blake Corum have been very effective between the two of them. 61 yards and a touchdown for Williams, 48 yards and a touchdown for Corum. Stafford is now 14 of 18 for 197 yards and 1 touchdown. To Nacua, who has 136 yards on 6 catches in the first half of this game. So LA's offense getting whatever it wants against Arizona's defense. And it's worth noting the Rams will get the ball to start the second half. The Cardinals, for their part, they have their 10 points. They scored a touchdown on their first drive. It was a 19-yard pass from Jacoby Brissett to Michael Wilson. Wilson, who is looking the part of a number 1 receiver once again with Marvin Harrison Jr. out. He has 6 catches for 81 yards and 1 touchdown. Sharon Bright has 3 catches for 49 yards, but those were earlier in the game. He's been a little bit quiet of late. And the Cardinals don't have much on the ground. Brissett is 13 of 18 for 154 yards and 1 touchdown. But the story of this game, again, has been the Rams' offense doing whatever it wants. 4 possessions, 4 scores, a field goal, 3 touchdowns. They have a 24-10 lead at halftime, and they are poised to get the ball to start the third quarter.
Thank you so much, Adam. So we'll see if they can keep pat the Cardinals with the Rams there. The Bears forced a punt on 4th and 9, and that's an excellent punt. It's going to be downed at about the 6-yard line with no time left in that one. I mean, let's see, they might give them a second here. I don't know. But it's 1st and 20 now for the Broncos as we cut away to that action. 2nd and 18 after a little pass to Ingram to the right side. The Broncos continue to be one of the most, if not the most, penalized teams in the league as they continue to struggle to keep a clean game. And Evan Ingram, a little short catch there. Some of the scores from earlier, Seahawks 37, Falcons 9, Bengals 34, Bills 39, a big one there. Bengals were rolling offensively until a pick 6 and then another pick on the ensuing drive essentially set up what would be the Bills' victory. Titans 31, Browns 29. Vikings shut out the Commanders 31-0. Dolphins beat the Jets 34-10. Tyrod Taylor came out of that one. Also to note in the Commanders game, Jalen Daniels did not come back in after an injury. Zach Ertz was carted off the field, and he was emotional about the injury in that one. Our big upset of the day, Saints 24 over the Buccaneers. Saints 24, Buccaneers 20. in that one. Now the Bucs tied with the Panthers for the top of that division. Our two marquee matchups of the early window, Steelers 27, Ravens 22. The Steelers take over first in that division. And then the Jaguars win 36-19. They move to 9-4 over the Colts, who are now 8-5. And the bigger news from that one, not just the wins and losses, Daniel Jones went down, non-contact injury, was eventually ruled out of the game shortly after with an Achilles injury. And after the game, Shane Steichen said that it did not look good. So something to monitor there. And we hope it's not as serious as it normally is when you hear an Achilles injury. What was his name? Leonard Riley came in, or Riley Leonard, sorry, mix up the names. He's got two first names. He came in, Notre Dame alum, to take over for Daniel Jones. And speaking of Notre Dame, earlier today we had the college football playoff unveiled, and the Irish were out, and Miami in. The complete breakdown of that: Indiana 1, Ohio State 2, Georgia 3, Texas Tech 4, Oregon 5, Ole Miss 6, Texas A&M 7, Oklahoma 8, Alabama 9, Miami 10, Tulane 11, and James Madison 12. And after not making the playoff, Notre Dame's, tipped their noses up in the air and told them they're not playing any bowl games. So, as always, they have to be extra. You don't play a conference game, conference championship game, because you don't play in a conference, and now you're not playing in a bowl game. And we missed out on an opportunity to have a holy, Pop-Tart Bowl where we resurrect, a Jesus flavor Pop-Tart or whatever it could have been. We're all having fun here. Relax. Get over yourselves, Notre Dame. And now I'm glad you didn't get in. I didn't want Alabama to get in. I thought you deserved it. And, get over yourself. Broncos on 2nd and 10. They're going to get that to about 3rd and 9. Some of the big performers in this late window: Jordan Love, 2 passing touchdowns, 12 of 7, 17 yards and 163 yards. Jacobs, 12 carries, 44 yards. Watson, 3 catches, 48 yards, and a touchdown. Bo Melton catching the other one. Matt Stafford, 14 of 8, 197 yards, and a touchdown. Puka Nacua in the first half. Mind you, this is the first half of this game. 6 catches, 136 yards, and a touchdown. Kyron Williams, 8 carries, 61 yards, and a touchdown. In the other game, Bo Nix, currently 6:17 left in the half. Bo Nix with a big completion here to Prentice for 18 yards. 14-7 Broncos over the Raiders with about 6 minutes left in the half. In this one, after a short pass to Pat Bryant. Bo Nix, 23 of 28, 153 yards. R.J. Harvey, 9 carries, 49 yards. And Cortland Sutton, 4 catches for 37 yards. So a massive day there in this one. Some of the other, noteworthy performances. Shedeur Sanders, 23 of 42 for 364 yards, 3 touchdowns. Joe Burrow, 25 of 36 for 284 yards, 4 touchdowns. A big day for some of these quarterbacks. On the ground, Tony Pollard, 25 carries, 161 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Guess what? Coming up, 6 o'clock, the man, the myth, the legend, the radio icon, Jody Mack, joins us as he does every week at 6 o'clock. He's got us with me 6 to 8, and then Jody solo 8 to 10. We'll be right back.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 4 minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. The moment the nation has been waiting for. Anthony Gallo, joined by the great Jody Mack. What is going on, Jody? How are you?
I am doing marvelous.
I'm doing good, too, right now. The first time, I think, in the history, our short history together, that you joined me and we are not sweating out a Broncos game right now. They might choke it, but, right now it feels good. But forget the Broncos. A lot to get to starting in that early slate. An exciting, slate full of implications. And I want to start with the AFC North. And, this whole week, I never thought I would see it in my lifetime that we would hear for so many people clamoring for Mike Tomlin's job, specifically Steelers fans, one of the more spoiled fan bases across sports. And what happens? A big game comes up, his back against the wall, and they go out there, they take care of business, and they move into first in that division. And the Ravens now, there are some serious concerns about their playoff chances after losing this game because there's not really an avenue right now if they can't win the division.
No, they're going to need help, and they're going to need help with division. They're going to need help by the team that they lost to today. And you're right. I talked a little about it yesterday. I followed it all week. The rumors about Mike Tomlin, that would they pick up the option on his contract, and if they don't, would they let him coach as a lame duck? And if they don't want to do that, then maybe they should fire him. I know the guy, it's been a decade plus since he delivered a Super Bowl, but he did deliver a Super Bowl.
He did.
And since then, he's always been 500 or above, and more often than not in the playoffs, but they haven't done anything in the playoffs. Is that enough to move away from a coach? Other organizations in the National Football League would do that, would have probably already done that. The Pittsburgh Steelers just don't do that. They don't move off coaches. They find coaches they like and they hire them, if not for their lifetime, at least a good couple of decades. So I thought it was borderline laughable before the season ended. Now, if we get to the end of the season and he has his first losing season in forever and they choke late, all right, well, then we can have that conversation. Why we're having this conversation with 5 weeks to go before a game that can put them back into first place in their division, which is exactly what happened, I thought was just people looking for stuff to talk about. Unhappy Steeler fans and or media members who haven't won a Super Bowl in too long for their liking, that they've got to create potential chaos. It was foolishness, and the Steelers won today, so now what are they going to do? Give Mike Tomlin a 10-year extension because he won the game today? Too much is made of stuff in season for long-term decisions on how it's going to play out. I picked Baltimore. You and I both picked Baltimore to go to the Super Bowl out of the AFC, so I sat here and rooted for Baltimore today. But I had no problems being happy for Mike Tomlin when this game was over because he doesn't have to deal with BS from media members. There'll be some that'll stoke the fire just because that's what they do. But he's in first place with 4 weeks to go. What the hell else do you want from a guy who's been a great coach for over a decade? Good for Mike Tomlin is all I can say.
Yeah, and my thing was, I don't think he's a bad coach. Like, everyone wants to point to the fact that they haven't won a playoff game. He also hasn't had a quarterback, and it's a two-sided argument. You could say they've never allowed themselves to be bad enough to get a quarterback, but if he was bad enough to get a quarterback, he probably wouldn't have his job still. Nobody in the league survives a bottoming out season, at least from, if I'm forgetting someone, correct me, but I don't think I can remember anybody who survived bottoming out to get the quarterback in the future. Andy Reid didn't bottom out. They traded up to get Patrick Mahomes. Like, a lot of these guys trade up. Harbaugh didn't bottom out. They traded back into the first round to get Lamar Jackson. So I just don't understand clamoring to fire a guy who's an all-time great head coach. He's not the best ever, but he's one of the, specifically this era, one of the best coaches of our generation. And I just couldn't understand them doing it before the season was over, where they're probably going to make the playoffs.
There was no way. There was no possibility of him being fired in season unless they lost 5 straight games and they felt the need to fire him before the last game so that they let the world know the Pittsburgh Steelers job is going to be available. That's what it would have taken. And we're having this conversation 4 weeks in advance. Why? Because there's nothing better to talk about in the National Football League? Just clickbait. I'm sorry.
I agree, and I also think that it's funny. This is the team the way the league is set up right now, and how the parity and the openness. I mean, how many teams we see each week that we're just shocked lose. And last week the Rams lost, and we were like, oh, they're going to steamroll them. And you have teams that we're not really sure about at the top of the conference. In both conferences, who's to say he can't win a playoff game or two this year with a really good defense? And Aaron Rodgers, he doesn't look great, but he's still got a little bit left in him. And I thought today was another notion of that, and also him chalking it up to a guy who can still game plan a big victory in a big spot.
Right, and Rodgers is surely not what he used to be. Oh, by the way, Lamar, and I don't know how hurt he's playing, but he had chances today inside the red zone and just couldn't come up with a big play from any of his receivers. Both of these guys are MVP quarterbacks. Neither one of them looked anything like an MVP quarterback to me. Now, you want to talk about the other team in that division, the Cincinnati Bengals. I know Burrow threw a really bad pick today. He threw it right to a defensive lineman, didn't judge him well enough that he needed to put a little arc on the ball underneath to not allow the Bills defender to pick it off. But, damn, he looked good. I know they've got talented wide receivers, but he is a stone-cold player. And Josh Allen, who won the MVP rightfully so last year, he probably won't be in the conversation because the Bills aren't going to catch the Patriots. But the kind of game that he had again today shows you why he is the kind of quarterback that you would love to have. He does absolutely everything, sacrifices his body. He's cut down on the foolish turnovers from his early years in the NFL. Those were MVP quarterbacks. Burrow and Allen, MVP quarterbacks. Rodgers against Lamar Jackson today, not so much.
Yeah, and Lamar doesn't look 100%. They also, and this goes for the Bills also, it's just hilarious how many of these teams just don't do right by their quarterbacks. And specifically, one of those quarterbacks is able to overcome the lack of weapons he has in Josh Allen. If anything, the guys on his team were costing him today. Ty Johnson with the, tripping over himself, going in the end zone. Obviously, it snowed, and then running the wrong way on that handoff. Allen, had a couple of games that he stunk it up. Not like terribly, but, a couple of mistakes that's probably holding him back from an MVP race. Today was a perfect example of how good he was. That even when it felt like until those interceptions, they weren't going to get back in the game, all it took was one opening for Josh Allen, and they got back in the game. The 48, whatever it was, rushing touchdown was a huge turn of events. And that Bengals team, again, another wasted year. They have the talent on offense. Their defense is atrocious. And they just too many times, injuries aside, they can't always lead it up to a miraculous run at the end of the season. That was my problem last year. Everyone was complaining like, oh, the Broncos backed in. But it's like, well, if the Bengals took care of business early on, there wouldn't be a need to back into the playoffs. So, again, another wasted year for them. And I think I can't see both the Ravens and the Steelers losing enough for the Bengals to get back in this, because I don't think the Bengals can get the stops they need like those other two teams can. And I think the Ravens are done. But specifically, those two defenses are vastly better than the Bengals. And then when you look at the Bills, they're still a legitimate Super Bowl contender, maybe still the favorite in the AFC.
Two Bengal things. Number one, you're right. Maybe one of the two teams ahead of them in the division stumbles, big injury, drops a bunch in a row. They're not both going to do that. You got to catch two teams ahead of you, and that's not happening. So you're right. It's a lost year for the Bengals. But here's where, if I'm a Bengal fan, I'm okay if I have any kind of faith. And I might not in my general manager. You know what the offseason is. You have to put every resource possible into defense. You've spent all your money on offense the last several years. Chase Brown is not a bad back. He was a guy who's on a first-time contract, so you didn't put money into running back. Instead, you went all outside for Burrow, which is fine. They're probably going to need to do some upgrading of the offensive line, but that has to be secondary as well to their defense. It's so bad. It's so porous. Your draft, any free agent moves, any trade you want to make, you know where it's all got to be directed at your defense, because it's the reason that you're 4-9. Yeah, I know Burrow got hurt, but your defense is the worst in the National Football League. Improve it.
And they might have benefited, and I know it's crazy to say this because their defense is strong, they might have benefited from trading Hendrickson this offseason and building up pieces along that defense instead of having the one guy and nobody else. I guess Shamar Stewart is supposed to be more of an impact piece, and he hasn't been yet.
Nope.
And I just don't love the build of their team. And I don't think having just two really great – I mean, T. Higgins could be a number one on a lot of teams, but I don't think having two great wideouts and Joe Burrow is the recipe right now. You need too much. And when you look at these other teams, as much as I just killed the Ravens and the Bills for not having a ton of talent at wideout. They are more complete teams than this Bengals team is.
Agreed, but again, I like to know what I need during the offseason. And sometimes it's debatable. Sometimes you're one injury away from the best laid plans of mice and general managers who are going awry. The Bengals is so blatant and so obvious. I think it should be an offseason for the general manager to just know what he's got to do and maybe be able to get some of that upgraded. As far as Hendrickson goes, if you want to get on the general manager / the organization, and the 2020 hindsight is such a beautiful thing, they probably believed that they were a Super Bowl contender coming into the year, certainly a contender for the division, and then when they get there, Burrow's already gotten them to one Super Bowl before. Why couldn't he do it again? Realistically, they probably weren't that, and that's before Burrow got hurt. So knowing what a mess Hendrickson was during the offseason, you get a compromise deal done, which you can move and you could share the cost with whatever team you got because it's all tied up into 1 year. There's no cap hit down the road because of it. You're right. They probably should have traded him. I don't know if I would have said the exact same in August. I would have at least been open-minded about it. But in December, it's quite obvious that they should have gotten what they could have gotten for Hendricks because this season has been a waste of time.
Yeah, we'll get back to the conversation in a bit, but let's go out and get updates in some of these games. First, our marquee matchup of the late window. Bill Rabier's got an update in the Packers-Bears game.
Second half underway. The Packers went 3 and out on their first possession as they started the second half. The Bears now have it on their first possession of the second half, and they just converted on a 3rd and 5 in Packer territory. The Colton Loveland with the catch at the Green Bay, where they're going to put it at the 37, it looks like. So it'll be 1st and 10 for the Bears at the Packers' 37-yard line. It's pretty much dominated by the Packers offensively in the first half. They outgained the Bears 207-71 in the first half. Jordan Love, 12 of 19 on the day, 163 yards, 2 touchdowns, including a long one to Bo Melton, the other one to Christian Watson. He did throw an interception. The Bears didn't get much offense going at all, and they're trying to here in the second half. Caleb Williams now scrambling, and he's going to throw one down the sideline, and it is incomplete. But they haven't had got much traction on offense, and subsequently the Packers lead it 14-3. So we're early second half. Oh, that was a completion. Excuse me. So the Packers do have it now, just outside the 10-yard line. So they're looking at 1st and 10 from around the 11-yard line. So the Bears try to get on the board again and maybe get it into the end zone for the first time, trailing 14-3 here at Lambeau Field.
Thank you so much, Bill. Let's go out to Vegas as the Broncos just got a big stop on 4th down. More on that. Tony Cordasco's got us covered.
And you might recall at the end of the first half, I said that Geno Smith came off the field shaking his right hand. He does have a hand injury. He came out for the last series, but during a timeout, he was shaking his hand, and he was trying to grip the football, could not go. And then they brought in Kenny Pickett, and Kenny Pickett came into the game, and the drive stalled. He threw a short pass to Jack Pesh down to the 5-yard line, and that was on a 3rd down pass. And then on 4th down, he rolled out to the right, threw a pass over the head of Brock Bowers. And so Kenny Pickett might be going the rest of the way here in Las Vegas, but that was a good drive. And Geno Smith actually had like 3 pass completions and was rolling out of the pocket, and that's not what we've seen out of Geno Smith. And so that hand injury, for some reason, they say now he's questionable to return. On the other side, the last Ian Thomas also has a calf injury. I don't know if you could hear that. And they're saying that Geno Smith's injury is the right shoulder, even though they taped up his right hand. But for the Broncos, leading 21-7 here at the start of the 4th quarter, Bo Nix has found 11 players have caught passes today. Even the fullback, Adam Prentice, has a reception in this game. And on their last drive, the touchdown drive, the big plays, well, there was a face mask penalty on a 2nd and 18. That was against the Raiders. They converted another 3rd down, a 3rd and 1, Utah up the middle for the aforementioned Adam Prentice on a run. and another nice play to pick up a first down to R.J. Harvey. Scoring so far in this game on the afternoon, we told you that last drive for the Broncos in the third quarter, 14 plays, 91 yards, and 9-13, and Harvey capped it off with a 3-yard touchdown run. Earlier, Marvin Mims on a 48-yard punt return on special teams, and the Raiders with their lone touchdown of the day. It was Brock Bowers' 15-yard reception from Geno Smith, and Bo Nix on the first drive of the day, another long drive. That was 14 plays encompassing 81 yards and 8:54. And so the Raiders just have 99 yards of total offense on the afternoon, and Geno Smith appears to be done for the day. As they say now, it's a shoulder injury. It's on his throwing shoulder, obviously, but they also wrapped up his hand, his right hand, and he was still throwing the football. Smith, 10 of 17, 92 yards. Bo Nix, 25 of 30 today for 161 yards. R.J. Harvey with 52 yards on the ground. Ashton Jeanty, 26. Brock Bowers, the leading receiver for the Raiders, just 2 receptions, the touchdown, 28 yards. And Cortland Sutton, the wide receiver for Denver, has 4 catches for 37 yards. 10:33 remaining in the game. It'll be a second down and 10 on the 39-yard line, but now they're stepping off a defensive holding call against the Raiders. So an automatic first down. This drive continuing for the Denver Broncos. Again, 10:32 to go here in the ball game. Denver 21, Las Vegas Raiders 7.
Thank you so much, Tony. Let's go out to Arizona and get an update as the Rams continue to kick the Cardinals' butts. More on that. Adam Green's got you covered.
Yeah, I think you summarized it pretty well, right? There's under 9 minutes left to go in the third quarter. The Rams got the ball to start the third quarter and promptly went down the field, 10 plays, 74 yards for a touchdown. Cody Parkinson from Matt Stafford from 6 yards out to extend the lead to 31-10. The Rams have it. Of course, the Cardinals got the first touchdown of the day on their first drive. They're up 7-0. It's been all L.A. since then. L.A. 5 possessions, 5 scores, 4 of them touchdowns. The Cardinals then got the ball back from there, went 3 and out, and punted it back to the Rams, who now with 1st and 10 at their own 29-yard line after picking up a first down. So for L.A., everything offensively is working. Blake Corum, Carl Williams each have touchdowns on the day. Stafford has 2 touchdown passes, 1 to Nakua and 1 to Cody Parkinson. For the Cardinals, Jacoby Brissett's just 13 of 20 for 154 yards, and that opening drive touchdown that went to Michael Wilson, who has 81 yards and a score on 6 catches. So 31-10 is the score. The Rams have the lead, and it seems like they have this game pretty well in hand. But of course, there's still a little more than 7 minutes left to go in the third quarter in Glendale.
Thank you so much, Adam. Before we get to break, this portion of the show is brought to you by Ethos Life, the easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam, just a few health questions. Get your free quote at checkethos.com. Not available in all states. We'll be right back. Gridiron Game Day, Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack. Don't go anywhere.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 3 minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here are your hosts, Anthony Gallo and Jody Mack.
Oh, we are back, and we got a lot to get through, a lot to recap. But first, let's go through some of these games. Rams 31, Cardinals 10. Another touchdown, Jordan Love to Watson. It's now 21-11 in that one. And let's go out to Vegas for an update from our guy, Tony Cordasco, in the Broncos-Raiders game.
It was Bo Nix who was scrambling. He was close to the first down marker, and they've had now they're close still. They're going to be about a couple of yards short. It'll bring up a 3rd down and 3 from the Raider 15-yard line. The Broncos on the move again. This is one game where the Broncos are not going to have to come from behind to win this. And they've got 25 first downs, and they piled on the yardage, total yards, 331 to 133. And that's a run up the middle. And that's going to be, I think, a little short. And it'll be a 4th down and 1 coming up for the Broncos, leading 21-7 in this game. They got on the board early on a 14-play drive, 81 yards, in 8:54. They used up most of the clock in the first quarter. And eventually it might have worn down this Raider defense. But also the Raiders played a very, very soft zone, especially early in this game. Brock Bowers, he countered with a 15-yard reception for a touchdown, 10 plays, 70 yards. All the Bronco fans here are just all standing. It's a 4th and 1 coming up. But it's all Bronco fans here. Second quarter, Marvin Mims had 48-yard punt return for a touchdown, 14-7. At the half, it was Denver. They were much in control, but not on the scoreboard until the third quarter when they scored their third touchdown of the day, and that was the R.J. Harvey 3-yard touchdown run, and that is what gave them this current lead, and that was a big drive again, 14 plays and 91 yards. So they've had, like, on those two drives combined, 27 plays, I think, 28 plays combined on those two big drives today. Those are backbreakers. Again, Geno Smith was pulled from the game. They say that he has a right shoulder injury. They also have his hands bandaged up. Bo Nix, 270 yards to 116 for Geno Smith. Kenny Pickett is on in relief. If the Raiders, they should get the ball back. 5.5 to go. R.J. Harvey on the ground, 62 yards. Ashton Jensen, 30. Cortland Sutton with 6 catches for 62 yards. And Brock Bowers, 3 catches for 31. It appears as though they're going to spot this. And it looks as though a first down. They do get the first down. The Broncos, they move the chains. 5:13 to go here in Las Vegas. It is a 1st and 10 at the Raider 12-yard line for the Denver Broncos. They're leading here at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas, 21-7. Again, 5 minutes remaining in the game.
Thank you so much, Tony, and we will get an update there. I've never seen – the Broncos went for it on 3rd and short. I've never seen a team get penetration but somehow on their own fall short of the first down marker. But the anti-tush push, as some would say, and they're going for it on 4th and 1 here. Jody, going back to the conversation we were having earlier, obviously we spoke Steelers-Ravens, but there was the matchup I was most excited for today, and due to injuries, and I think the Broncos are going to get the first down here, but due to injuries, it kind of was lackluster. But the Jaguars, they spanked the Colts today, 36-19. But the dark cloud over the game, Daniel Jones dropping back, non-contact. They're saying it's an Achilles injury. Shane Steichen saying it does not look good. And it feels like the feel-good story early on in the season is coming to an end. And, I feel bad for Daniel Jones, and I feel bad for Colts fans right now.
You should, and the weather didn't help today either. Put a big damper on that game, pardon the pun, but it did. It was just bad footing all day, and like you said, Jones was a non-contract. Maybe it had something to do with the wet field they were playing on. Yeah, all of a sudden the Colts went from, you make an argument, they've got the best record. They might be the best team in the National Football League, to can they even hold on and grab themselves a playoff spot? It's come apart pretty quickly for them. And you would think that losing Daniel Jones isn't the end of the world, or at least I would have thought that at the beginning of the season. Might have actually thought it an upgrade. But Riley Leonard was an okay college quarterback. I watched a couple of their preseason games, and he looked fine playing against other teams, second and third teamers. Now he's the guy who's going to have to carry you to the playoffs. And, oh, by the way, I was making the case for their running back being a legitimate MVP candidate, the same way I argued for Saquon Barkley right up until week number 18 last week. All of a sudden, Jonathan Taylor isn't getting all that much done either. So, yeah, it's kind of come apart pretty darn quickly for the Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate because you could tell the second Riley Leonard stepped into that game, Jonathan Taylor could not do anything. And it's not, it's some of it's his fault, but it's not entirely his fault that the gaps weren't there. They were stacking the box. And they're clearly a good football team with maybe they need another receiver, but they're clearly a complete football team, and now they're missing a quarterback yet again. And I thought even Daniel Jones not playing like he did earlier in the season, they still had a good shot of doing some damage. Not saying they're going to win a Super Bowl, but winning a couple playoff games. And now, as crazy as it sounds, it would take a huge downfall, but they're in trouble of possibly missing the playoffs. I mean, the Texans are 7-5. They play later tonight. The Chiefs are 6-6. The Ravens 6-7. Dolphins 6-7. A couple of losses, and they are going to have a few teams right on their heels, not just the Texans, who they happen to play in their own division, who just beat them. So it's crazy turn of events, and it was the one thing that obviously we all knew there was a potential for it happening, but it was the one thing that I didn't think would derail their season, and it feels like it has. And, I feel for our guy, Ryan Hickey. He's already had a rough go of it with Penn State, and he has to deal with it again today with Daniel Jones and the Colts.
Yeah, be back to the Matt Campbell, who's not a bad coaching hire, who I like. So Hickey's probably still pretty bummed, but at least he can put a half a smile on his face.
Yeah.
The Jonathan Taylor thing. It was 4 weeks ago in the game against the Falcons that he carried it 32 times for 244 yards. And I said, how are you
that was
not
the game
considering in Spain, right? Berlin. They were
right
across the pond. And the last 3 weeks, 16 carries for 58 yards, 21 carries for 85 yards, and today, 21 carries for 74 yards. He had gone from getting over 100 4 times and over 200 once in the first 12 weeks of the season. First 10 weeks of the season, last 3 weeks hasn't even sniffed 100. So his MVP chances are by the board. Today, I think you're right. As soon as Riley Leonard came in, they said, well, we know that Taylor's not going to beat us, and they stacked the box against him. But he had already begun his drop-off, so the argument to make him a MVP candidate has unfortunately gone by the boards, and it's been the Colts' own doing.
And I feel like not that this was – I felt like Josh Allen it's asserted himself into the conversation, but it feels like it's Drake May's award to lose now.
Well, you know who's having a pretty good afternoon? I know he was lousy last week, and May moved ahead of him the week before.
Oh, yes.
It was Stafford 1, May 2, and a pretty good little difference. But May had the big week on Monday Night Football, and Stafford had the interception and pick 6 the week before. Stafford's coming back. May's on the sidelines this week because of the NFL having bye weeks in Week 14, which is ludicrous. But Stafford's bouncing back and trying to announce that the MVP race not over yet.
Well, and I would say this. I don't know if this helps or hurts Drake May, but having an easier schedule where maybe he could pad his stats, maybe it helps him, but maybe the voters look at it and they're like, look at the schedule that Matt Stafford still has. And if he performs well, maybe that gives him the edge. Before we
let me add to that. You know what might actually give him an edge? Because if the Rams, and Seattle's not allowing this to happen, but if the Rams built up a little bit of a edge going into the last couple weeks of the season, leading the division, number 1 seed, all that stuff, their head coach is famous for pulling players. Mm-hmm. He doesn't play them in preseason. If they don't have anything to gain, he gets them the hell off the field. He doesn't care about MVP awards or anything like that. So potential upgrade for – now, it can happen. The same thing can happen with May. Because if they beat Buffalo next week, that division is over. Number 1 seed in the AFC is over. With 3 weeks to go, May might see some quality pine time himself because his team doesn't have anything to win. I hate when that happens with the MVP. It happened last year with Barkley because I was making the argument with Barkley. I said, how can you not give him the MVP if he has the most yards ever rushed for in a season – and then they don't play him the last game of the season because the Eagles had nothing to win from it. So he just ended up sitting in, I don't think he was getting it anyway, but that was the last nail in the coffin for his MVP chances.
Well, I also think that, interesting enough, the Broncos win today. They own the tiebreaker, the common opponent tiebreaker over the Patriots. They have a much harder schedule because this is the last easy game they have. They play the Jaguars next week, the Chiefs, and then the Chargers. Oh, no, they play the Packers next week, the Jaguars, Chiefs, Chargers. So they do have a rough go of it.
That's a tough finish, yeah.
Yes, they do. And I wanted to go on to the next team, the Jaguars. If the quarterback, he's very inefficient, 17 of 30 today. If the quarterback could be more efficient, I think defensively they get more turnovers than any other team in football. Offensively, Brian Thomas looked good today. They have a ton of weapons. They have a couple backs. They have a good tight end. They have a couple of receivers. That team feels sneaky good. And I think it's all going to come down to Trevor Lawrence, but I feel like they're as talented a team as there is. I'm not saying I'm picking them to win anything, but could they be a dark horse maybe? They win the division. They're still not potentially – they're 2 games back, but they're still potentially in it for the number 1 seed. I think they only play their division really, and they play the Broncos obviously They have a little bit. They have the Jets next week. They have the Broncos after that, Colts, Titans to end the season. And that I really like this Jaguars team, the way they're rounding out late.
All of a sudden, that division with the Colts going in the wrong direction is still okay because Jacksonville has been that good. And, oh, by the way, if the Texans beat the Chiefs tonight, everybody's going to start to look at the Texans like, hey, how can we discount this team with maybe the best defense in the National Football League?
That's what I mentioned last week, and they've won games with Davis Mills. They have C.J. Stroud back. I am very intrigued by both those AFC South teams because it's wide open. And if I'm going to give the Broncos and Patriots credit, they haven't proven anything yet. Why can't I give these other two teams that haven't proven anything a little bit of credit and benefit of the doubt also? So there's that aspect of it all as well. And I've liked this Jaguars team. It's just the quarterback has left a lot to be desired going forward.
Agreed, my friend.
We will get back to the conversation. We got a lot more to get to. We'll react to the end of these games. Packers 21, Bears 14, about 2:35 left in the third quarter in that one. Broncos about 3:50 left in that. 24-7 over the Raiders, and about a minute left in the Rams. Cardinals third quarter, as that one's 31-10. But first, me and Jody will continue the conversation. But first, an update from our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network, Sports Flash.
All right, Anthony, Raiders quarterback Geno Smith went into the locker room after injuring his right hand. Smith also has a right shoulder injury, according to CBS. Kenny Pickett is in at quarterback for the Raiders, and they are down to the Broncos 24-7, under 4 minutes to play in the fourth quarter. Bo Nix has completed 31 passes for Denver. The Packers have a 21-14 lead on the Bears at frigid Lambeau Field. 2:25 to play in the fourth quarter. Packers just punting the ball away back to Chicago. Christian Watson, 4 catches, 89 yards, couple of touchdowns for Green Bay. The Rams all over the Cardinals, 31-10 late in the third quarter. Puka Nacua, 6 catches, 136 yards and a touchdown. All of that coming in the first half. Colts quarterback Daniel Jones suffered a torn Achilles tendon, according to Pro Football Talk. That's a season-ending injury for the free agent-to-be. Riley Leonard took over at quarterback for the Colts, who were blown out by the Jaguars, 36-19. The once 7-1 Colts are now 8-5. The Steelers sacked Lamar Jackson on the final play from scrimmage, holding on for a 27-22 win in Baltimore. The Steelers take back first place in the AFC North. The Vikings blow out the Commanders 31-0. Jaden Daniels re-injured his previously dislocated left elbow. Head coach Dan Quinn said post-game that Daniels could have returned. He declined to bring Daniels back into the game, but does plan to play him going forward this season. Commanders tight end Zach Ertz was carted off the field after taking a hit to his legs. The Commanders fear that Ertz tore his ACL. The Jets make a quarterback change. They bench Tyrod Taylor for undrafted rookie Brady Cook. They're smoked by the Dolphins 34-10. Josh Allen and the Bills with a big fourth quarter to beat the Bengals by a final score of 39-34. Titans hold on to beat the Browns 31-29. Shedeur Sanders throwing for 364 yards and 3 touchdowns in the loss. Seahawks were tied at 6 with the Falcons at the half. All Seattle from there. Seahawks rolled to a 37-9 win. Saints upset the Buccaneers 24-20. Tonight, Sunday Night Football, the Texans visit the Chiefs. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 4 minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here are your hosts, Anthony Gallo and Jody Mack.
Oh, it's coming down to the wire, and we've got a lot to get to. Bears, Packers, the fourth quarter just got started. It's a one-possession game, and let's go out to Green Bay and get an update from our guy, Bill Raby here.
And now to the fourth quarter, and the Bears have the football 2nd and 1 at their own 44-yard line, trailing the Packers 21-14. Jordan Love connected with Christian Watson for a second touchdown earlier in the third quarter. It was a short pass, about 7-yard pass on a slant, and Watson just ran away from the defense 41-yard touchdown. Watson's second of the game. And for Love, his third of the game, the Packers completed a 4-play, 63-yard drive. Took just 2 minutes and 10 seconds. And Jordan Love now over 3,000 passing yards for the season. The Bears answered that touchdown with a field goal. Cairo Santos connecting on a 41-yard field goal. That made it 21-14. That's where we stand. And the Bears started this drive at their own 17, and they have it now out at the 44, still looking at 3rd and 1. And right now the Packers still lead at 21-14 at Lambeau Field. Jordan Love, 15 of 23, 210 yards, 3 TDs and a pick. And Caleb Williams, 13 of 25, just 109 yards and a touchdown. DeAndre Swift with 37 yards rushing. Kyle Monangai with 48 for the Bears, who have just picked up a first down and have it at midfield now. They'll have it 1st and 10. Just underway, fourth quarter, 14 minutes to play, and the Packers lead at 21-14.
Thank you so much, Bill. And there's under 2 minutes to go now. Broncos up, but the Raiders are not going down without a fight. More on that. Tony Cordasco has got us with an update.
Yeah, well, good thing the Raiders have just one timeout left because they're trying to just prolong the pain here. We've got under 2 minutes to go. Denver 24, Raiders 14. The Raiders, as we mentioned earlier, Geno Smith knocked out of the game with a shoulder and a hand injury. We don't know what his status other than he wasn't returning today. And then Kenny Pickett came on in relief. And Pickett on the afternoon, 5 of 7, 64 yards. He was sacked once, but he threw a touchdown to Shedrick Jackson. And Jackson was just promoted from the practice squad today, so that's a good thing. And that's where we stand now. It's 24-14. It has been all Broncos all day. The 3 drives, 14 plays, 81 yards, and 8:54. 14 plays, 91 yards, and 9:13. The last drive, a 23-yard field goal, was the culmination. 18 plays, 90 yards, and 10:17. So they've chewed up a ton of clock, but they can't do it here because the Raiders keep calling timeouts. And Bo Nix on the afternoon, he spread out his offense and his receivers. 11 different receivers have caught his 31 completions, 31 of 38, 212. Geno Smith, before he departed, 116 yards, 13 of 21, 1 touchdown, no interceptions. He was sacked 3 times. R.J. Harvey on the ground, 75 yards. Ashton Genty, 30 yards on 10 carries only. Brock Bowers, 4 receptions, 1 touchdown, 46 yards. Cortland Sutton of Denver has 6 receptions for 62 yards. And the Broncos just running out the time here. They did not have to come back in this one today. They'll improve to 11-2, and it is their 5th win away from home. And the Raiders will fall to 2-11 and 1-6 at home. Once again, Raiders just used their final timeout. 1:50 remaining. It's a 3rd and 11 for the Broncos on the 35-yard line of Las Vegas. Time winding down here in Vegas, and your score, Denver 24 and the Raiders 14.
Thank you so much, Tony. As the Rams continue to pile it on against the Cardinals, they score again. Let's go out to Adam Green to get a breakdown on that latest score.
Yeah, it was 31-10, and the teams had been trading punts, and then Jacoby Brissett was picked off by Nate Landman, and at that point, a lot of fans decided they were going to leave this game, that it was over. And what they missed was a 31-yard touchdown pass on the very next play to Puka Nacua, his second touchdown to the ground of the game. And then the Cardinals got the ball back, ended up punting again, and Blake Corum ripped off a 48-yard run to score on that drive to make it 45-10. This game, obviously, the score shows it's been all Rams. Anything they wanted offensively. Corum has 128 yards and 2 scores on 12 carries. Kyren Williams 84 yards and a touchdown on 13 carries. Whereas Matthew Stafford is 22 of 31 for 281 yards and 3 touchdowns, 2 of which went to Puka Nacua, who has 7 catches for 167 yards, having a monster game. The touchdown that he had most recently, the ball was actually underthrown to him. He beat Will Johnson, the Cardinals rookie cornerback, came back to the ball, just walked in the end zone a couple steps after that for the score. And for the Cardinals, they had that first drive touchdown, and the offense has struggled mightily since then. Jacoby Brissett, 15 of 27 for 159 yards and that 1 touchdown, but the most recent interception. And of note for the Cardinals, left tackle Paris Johnson, one of the best players they have on their team, especially on the offensive line, is out for this game with a knee injury they announced. So for the Cardinals, it is 45-10. They are getting beat pretty handily by the Los Angeles Rams, who came in here. Maybe a slow start, but they have really got the ball rolling here. So There's 13:46 left to go in this game. 45-10 is the score. The Rams are about to kick off to the Cardinals.
Thank you so much, Adam, and we will give you the final as soon as those ones go final as well. The Broncos, it's about to be fourth down. They'll probably run the clock down to about a minute before punting. I mean, maybe they can kick the field goal here, but who knows, as they've passed up kickable field goals the last, early on in the game. So we'll see what happens here as Sean Payton always manages to overthink things, but we'll see in that one. Bears, it's now 1st and 10 at Green Bay's 24-yard line with about 11 to go in the fourth quarter. They're going to get the first down and more. That's going to get them. DeAndre Swift gets them to about the 15-yard line, so it's going to be about 10:30 by the time they run their next play as they continue to do it in all phases, having to do it in all phases as Caleb Williams, 15 of 27, 124 yards, averaging 4.6 attempt. That's not really sustainable, but right now they're in it. And they're trying to hold that top seed, Jody.
Their offensive line is once again playing very well. Green Bay's defense against the run is pretty damn good, and they're moving it very effectively against the ground. I watched them just push the Philadelphia Eagles all over the lot on the Friday game last week. So Chicago got back to what they needed to do, didn't run the ball enough for me in the first half. They've done so much more effectively here, and if they can find pay dirt, we're going to have a 21-21 tie with plenty of time to go in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, and I really liked this number. I got it at 6.5 at the beginning of the game, and I thought the Bears, they haven't even played that well, but they're still in it, and, they're not covering right now, but they still have a good chance to cover, with a little bit of time left. Also, the over 33.5 in that Titans-Browns game, I couldn't believe how low that line was, and I questioned myself before taking it, and the Titans almost hit that line by themselves.
Yeah, good for Tennessee. I'm a Cam Ward fan. He's been overmatched all year with no help whatsoever as far as weapons go, and that's why they had the worst record. Now they could have tied for the worst record after their win today. But good for Tennessee. I thought that Cleveland had a chance to win today. I actually going to have a Cleveland guest on because I got a bunch of Cleveland questions, including Deshaun Watson could come back and play for them this year. Really?
Unreal.
It's kind of, we usually put up teams that win and have playoff chances and the like. I thought we'd go a little in the left lane today and see if we can talk a little what the hell's up with the Cleveland Browns.
Wow. And that coach, he's out of his mind as well, even if he thinks of starting Deshaun Watson. We got a lot more to talk about. We'll continue to talk about the early window. We'll recap these games as soon as they go final. We'll preview the primetime games. I've got you for another hour with Jody, and then Jody's taking you all the way from 8 to 10 o'clock right here on Infinity Sportsnet and the BetMGM Network. Don't go anywhere.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, yes, sir. We are back for one more hour. You've got me. You've got Jody Mack. And then Jody's got you from 8 to 10. And we are getting a couple of finals as the Broncos win final 24-17. As me and Jody were talking in the break, coming into the game, as right before 12 o'clock when we came on air, the Broncos were at 8. I got them at 7.5. Raiders kick a field goal at the end of the game, make it 24-17. And that is what we call, Jody, the baddest of beats. That you can't get much worse than that.
Backdoor cover, oh, by the way cover. Yeah. A lot of ways you can describe it. It's a win for those who are the Raider backers today, and I can't believe there are all that many. But a very tough beat, bad beat for sorry you Bronco fans.
Well, also, I mean, doing it in Vegas, I'm sure there's people at that game that don't have a dog in the fight besides the spread that are upset right now. Cardinals score a touchdown. They make it 45-17, so no comeback there, but they're not going down without a fight. And for you fantasy owners, if you're like me and you have Michael Wilson for the Cardinals, another big week for him, 9 catches, 100 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Nice. So he is saving a lot of fantasy seasons. The late season clutch performer of the year. But I just made that up right there. But it might have to be an award we give out. The Bears score a touchdown. They tie it up. Carson Wentz. Caleb Williams to Colston Loveland for a touchdown. So now 21-21 with about 7 to go in that one. This would be the way the Bears have played this game. If they manage to win this game, it has to go a long way, and not just their belief in themselves, and they still can't. They're giving up big passes here as Gardner Johnson Reed catches a pass on him for the first time today, his 4th catch of the game. But they can't get the stop right now. This would have to go a long way for their confidence and maybe in the people who are naysayers of them, if they're able to perform late and actually win this game, because they've done it a lot. But to do it against the Packers in a big game like this on the road feels like a statement.
Last week against Philly, they actually played from in front.
Yes.
And that was a different way for the Chicago Bears to win a game, because they have been the cardiac kids in the NFL this year with all these late plays. They and the Broncos, the 2 teams in the NFL who've been the best fourth-quarter teams, specifically if the scoreboard said they were trailing. This one, they got the touchdown to get it even. So with 7-8 minutes to go, dead even. This, for me, isn't a come-from-behind win. It isn't a playing from in front win. It's who's the best team on the football field for the last 8 minutes. You played 52 of them to get to 21-21. Now let's see who can have the best last 8 minutes.
That's right. And this Packers team, too, I trust the Packers a little bit more. Even them, though, they haven't been the most complete or competent team at times, even though they've been good. And today, if they could get this victory too, it puts you at top of the division. The Lions obviously still trail both these teams in the division, but with them winning on Thursday, you don't want to fall to 8-4 if you're the Packers and have the Lions a half game behind you. And same difference with the Bears. You don't want to fall to 9-4 and the Lions are a game behind you, and you could potentially lose even second place in the division.
It's a great division right here, right now. And if the Bears find a way to win it, they're going to find themselves in a little bit of a comfortable position. I guess you can say the same thing about the Packers. With only 4 weeks to go, this is huge. Whoever comes out on top of this game is certainly, by the standings, the leader in the division, but also the favorite in the division. And I thought that Love had played well today. Christian Washington made a catch. I don't know if you saw it earlier in the game. About 40-some-odd yards out. I think it was 3rd and short. And they hit him on a quick slant, maybe 2 yards over the line of scrimmage. And the D-back was right on him. And he outran him by about 5 yards. There was a safety that had what looked to me, and you're watching it on TV, so you don't really know, but the angle on him that he should have been able to get him before he got to the end zone, he went in untouched. Man, when Christian Watson throws it into another gear, he's got to be one of the fastest wide receivers in the league.
Yeah, and he has these spurts where he really is just an impact guy, and Josh Jacobs is carrying them down the field right now as he gets another first down run on 3rd and 1 there. Now it's 1st and goal for them from Chicago 7. The Packers play the Broncos next week, and then they play the Bears on the road again. So getting this victory here makes that road game against the Bears a little less desperate. They are home again next week against the Broncos. Actually, no, they're on the road against the Broncos. My apologies. So they're about to go on a 2-game road trip. 3 of their last 4 on the road, Broncos, Bears. Then they come back home to play the Ravens, and then they finish the season on the road against the Vikings. So, the Vikings are probably going to be, out of it, and not out of it, but meaning like they're probably not going to put any effort into that one. And the Ravens could be out of it in 3 weeks. So they got to get one of these next 2 out of the Bears, and then hopefully they take care of business against the Broncos. And that Broncos-Packers game next week could have big implications on both 1 seeds.
And I know J.J. McCarthy had a pretty good game today. Minnesota got a shutout, which always is easier on the quarterback when your team is giving up exactly 0 points. But the short-lived Max Brosmer error by the boards. You think J.J. McCarthy's going to kick it in the last 4 weeks of the season and stamp himself as an unquestioned starting quarterback in this league going into next season?
I don't think he's ever going to be able to do that.
Yeah.
I mean, today he didn't have to do much. They shut him out. They basically, dominated Daniels and Mariota. They beat him down. And even when Daniels was in there, that defense was having their way with him. And J.J. McCarthy never really had to test himself in this one. And I just don't trust him. I know our guy Nico, big Michigan guy, loves to defend J.J., but I just did not trust him. And I don't see the hype. Outside of that fourth quarter against the Bears week 1 of the season, I haven't really seen anything that impresses me with J.J. McCarthy.
Me neither. I thought he was woefully overdrafted when he came out, and he immediately gets hurt, and he starts the season again. He's hurt again. Carson Wentz goes in for a little, he comes back, gets hurt again. A, he's not on the field enough, and B, when he is, he doesn't excite me. Even today's 31-0 win didn't excite me, so good luck to the Minnesota fans out there with J.J. McCarthy going forward. I don't know if you saw this, but did you see Nick Wright get hurt on this last play?
Yeah.
In the Packers.
Did he get knocked out?
He got kicked in the head. And I guess they got him up and off the field because Green Bay's trying to score the touchdown here. But, man, that was nasty. He was down on the ground and just got blatantly kicked in the head. By accident, not on purpose. The guy didn't line up and try to kick an extra point with his helmet.
No.
But it was just a nasty-ass kick to the head.
Yeah, it was a little bit like the Packers player was diving over the guy on the ground, and his back heel he didn't even jut its leg out. It just wrong place, wrong time. The slow motion didn't do it justice either because it looked like he was falling at first before that, and then you see the kick to the head, and he kind of, I forget what they call it, fencing position almost, but he was conscious walking off the field on his own power, so that is good.
Okay. He did get up. I didn't see him get up.
Yeah, they just showed it, him walking off the field. So that thankfully he was walking off under his own power. Going back to the J.J. McCarthy thing, 2 quarterbacks on teams that are not playing well that I think I've seen more impressive play from than I have from J.J. McCarthy. Tyler Shuck on the Saints at times has been really almost exciting to watch. I mean, he's not the greatest passer of the ball, but I like what I've seen with him at times. And Cam Ward, he's in a bad position right now. There are glimpses where you see this guy has the makings of a number 1 talent. Doesn't mean he's played well. I haven't seen that at all from J.J. McCarthy.
No. And I told you, I'm a Cam Ward guy. I liked him a lot at Miami. I thought he should have been a number 1 pick in the draft. I thought he was the only quarterback who deserved to basically go in the first round. I know Jackson Dart did too, and he's had his moments for the Giants this year, but he also seems to find ways to get himself hurt. But it wasn't a great quarterback draft last year. And I thought J.J. McCarthy was drafted too high. He was the 5th quarterback taken, and he was still 4th quarterback taken. He was still taken as high as he was. Didn't like it, didn't agree with it, don't love the player. And I know Shuck has played better these last couple of weeks. And the Saints have found ways to win games, and he's been a part of it, made a play with his legs today. If you're the Saints, are you going forward with Tyler Shuck? Do you think you'll see enough in these last 4 weeks, what you've seen in the past 2 weeks, and these last 4 to go, all right, we're good at QB, even though we have a high first-round draft pick?
Well, I think what it does is it gives them an excuse not to draft a QB this year if they love someone the next year. I think that's because they have lost a few games this year. I think they've lost 3 games on 1-possession games. I know the first 2 weeks it came down to the last possession. They lost week 1, week 2, and maybe it was the Dolphin game where it came down to the end and they could justify. Maybe that's how they justify it. I don't think I'm not saying he's necessarily the friend. It was more of a criticism of J.J. McCarthy than it was a praise of Tyler Shuck. I do think he's excited to watch at times. Maybe that's because they've had such bad quarterback play the last 2 years that I haven't had a reason to like anyone on the Saints. But I like what I've seen from him, and I think it gives them a chance to, buy a little bit of time as Josh Jacobs gets into the end zone here with about 3 minutes to go. Real quick, let's jump out to Bill Rabier as he's got an update on the Packers and the Bears and that scoring drive.
Yeah, as you just mentioned, Josh Jacobs just scored the go-ahead touchdown with 3 minutes, 32 seconds left here in the 4th quarter. Jacobs plunging it in from 2 yards out, but it was a couple of plays earlier that was really the key as the Packers were facing 3rd and 5, and he rattled off a 21-yard run that put him inside the 10 and eventually led to that touchdown. So Josh Jacobs now 20 carries on the afternoon, 86 yards, and the touchdown that capped an 8-play, 65-yard drive for Green Bay that took 4 minutes and 28 seconds. Now, this on the heels of a Bears drive that tied the game up at 21-21. Caleb Williams hit Colston Loveland for a 1-yard touchdown, and that capped a 17-play, 83-yard drive for Chicago that tied it up, but then the Packers answer with the go-ahead touchdown. So the Bears awaiting the kickoff here after a break, and they will have it down 7, 3:32 left at Lambeau Field.
Thank you so much, Bill. And that Broncos game, like we said, it went final. Let's go out to Tony Cordasco, who's got an update on the Broncos-Raiders recap.
I mean, on that final drive, even Kenny Pickett is spiking the ball to set up the field goal. So I feel for the backers of the Denver Broncos.
Unreal.
The final score, that's unreal. And the entire stadium, by the way, was booing. Like everyone had action, of course, on the Broncos here. Denver 24, the Raiders 17. And it started out, the story today was 46 total plays, 262 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a field goal, 28 minutes of game time for the Broncos on 3 long drives and 2 touchdowns. The first one was Bo Nix, an 8-yard touchdown run. After that, the Raiders answered Brock Bowers on a 15-yard reception, 10 plays, 70 yards, and 6:06. And at the end of the first quarter, that's it. Only 1 possession each team in the first quarter of play. It was tied up at 7-7. In the second quarter, Marvin Mims on a 48-yard punt return started up the middle. There were a lot of players just up the middle, so he broke it to the left, broke it outside, and ran it back 48 yards. They only had A.J. Cole, 2 players down to block him, and that was it. And he goes in for the score in a quick punt return, I should say. In the third quarter, it was a touchdown by R.J. Harvey, 3-yard rushing touchdown, 14 plays, 91 yards in 9:13. Another one of those long drives, and Denver was in command. And then Will Lutz in the fourth quarter with a 23-yard field goal, 19 plays, 90 yards in 10:17. And then the Raiders, Shedrick Jackson, 25-yard pass reception for a touchdown from Kenny Pickett, who came on in relief for Geno Smith, who has a shoulder injury, and also his hand was heavily taped there. And according to the Raiders radio broadcast, his hand was bleeding as well on the sidelines. And then that field goal with no time remaining, Daniel Carlson from 46 yards out, 6 plays, 44 yards. I do have to point out the total yardage on the day, 356 to 229 in favor of the Broncos. And by the way, Devin White, 19 tackles today, 10 solos for the Raiders. Passing the football, Bo Nix, 212 yards, 11 receivers, 31 attempts, and 31 of 38, 31 receptions on completions on 38 attempts, 116 yards for Geno Smith. Kenny Pickett in relief, 8 of 11, 96 yards, 1 touchdown. And then R.J. Harvey on the ground, 17 carries, 74 yards. Ashton Genty, once again, could not get started, 10 carries for 30 yards. And on the receiving end, it was Cortland Sutton, 62 yards on 6 receptions. And Jack Besh, who became a favorite target of Kenny Pickett late in the game with 6 catches for 50 yards, the rookie. And that was it, 24-17. Once again, from Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas, the Broncos improved to 11-2. The Raiders fall to 2-11. The final score from Allegiant Stadium, it was the Broncos 24, Las Vegas Raiders 17.
Tony, thank you so much for that update. And let's go out to Arizona as the Rams and Cardinals wind down. A slow death for the Cardinals. Adam Green has more for us.
It certainly is a slow death for the Cardinals. The score is 45-17. The Rams have to lead. The Cardinals did get their first touchdown since the first drive of the first quarter. It was Michael Wilson once again, 14 yards from Jacoby Brissett. Michael Wilson having himself a day, 11 catches, 142 yards, and 2 scores. But, of course, this game from pretty much that first drive on has been all Los Angeles. They have those 45 points. We've talked about Matthew Stafford, 22 of 31 for 281 yards and 3 touchdowns. He long ago gave away to Jimmy Garoppolo in this game, who came in for Stafford because his day is done. Blake Corum, Kyron Williams each have touchdowns. Corum has 2, including that 40-yard touchdown run here in the fourth quarter. Puka Nacua, 7 catches, 160 yards, and 2 touchdowns for his part. So very, very good day for the Rams offensively. Defensively, too, they've kept the Cardinals in check. And now there's about 3 minutes left to go, or 2.5 minutes left to go, in this game here. All that's left to do is run out the clock here, but the Rams do have a 45-17 lead. And when the clock finally strikes zeros, they'll improve to 10-3, whereas the Cardinals will fall to 3-10. And now they're at the 2-minute warning. So 5-17, Rams have the lead, and they will win this game.
Thank you so much, Adam. And real quick, this portion of the show is brought to you by Ethos Life, the easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam, just a few health questions. Get your quote at checkethos.com. Not available in all states. We'll be right back, me and Jody, on Gridiron Game Day. Stay tuned.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. 1 minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here are your hosts, Anthony Gallo and Jody Mack.
We are back, Gridiron Game Day, and just like that, I was about to go to the update. 4th and 1 for the Bears, and Caleb Williams, they were in the red zone, close to the goal line on the 14-yard line. Caleb Williams throws a pick in the end zone, and that is going to seal it with 22 seconds left to go. And the comeback is not completed, Jody.
And they did a nice job of driving the ball down into Green Bay's territory. Did so efficiently, effectively, and pretty quickly. And then all of a sudden they slowed down. 2 minutes to go. They had a running play. They let 40 seconds come off the clock. Then they came back with another running play. They let almost 40 more seconds come back off the clock. They run it on 3rd and short, come up short, and finally use a timeout with under 30 seconds to go. And then on 4th and 1, you just described Caleb out of the pocket, tried to throw a touch pass, didn't put enough air underneath it, and it got picked off in the end zone. Shame on the Bears for how they handled this last 2 minutes of this game. They moved it down the field and got into a position to potentially tie it up, only taking about a minute and a half off the clock, and then they wasted a minute and a half for Caleb Williams to throw a pass in the end zone that gets picked. The comeback Bears did not do that today. At the final steps of the comeback, they came up very small. And I'm not even talking about the Williams pass. It was a bad pass. He had separation. He could have gotten it to his receiver. But it was the way they handled it up until that point, with timeouts left, no urgency whatsoever. Maybe they still think of Caleb Williams as like a rookie quarterback. That shouldn't be the case. They should have pushed the football with more urgency at the end of that game.
Ben Johnson, I don't know what he's doing there, and either they don't believe in Caleb Williams, he had the first down right in front of him. DJ Moore was right in front of him. He could have just dumped it off for the first down. They could have. They had 2 timeouts left.
But by then, they've only got 23 seconds left. If they had done it with a little bit more urgency and that pass is there, yeah, he throws it. They take the first down. There's still 45 seconds to play rather than 20 seconds to play. So they put themselves in that hole.
They still had the timeouts also. It's either they didn't trust Caleb Williams, Ben Johnson is incompetent in that situation, or he was overthinking it and trying to run so much of the clock down that they didn't have another chance to come back down the field and take the lead because he didn't believe in his defense. All three are the wrong answers there. So
yes,
it just
any way you slice it, it's mistake Chicago. We agree.
It's just terrible. I don't understand what he was doing there. You have 2 timeouts after you took that timeout. And it's on the coach first and foremost. Caleb Williams has also got to make a smarter play than that. And he has that, Bo Nix does this a lot where they don't set their feet and they try to throw it. They play a little bit of like backyard, football, and sometimes it looks amazing. Like last week when Bo Nix is falling on his rear end and he's hitting, whoever it was in the end, Evan Ingram or Cortland Sutton in the end zone for the touchdown. But you got to set yourself sometimes. And I'm not putting this loss just on Caleb Williams, but it did not. That's not. It's just terrible game management at the end there.
Yes, this was on a team, not as much the quarterback. And they had stats up there. I had the TV on mute because we were on the air. Caleb Williams has been very good on the run this year. He is a talented outside the pocket, make it up kind of quarterback. Now he's rolling left and trying to come back and throw across his body to the right, so that makes it more difficult. But he's shown all year he's capable of doing it. He just threw a bad pass, and they were in a bad position because they mismanaged the clock the entire last 2 minutes of the game.
Yeah, they put him in a lot of bootlegs, so he does move out of the pocket a lot, and that offensive line does give up a lot of pressure. So there also he does give up. He's always on the move. I saw the stat too. It was like he throws the most amount of passes on the run.
Mm-hmm.
He gets sacked very little because he's always on the run, which is funny because last year he got sacked the most in the league, and they are fine, obviously, but this is a one I feel like you want to have back at the end of the game there, especially the way they played in the second half.
And if you're a Packer fan, you're feeling pretty damn good about where you're at right now, as you should, right? They got a tricky schedule between now and the end of the season, but rather be a half game up with a game in the tiebreaker in my back pocket just in case I need it. This was a very big win for the Packers today.
Yeah, and I think that, Jordan Love at times, it's funny. I've never seen someone who gets underrated and overrated in the same instance. He is a good quarterback. That's it. He's just a good quarterback. He's a guy, I think, in today's era of the NFL, yes, the great quarterbacks are going to lead you more likely than not to a Super Bowl, but you can win with a guy like Jordan Love. Do you have the team? Does he turn the ball over? No. He never turns the ball over. They have a complete team. You could win with him. He doesn't need to be listed as a superstar. He also doesn't need to be disrespected as somebody like he's a, chump that's just in a good situation. He's a good quarterback. And if you're a Packers fan today, he had the one mistake early on. Otherwise, he looked really good, played a lot of smart football. And the other guys around him, stepped up when they needed to.
And you noted it earlier, Jacobs had a big last drive for them to retake the lead when it was 21-21. Jacobs didn't do a whole hell of a lot before the fourth quarter, and it had to be Love moving him up and down the field, and he had the 3 touchdown passes. So that's, again, just another reason why if you're a Packer guy, you come away from this game pretty excited because your quarterback played an efficient game, made a couple of big plays over the course of the game, but when you needed to, you could run the football down the field against your opponent, and they did just that, getting the go-ahead touchdown with 3 minutes to play. That's a good Packer win.
Jacobs had 42 of the 65 yards on that winning drive.
There you go.
That is, and he is, again, another guy, very underrated. I think that we've spoken about this in the past. Jacobs is another example of teams not wanting to draft high on a running back, but benefiting from signing a running back at free agency. Saquon, Derrick Henry, Josh Jacobs, these guys that, come out of their first contract healthy, it seems to be are benefiting and going to contenders and helping those contenders win.
And Jacobs this year, the 3 guys that you mentioned all changed teams last year. Saquon had an MVP-like season, even though he didn't win it. Henry had a phenomenal first season in Baltimore. And Jacobs had a good, strong season in Green Bay. They all come back to the pack a little bit in the second year. You can get a really good first year out of them. Second year, you got to build in a little regression. Jacobs has regressed less than either Barkley or Henry has this year. So good for the pack.
Right, and he's got 11 touchdowns on the year. He's not putting up gaudy numbers, but he's been very good, and it always seems he doesn't fumble the ball. He's got 1 fumble this year.
Nice.
And that he's not having a Jonathan Taylor, James Cook, Jahmyr Gibbs type season, or even an Achane type season, but he has been really good. And he's a guy that I didn't think was over the hill. I wanted the Broncos to go after him last year, and they didn't really make a push for him. And I'm not complaining now, but they have a complete roster. Their defense is good. Their defense is great. Their offense is efficient and doesn't turn the ball over. He's got 1 fumble, and how many? I think Jordan Love only has a couple of interceptions. Jordan Love has 3 interceptions.
That's not bad.
When you protect the football and you play good defense, it's a recipe for victory.
And I give their general manager credit because, truth be told, I like Aaron Jones, who ended up going to Minnesota and has played fine for Minnesota. Minnesota just hasn't been very good this year, so nobody's noticing. He's still a pretty good back. I think he had a good day.
76 yards today, yeah.
I thought that it was a slight upgrade at running back signing Jacobs, and you paid a lot more for Jacobs than Minnesota paid for Jones. And if you were looking for value on a dollar, I said, I don't even know if you can call this a win or an upgrade for Green Bay. Yeah, it has been. Jacobs has been that good that they, again, paled in comparison to what Barkley got, paled in comparison to what Henry got, but he got a pretty good paycheck to jump to Green Bay, and he's earned his money. More power to him.
Before we go to the update, I wanted to ask you this. I meant to ask you it coming out of the break, but the Bears, distracted me. We were talking about, Tyler Shuck and the Saints earlier. Baker Mayfield and the Bucs, they lose their 5th game out of their last 7. They're kind of reeling. Now they're tied with the Panthers atop the division. A team that I was fairly high on earlier in the season, and they've shown to not be. That their defense is inconsistent at time. Offensively, they have all these weapons, and they're all inconsistent. I feel like I jinxed Emeka Egbuka early out of the season when I was giving him high praise. He dropped a big touchdown pass today. Do they have any chance of making any noise, or was it all early season hype? Those early season victories late where they had to make those game-winning drives were more of a negative sign than a positive sign.
I remember about 5 or 6 weeks ago, I think it was doing you on Eye on Football, if not I was doing it during my Shorty show on a Sunday. I pretty much buried both South divisions, AFC South, NFC South. The AFC South has bounced back. The Colts were off to this good start, said we'll see if they can continue it. I had my doubts. They haven't been able to. All of a sudden, the Texans got hot, and the Jaguars have thrown it into another gear. That's a legit division. All right, the Titans are the worst, but even they found a way to get a win today. But that division certainly has come back. The NFC South is the worst division in football. It's not close.
It's not.
Somebody's got to win that division. I will say it by default. Tampa and/or Carolina. Atlanta's not good. New Orleans has won a couple in a row. To get to 3 wins, we're like, oh, wow, Saints are improved. They're 3-11, okay? So calm down a little bit there. That's such a bad division. Whoever wins it will get to play a playoff game. And I say A with a reason because they're not beating whoever the wild card they're going to have to face off against. They'll be home because you get the host if you win a division. Won't be enough for them to be able to beat a better team they'll be faced against.
Yeah, and when you look at this, the Bucs team, I mean, they lead the league in drop passes. Emeka Egbuka, I think, leads the league singularly in drop passes. And I don't feel it's the quarterback. I actually, I think he's playing hurt, but I never watch these games and come away with, oh, I feel like Baker Mayfield's a problem. I feel like they are not. They obviously been banged up at running back. I feel like it's the quarterback isn't the problem. The rest of the guys are either not healthy or when they're out there, they're not doing their jobs. And today was another example. Egbuka dropped the touchdown pass. Chris Godwin dropped the first down. That second to last drive they had. And this was a team that I thought could compete in the NFC for the conference. And now I'm not even sure if they're going to make the playoffs.
Never thought they were a true contender for the conference, but I thought, and some people picked Atlanta to win that division before the year started, and I said, come on, you got to beat the champ to beat the champ. Michael Penix wasn't that good at the end of the year. You say, all right, he's taken a massive step up year number 2. I didn't know that. I thought it was absolutely Tampa's division to lose. Well, it looks like they're trying. They're giving it their best effort to lose it here with 3 weeks to go.
Well, and just to put it into perspective, what you were saying about how bad the division is, if we go to the standings, I'm bringing it up right now, no other division, I'm wrong, actually, the AFC North also has it. No other division, though, has a bad point differential like they do. The Bucs lead the division with a negative 26-point differential. The Panthers are 7-6 with a negative 50-point differential, and they shut the Falcons out 31-0 earlier in the year. The only other division that comes close, the AFC North, but the Steelers and Ravens have single-digit deficits. So it's the worst division in football by a mile, and we still get 2 Bucs-Panthers games. Essentially, the Bucs win one of those games against the Panthers and win one other game. They're probably in the playoffs at 9-8 in that division, but they are not the team I thought they were early on.
Right, or if the Panthers can win both games, they're going to win the division going away. We're just writing it in as, well, a split to 2 games. And you're probably right. But who knows? The way Tampa's playing right now, that division can go to either of those 2 teams.
And kudos to, I know he hasn't been perfect, Bryce Young having a good year. And,
picked it up.
He has picked it up. It's why you can't write these guys off too early. We will take a break. We're going to get into an update in a second. Me and Jody will continue the conversation. We'll try to preview these primetime games as well. But first, an update from our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
Well, the Contemporary Baseball Era Players Committee selects Jeff Kent to the Baseball Hall of Fame. Kent largely played second base over his 17-year career. He hit 377 home runs, over 1,500 RBIs over the course of his career. He was the MVP of the National League in 2000 when he provided protection for one Barry Bonds in the lineup. And Bonds was among the 8 eligible to be voted on today, along with Roger Clemens, Carlos Delgado, Don Mattingly, Dale Murphy, Gary Sheffield, and Fernando Valenzuela. But the news just coming a moment ago, Jeff Kent elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame. The Packers denied the Bears on a 4th down attempt, holding on for a hard-fought 28-21 win over the Bears at frigid Lambeau Field. The Packers take over first place in the NFC North with the win. The Rams decimate the Cardinals 45-17. Puka Nacua and Blake Corum each had 2 touchdowns. Broncos handled the Raiders 24-17 to run their winning streak to 10. Geno Smith exited with right hand and right shoulder injuries. Kenny Pickett took over at quarterback for the Raiders. Colts quarterback Daniel Jones tore his Achilles tendon in the first half of their loss to the Jaguars. According to Pro Football Talk, Riley Leonard took over at quarterback for Indy. Jaguars beat him 36-19 to take over first place in the AFC South. The Commanders fear the tight end Zach Ertz tore his ACL. Quarterback Jaden Daniels aggravated his left elbow injury. Head coach Dan Quinn said that Daniels was eligible to return. Quinn does plan to continue playing Daniels despite the Commanders being eliminated from playoff contention. Isaiah Likely failed to adequately haul in a Lamar Jackson pass that could have been a go-ahead touchdown. It was in the eyes of the officials who ruled incomplete. 27-22 Ravens fall to the Steelers. Pittsburgh takes over first place in the NFC North. The Bucs take a stunning home loss to the Saints 24-20. The Bucs now tied with the Panthers atop the NFC South. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here are your hosts, Anthony Gallo and Jody Mack.
Oh, that's right. We've got you for another 15 minutes or so, and then the great Jody Mack is going to take over for the last 2 hours, but we got a lot more to cover in a short time frame. Tonight, Texans, Chiefs, kind of a big game. Is it safe to say that this is the most impactful, most important regular season game the Chiefs have played in the Patrick Mahomes era?
Important depends on your definition of importance.
I mean, if they lose tonight, they are done. I can't envision all these teams dropping games that they can get into the playoffs.
I would say Super Bowls are more impactful than Week 15 game.
No. I'm saying regular season, though.
Regular season,
that's what I meant. Not playoffs, just most important regular season game.
Yeah, because they haven't been on the precipice of not making the playoffs since Mahomes took over as their quarterback. So, yeah, this has to be. And I think they're in a spot of trouble. I think that the Texans' defense is for real. This will be a really nice test. They're like everybody out there were Michael Jordan haters, there were Wayne Gretzky haters. When you get great player, Tom Brady haters, there are certain people that just want to see the best falter and fall. So there'll be some Patrick Mahomes haters, which will be watching this game with much intense. I think the Texans' defense is up to the task. I think that they're legit. Your Bronco team is one of the better defenses in the National Football League, and I put the Texans right there next to them. I think it'd be a real fun over-evaluation of what Patrick Mahomes' career is. It'll come down to this one game tonight, and if he falters and Kansas City blows 500, you're going to stop the conversation about him ever chasing Tom Brady, blah, 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 blah.
Well, that's so ridiculous if that's the conversation. But
of course it will be. You know that. Yes. You do this for a living.
I know.
You know that it's going to be the part. It'll be a foolish part, but it'll be a part of the conversation because, like I said, people love to take heroes down.
Yeah, and the way Patrick Mahomes is funny because I do think that you're right. We're in a new era too of just the instant take and all that stuff, and we saw it with Brady and Manning a little bit. People act like he's having a bad year. He has 3,200 yards, 22 touchdowns. He's 7 interceptions, so it's not like he's turning the ball over a ton. And he's 4th in yards right now, and it is considered a bad year for him. This is like a Hall of Fame hitter. This is like if Aaron Judge hit 270 and had 40 home runs instead of hitting 300 and having 50 home runs. It's still somebody's greatest season ever. And I also don't put this on him. I think they are poorly constructed offensively. I think when Pacheco went down, their run game was inconsistent. They don't have I don't even think they have a true 1 or 2. I think Rashee Rice is a nice piece. I think they have a lot of the same guys, these speedster types. And Travis Kelce's still a great player, but he's not the all-pro elite pass catcher that he once was.
He's going to go, I believe, into the Hall of Fame, but he is absolutely reaching an age where he just isn't the player he once was. He's probably still a top 10 tight end in football, but at one point he was the best tight end in football.
He's
so
probably
when you
top
drop
7
down
or 5 in football,
right?
still.
When you drop down 5, 6, 7 spots, it sticks out like a sore thumb, and that is where they're at with Kelce. And if I were a betting man, he's kind of got other things going on in his life. You might have heard he's got a pretty good dating life going. And he's done very well for himself, both what he makes in the National Football League and the podcast that he does with his brother. If I were a betting man, I think that Travis Kelce walks away at the end of this year. Now, the only thing that flies in the face of that is they've taken up permanent residence in the Super Bowl, and if they go out there his last season without even making the playoffs, that is going to leave a little sour taste in the mouth. You can't get around that, but do you want to come back? Do you want to put yourself through what it takes to get up and ready and the pain and the work for an entire season when you have other options in life? It's something I think you really need to stop and think about. And when push comes to shove, I think that he may just walk away from the game. His brother could have walked away, didn't need to walk away when he did. He was still, the best center, the second best center in football, but he knew the beating and the effort and the time and everything you got to put into a season. Yes, offensive linemen take it more than tight ends do, but still a beating's a beating. If I'm a betting man, I would bet with Travis Kelce being a position that the Kansas City Chiefs are going to have to fill during this upcoming offseason.
Yeah, I think that I don't disagree. I think if they miss the playoffs, he's going to come back because that's a tough pill to swallow. And he doesn't have to, he probably wouldn't chase a payday. He'd probably come back on a team-friendly deal. And they don't need a lot of work. Their offensive line just needs to stay healthy. They've had a lot of injuries on that offensive line. Defensively, they're a good defensive squad. Offensively, if Patrick Mahomes isn't standing on his head, they haven't really been able to compete this year. They are 5-1 at home. So they're 1-5 on the road, which is kind of, unheard of in their, run with Patrick Mahomes. But also, remember, Brady needed to retool. Payne went to a new team, essentially. So there's always that.
Yes, so did Brady. Oh, by the way, won a Super Bowl down there in Tampa.
Right. Well, even Peyton in Indianapolis, they both had to retool. They had the first iteration of those teams, Edgerrin James, Marvin Harrison with the Colts, and then they retooled. Same thing with the Patriots. They went from, more of a defensive-oriented team, the Deion Branches and the Corey Dillons, and then they pivoted and they brought in guys like Wes Welker and Edelman and all those Gronk and all that. So the Chiefs, this is where it's not Andy Reid, it's not Patrick Mahomes. This is where their GM, I think it's Veach, right? He is going to prove that he's as good as everyone gives him credit for, because the majority of their Hall of Fame legendary players were there when he took over. This is where he has to make his mark. And I think tonight we're going to see, because I think if they lose tonight, they're done. They are 4.5-point favorites. I do like the under in this one, 41.5. I think that Texans defense might be better than the Broncos, and I think the Broncos have it's those two, and then maybe the Browns and nobody else.
I think if you like the under tonight, you should be thinking about the Texans. If you like the over tonight, you should be thinking about the Chiefs, because they're going to have to put up X amount of points to be able to win the game. I don't think the Texans will score a lot, but I think they'll score enough to force Kansas City to be at 24 or above. I'd look the other way. I actually think, despite the fact that I think that the game will be close, I'd rather play the under-over. And I might just, because you said it's 41.5?
Yep.
That's pretty low. Yeah. I would lean under in the game. I didn't play it. I played 2 over-unders this week. One was the Rams over, which the Rams got by themselves almost. They got 45. It's 47.5. That's what I said last night on my show. If you think that the Rams are scoring 35, that means you only need 12 points out of the Cardinals. And you got that. And the Rams even went above and beyond. And I like the under tomorrow, the over tomorrow night. The Eagles' defense was terrible against the Browns last week. They've got some issues. The offense is due for a good week, so I do think there'll be points scored in the Chargers and the Eagles, and that one was a low number to begin with, only 41.5. So I did play 2 over-unders, both overs.
And with that real quickly on that one, the Chargers' defense is not as good as people made it out to be early in the season. Justin Herbert is going to be banged up, and he already has to do enough by himself. I think the Eagles might feast tomorrow night. It's not really going to be a criticism of Herbert or the Chargers. I just think they're dealing with a lot of injuries. He's injured now. Their defense is not very good. They benefited from a really hot start, and this is an Eagles team that needs to get off on the right foot, and there's probably going to be a ton of Eagles fans there as that Chargers team never plays a home game all year.
Exactly, and the Eagle fans do travel well, so it will be an Eagle-based crowd. The kid Vidal's been a pretty good back for them, filling in, and they're supposed to get Omari and Hampton. Yeah, he's supposed to play, so they will, after watching the film between the Eagles and the Bears last week, San Diego will dedicate themselves to the run, and they might be pretty effective at it.
And I think the Eagles have struggled, whether it was the Broncos game or, with the Cowboys. They've struggled when offensive lines have played well against them. Mm-hmm. That Chargers offensive line is one of the worst in the league. So they should have their way with them.
If they had all their guys, they wouldn't be. But seeing as they're missing both of their best 2 offensive linemen, yeah, that might be a plus for the Eagles.
Yeah, and I think same thing with the Chiefs. They're banged up on the offensive line, and we know Anderson and Hunter can get after it. So it's going to be 2 exciting games. In my opinion, these are 2 great matchups. But tonight, I think it's the biggest game, regular season, that the Chiefs have played in the Patrick Mahomes era. Jody, I will talk to you next week. We got a lot to catch up on next week. Have a great night, my man.
Gallo 6 and counting. I'm looking forward to every single one of them with you, bud.
Yes, sir. We've got a lot more football to cover this season. Stay tuned. Jody's coming up again for the next 2 hours, 8 to 10. We'll be back. I got you next week all the way from 12 to 8. Like every week, Jody's going to join me at 6. Shout out to Billy and Nico, as always, as they've taken us for a ride. We got a lot more to get to. Jody's got you coming up. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Gameday, BetMGM, Infinity Sportsnet. I'll talk to you next week.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 3 minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
This is the Jody Mack Show.
Love your show, Jody Mack. Love your show. It's not comparable. There is nobody even close.
What up, Jody Mack? What up?
I've got 4 hours to chat you up about everything going on in the world of sports.
I'll be listening.
Here's Jody Mack.
It is the Sunday night Shorty Show. That's right. Just 2 hours. We'll fly right by, or at least so I hope. With your help, you know when yours truly, Jody McDonald, jumps there on the Infinity Sport Network, and the countdown is on. I sent this out on my pre-show tweet. The number is down to 7. Shows that I have left here on the Infinity Sports Network the next 3 weekends. But we got to get through the Shorty Show tonight, first and foremost. I do so with your aid. One of 2 ways, either on my phones or on social media, and you know I'm a Twitter guy. We'll have the